Same thing as before, Ms. Smith. Can you take a look at People's Exhibit 103? Do you recognize People's Exhibit 103?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
The 2 projectiles we pulled from the pillow.
Are they in the same condition today or roughly the same condition today as when you recovered them?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 103.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
Exhibit 103 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to have the witness display this for the judge.
That's fine.
I moved you guys over because the other stream, I don't know, went to hell. And so I just moved you over to a fresh stream. You move the witness camera to the right when they bring the suitcase. Oh yeah, I'll move it out the way whenever they come.
Step
Thank you for
there.
the reminder. So I'm going to start just streaming to YouTube. Unfortunately, I guess that's what we have to do. For whatever reason, multi-streaming is causing a problem.
Judge, at this point, I would ask for permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibits 104 through 120.
You may go ahead.
Yeah.
Just going to be doing
Ms. Smith, same as before, if you could flip through those exhibits 104 through 120 and then give me a heads up when you're done looking at them.
It didn't switch you over? Maybe I should put the link in the other one, right? Let me put the link in the other one. In case people are still over there.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the photos 104 through 120?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took during the autopsy of Gannon Stauch on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission and permission to publish 104 through 120.
Mr. Cook.
So they didn't do the suitcase yet, right? Sorry about that, guys. Lord almighty. Yeah, we're going to have to re-like the stream. I'm going to wait for it to fill up again, and then I'll remind everybody to hit like. They didn't bring the suitcase yet, right? We didn't miss that. Thanks, Peachy. No problem. I had a little bit of issues. Be patient with me. We'll figure it out over the course of the week. I'm just going to have to start just straight streaming to YouTube because I remember when I had that issue. It didn't happen with the Murdoch trial, but the Johnny Depp trial, for some reason, when I was multi-streaming, the ingest server for multi-streaming is a different ingest. I know it's all sounds like whatever, probably to you. There was some issues. I don't know why it was happening with multi-streaming ingest because my connection didn't even drop. I was watching the connection, like live watching the connection. So the other time it actually did drop. This time it actually didn't drop. So it's like an ingest server thing. So from now on, just for the stability, we're just going to do straight YouTube. I'll put the links on Facebook and Twitch. I'm sorry. We'll do other things on Twitch then. Figure it out. Them boys dropped out quick. Fuck that. I'm out of here. Fuck this guy. No, I'm kidding. I love you guys. Thank you for coming back. So pretty intense. Crime scene technician. They're supposed to bring in the suitcase. I guess they're going to show people. Yeah, if you guys could hit relike, if you could relike, hit the like button again. For this stream, I'd appreciate that. You guys are back. Astastic. I wonder how you came up with that name. Astastic. I'll show you. I'm just kidding. I'll drop in after this testimony. Okay. Airdrie. Thank you, Michaela. Thank you. We'll figure it out. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. I think I left it in the car. I checked my mail today and I got like these 2 letters from Comcast Business, like offering me $800 like to come back or some shit. I was like, fuck, they couldn't pay me to come back. I'm actually the reason I got this place that costs a lot more than some other places I could have got is because there's AT&T here. Even though I'm having issues now, I still take this over Comcast. Lindsay, good morning. Good morning, rise and shine. We'll get back up. And it wasn't just 1 letter. It was 2 letters with like $800 in credit offer. I was like, hell no, y'all need to take me back. Hell no. iCkEdMeL, welcome back. Welcome back. I've always wanted to try Google Fiber. I don't think they have that in this area. I heard it's good though. You have AT&T and it sucks. You probably have DSL or maybe their cable thing. If you have fiber optic, it's so nice. Ugh, Comcast is amazing. You must not be in the South. You can't be in South Florida to say that. I don't know anybody in South Florida that says Comcast is amazing.
All right. Court will exclude Exhibit 104 as cumulative. Court will admit Exhibits 105 through 120.
And permission to publish starting with 105 and then through 120. Well, if you just...
You may. Go ahead.
Comcast paid him to come here. I'm just kidding. Ghost of Comcast Pass is definitely haunting you a little bit.
Okay, same as process as before, Ms. Smith. If you could just stand up and tell us what we're looking at here. First, in a general sense, what are we looking at?
This is the T-shirt that the victim was wearing when we located him.
Did this T-shirt have a number of defects in it that coincided with injuries that the victim had on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we're looking at People's Exhibit 105, there's obviously some graphics on the T-shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's that angular measuring device there. Is that signifying, as we look through these photos, where specific defects were in the shirt?
Yes.
So can you point out the defect that we're looking at first in 105?
The defect here is going to be right here. There's white cotton behind it to help make it stand out.
And then if we go to 106, is that a close-up of that same defect?
That is a close-up of the same defect.
107,
Here, now we're here.
sort of where it says Minecraft over the R, it looks like.
Yes.
And then 108,
Yeah, close to you. That defect.
109. Those first two, would that coincide roughly with the left chest area, lower left chest area?
Yes.
And now would that coincide with, I guess, left shoulder area,
Yes.
collarbone maybe? And then 110,
Close up of that same image
111,
Oh,
to the arm. Here.
the sleeve of the arm,
Yes, left arm.
okay? And then 112,
Close up of that same defect.
113,
Up to here.
so are we still looking at the left sleeve, just upper portion of that sleeve?
Yes.
114, I think,
Up close of that one.
115,
Turn the shirt over. And this would be the defect.
that appears to be a larger defect than the others, is that correct?
Yes.
And then 116,
Close version of
117,
left arm again, back side.
118,
Up close.
119.
And that one just moved up to here.
And then are we looking at the backside for both of those last couple of photos, the backside of the left sleeve?
Yes.
120,
Up close of that one.
left sleeve again.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go ahead and sit down. Or may I approach with People's Exhibit 121 through 141?
You may, go ahead. Right.
Go ahead and flip through those and then let me know when you're done.
Um, Andrew, thank you for the super chat earlier. Says, is that brush from Pawpaw? That's pretty funny.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs of?
The jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
To sort of contrast what we just looked at, the t-shirt, was that a basic cotton t-shirt with the graphic writing on it?
Yes.
This jacket that we're going to look at next, is it more of a nylon type jacket?
Yes.
Is it the jacket that the victim was wearing that you recovered at autopsy?
Yes.
Are these fair and accurate representations as to what you saw of that jacket at the autopsy on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
And at this time, I move for admission of 121 through 142 and permission to publish.
Mr. Cook?
Done. We bit the bench.
Okay.
About these,
Council approach, please.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming back. Had a little bit of issues this morning. If you could hit like again on the stream, I'd appreciate that. Helps the algorithm. We're just going to be streaming straight to YouTube from now on to avoid all these weird issues. Suzanne, thank you for becoming a member. Lake Effect 812, thank you for becoming a member. Amazing XMX, thank you for the membership. Cat C, thank you for humoring my hubby Mel. Sled, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you for, I'm glad he's watching too. And I appreciate your support. Ian Thomas, make sure he's seen that Sled short video that I posted recently. Check my shorts out. That sounds kind of funny. My short video. And then I also have another one from a guy that I've showed it before, but it's really funny. I'm going to post it to my shorts.
All right. Exhibits 121 through 142 are admitted.
Probably tomorrow.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may, go ahead.
So Ms. Smith, same as before, 121 should be up on the screen here in just a moment. So tell the jury what we're looking at in 121.
This is the jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
Is this the inside of the jacket, so the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
So point out where you can see any defects in this jacket.
One here, here, here. This appears to be one here.
Okay. And then moving on to 122.
Up close to that first one that I pointed.
And would this generally be, since we're looking at the lining of the jacket, would this essentially mean that this would coincide with the victim's back area?
Yes.
Okay. 123,
Close of that one.
124,
Showing the defects right there.
Again, is this still looking at the lining of the jacket, which would generally coincide with the back of the victim?
Yes, sir.
125,
Close of that one.
126,
Over here, same backside of the victim.
127,
Up close.
128,
We're here, now we're over here. It's still the same on the backside, and this is the lining.
sort of would this coincide roughly with the back shoulder? It looks like it's closer to the sleeve here.
Yes.
129,
Up close of that one.
130,
Right.
so is this getting closer to the top of the shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
Still, are we looking at the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
131,
Close of that one.
132,
Gonna be the hood. There's some defects here.
are we looking at the lining of the hood?
Yes.
Okay, 133,
Back that pointed to.
134,
Close of that one.
135,
Second one.
Oh.
136. And those last couple, also the inside lining of the hood.
Correct.
Okay. 137.
This will be the back of the jacket.
Is this just an, oh, I'm sorry.
Here, one here.
Essentially an overview of the back of the jacket.
Yes.
138,
First one that I,
139,
second one that I pointed to. Still on the back of the jacket.
140,
Here, now we're over here.
141,
Still here.
and then 142.
Here's the defect. I was trying to see where we're at on the jacket.
Does it appear that this is closer to the zipper?
Yes.
Can you see the zipper there at the top?
Here's the zipper.
Okay. Thank you. And Your Honor, now I would like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 143.
All right, you may go ahead.
You had a chance to look at People's 143.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
Pair of pants.
Photo of the pair of pants?
Correct.
Are these the pants that the victim was wearing when you went to the scene on March 17th and then the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect those items?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the pants as you saw them on March 18th?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move for admission and permission to publish 143.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 143 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, there we go. Just generally give us are these nylon sort of athletic pants?
Yes.
Does it appear that there's, it's hard to tell, right? There's a lot of standing on this from decomp, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
But does it also appear that there's white stripes running down the legs of these pants?
Yes, 2 on each side.
Can you point those out for the jury, please?
There's one right here, and then the other one's right here.
Okay. All of these items that we just looked at, so the pillow, the blankets, the t-shirt, the hoodie, and these pants, I think it may be obvious, but were these heavily soiled with decomposition from Gannon's remains?
Yes.
Associated with that heavy decomposition, was there quite a smell associated with them?
Yes.
Is that why we're not bringing those items into the jury to let them have to deal with that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Your Honor, finally, would like to have my investigator approach the witness with People's Exhibit number 86.
All right, may go ahead.
And just so that we're all clear, this is the item that we talked about prior to.
Okay. Is there Any objection as to the foundational issue of this defense? Okay.
Is that the suitcase? Wow.
Mr. Allen?
I think that's it. Oh.
So, Ms. Smith, our investigator Cecil Weir is going to help with this item because of the size of it. But if you could just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize People's Exhibit 86.
And I didn't hear your question over the paper.
Yeah, that paper was a little loud. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What does it appear to be?
The olive green suitcase that was at the scene
Did you collect this scene at the River Bridge or was it at autopsy?
at the River Bridge.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 86.
Mr. Cook?
Objection.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, because of the decomposition material on this item, we are asking for permission to not leave this here in the courtroom, but I would like to have permission for our investigator, Mr. Weir, to show this item to the jury by holding it up. It is a larger item.
You may. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll hold the black.
It's the suitcase. I mean, we're not going to be able to see it, but so she's holding it up for the jury, I guess. Or they're showing the jury. Oh, they show me with their head down and shit. Why? Wow, look at that. That's big, man. That's a big suitcase, too. Let's see. Well, damn, man, it's just eerie to think about they had Gannon in there. Wow.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that suitcase have a broken handle on it as well?
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Weir holds that up, can you point that out to the jury?
This handle right here. Not attached.
And then just so that we're all clear, although I think it's probably fairly obvious, but we need to build a record as well. All of the items that you saw out at the Escambia River Bridge, so the 2 blankets, the pillow, and Gannon's remains inside of this suitcase?
Correct.
And if I wasn't clear before, the clothing that I mentioned and that had heavy decomposition material on them, was that true also for the blankets and the pillow?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so at this point, Judge, I would ask if we can just have our investigator take that item back out before it starts to.
Is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may. Go ahead.
Dang.
Just take it out.
He's trying to collect the baggage or the paper too. Stephanie?
Man, so they brought the suitcase in. And I mean, I don't know. I wonder if they could even smell it in there. I mean, bro. And it's wrapped up too. Yeah.
All right, Ms. Smith, just a couple more questions for you. How long have you lived in that, I guess, greater Pensacola area?
45 years.
Are you familiar with several bridges in that area?
Yes.
The Escambia River Bridge obviously is the one that we've been talking about today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there also an I-10 bridge
Yes.
and then a 98 Pensacola Bay Bridge, essentially?
Yes.
Of those bridges in the area, is the Escambia River Bridge less traveled or more traveled than the other bridges?
Less.
Less traveled. And then are you also familiar with I-95?
Yes.
Where's I-95?
It goes along the east coast of Florida.
Okay. All right, that would be my questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Smith? Just write it down, pass it forward. Looks like we might have a couple, so just write them down, pass them forward, and I'll have somebody collect them.
It's interesting that the jury has questions and they're participating and they're active and they want to know.
Want me to retrieve them, Your Honor? Or?
Yes, yeah, just put them on the bar in front of you there, pass them forward, put them on the bar in front of you, and then Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve those, please, and counsel approach.
Wow. So let me get some of these. Ian Thomas, thank you for the membership. Says, damn, that sucked. Folks, try again. Miss Doglover, thank you for the super chat earlier. I'm back with freshly washed hair. Thanks for the motivation, Letecia. Oh, Lord. She's looking rough. Jeffrey, thank you for the membership. Mel, we're here, ride or die. Thank you so much. Appreciate the people that came back. We're just doing strictly YouTube for the rest of the trial, unless something happens where I can figure it out. But I don't want to have to do this every day where we disconnect and reconnect. Nana Simpson, thank you so much for the membership. Thank you for all you do.
Ms. Smith, was the suitcase cleaned? It appears cleaner.
No, it was not cleaned. It was kind of hard to see through the plastic.
All right. And this is a timeline question. You visited the discovery site on March 17 of 2020, and the autopsy was on March 18 of 2020. Let's start there. Are those two dates accurate?
Yes.
And so you already knew on March 18 of 2020 that it was Gannon?
They didn't know for sure. They went by some pictures, and then I'm not sure what their procedures are for identification.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
Just on that last question, when we were talking about identification of the remains, was that just a tentative identification?
Yes.
Not a finalized identification? Do you know that a finalized identification came sometime later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook? All right. Thank you, Ms. Smith. You may step down.
Okay.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Morning, Your Honor. People call Trevor Seifert to the stand.
Trevor.
Mr. Seifert, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Damn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
My name is Trevor Seifert, spelled Trevorseifert.
I just mispronounced your name, so I apologize.
That's okay.
What is your occupation?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Just over 17 years.
And what are your specific roles within that title?
Up until September of last year, I was in the biology section of the Pensacola Regional Operations Center. And in the biology section, we do DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in the field of DNA analysis?
Education-wise, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Southern Oregon University and a PhD in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Florida. At the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I also went through a one-year training program in forensic biology.
And does the field of DNA analysis include the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
And have you been practicing in that field within the role that you just described? And approximately how many investigations have you been involved in where you've done some DNA testing in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Hundreds of cases, and we actually count the number of samples that we analyze, and it's well over 8,000.
And do you have some continuing education that you participate in to stay up to date in that field?
Yes, we have required annual continuing education, and we keep up to date with current literature.
And have you been qualified as an expert in a court of law to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, in the Florida 1st and 14th Circuit.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 55.
First time in Colorado, I take it?
Testifying, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask the court to allow Mr. Seifert to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis as an expert.
No objection. All right, just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, a person may be qualified as an expert by education, experience, skill, or training. You are not bound by the testimony of a witness who has testified as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Andrew. Could you please educate us in the field of DNA? What is DNA? Where does it come from? That kind of thing.
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a molecule that is found in every cell of your body except for mature red blood cells. It carries the instructions for the development structure of all living organisms. At FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, we do what is called STR DNA analysis, and STR stands for short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats vary between individuals, and the number of repeats at markers that we look at are what differ between individuals and create their unique profile. We look at 21 different areas in the DNA, which I'll call markers, and 3 gender markers that can tell us whether the DNA is consistent with a male or a female. In order to develop a DNA profile, I will take a sample from biological material and do chemical processes which will break open the cells, releasing the DNA into a solution. I then place this solution onto an instrument that quantifies the amount of DNA that I was able to obtain from the sample. And if I reach a high enough threshold, I can then use a process called polymerase chain reaction, which amplifies each of the 21 markers that I'm looking at millions of times with a fluorescent tag that enables another instrument, a genetic analyzer, to measure the length of each of these fragments, which determines the number of markers, the number of short tandem repeats, and gives us a profile for the individual or the sample.
Can you talk to the jury about the uniqueness of these profiles that you've been talking about?
Yes, depending on the number of markers that I'm able to generate a profile from, statistics differ with how unique it will be. But overall, a DNA profile of an individual is unique to that individual, and only an identical sibling will have the same DNA profile.
And where do we get this uniqueness from? Where does our DNA come from?
Half of your DNA comes from your mother, half of your DNA comes from your father. And so the combination of the DNA from both, so you have 2 copies of DNA, 2 copies of these markers. And so at each of these markers, I will get a number of repeats. So one marker may have 5, let's say 5 of these short tandem repeats from your mother and 10 from your father. So at that marker, you would be considered a 5-10. And what we're looking at when we're comparing profiles from a questioned sample to a known individual, we're looking at those numbers and matching those numbers.
So if we have, for instance, a body found where we don't know who that person is, would we be able to create a profile if the DNA was in good shape and then determine who the parents of that individual were or vice versa?
Yes, we can.
When we talk about the field of forensic DNA analysis, I think you just alluded to it a little bit in your previous answer. Are we talking about having a known DNA profile and then unknown DNA profiles to figure out if there's a match or if there's some consistency between the two?
Yes. So in most cases, we're dealing with evidence from crime scene, looking for a suspect. So we're looking for the DNA profile from the evidence and then comparing it with DNA profile from an individual said to be involved in the case. In other cases, we're looking at unidentified human remains and comparing that to DNA profiles from individuals that are in a missing persons database.
And so is there databases in the United States, for instance, where there's DNA profiles for unsolved crimes, things like that, where if you develop a profile, you can compare that to a database to see if there's a match?
Yes, there are.
And do agencies across the country submit DNA profiles to those databases?
Yes.
Now, where does this DNA come from? What do people leave behind where you might be able to obtain DNA profiles from?
Well, the majority of it is bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva, tissue, and we can also obtain DNA from items that people have worn or handled, so epithelial cells or skin cells that are left behind, or hairs.
You alluded to earlier about crime scenes. Are there particular crime scenes that might deteriorate DNA?
Yes, DNA is stable in dry and cold environments. When it's out in the natural environment, DNA is degraded by the human body. Once a cell dies, it releases enzymes that breaks up the DNA. Microorganisms also break up DNA. And so in hot, humid, wet, or damp environments, the DNA is degrading rapidly.
I'm going to take you back to 2020, and particularly March 17th of 2020. Were you familiar with a body that was discovered underneath the Escambia Bridge there by Pensacola, Florida, around that time frame?
Yes, I was.
And after autopsy and in the investigation, were you asked to conduct some DNA analysis to confirm the identity of this individual who was found deceased under the bridge?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What did you do? And we'll get into your results in a second.
In the first submission of evidence that I received from our medical examiner, I received buccal swabs, which are swabbings from the inside of the cheek of an individual, and a card with a couple drops of blood. I then performed the analysis that I already explained, where I took samples from each, broke open the cells in solution, and attempted to obtain DNA profiles. The blood sample did not give me enough DNA to amplify and get a profile. And the buccal swab gave me enough DNA to attempt to develop a profile. However, the results were so low that I could not interpret the results.
And what was your understanding of the condition? Did you later determine that this was Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
I'm just going to use Gannon Stauch as who we're talking about here. Did you learn about the condition of Gannon Stauch's body as it laid underneath that bridge, February to March of 2020?
Yes, I heard that it was a body in a suitcase, and based upon the condition of the initial evidence that I received, the bulk swab and blood stain, I could tell that it was a decomposing body.
And was it surprising to you that you were not able to get enough DNA from the buccal swabs and the blood card from autopsy to develop a profile?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
During decomposition, the DNA breaks down, and usually we have to go to a harder tissue such as a bone or teeth.
And is it because of the deterioration that you alluded to earlier, Gannon's body being under the bridge by water in the humidity and heat of Florida?
Yes, and the amount of time.
And I think you just said you had to go to some bone. Tell us about what you did with the bone and why did you go to the bone?
Yes, next I received a rib bone, and I took numerous samples from the rib bone at separate times. So initially I swabbed some of the tissue on the rib bone, took a cutting of the rib bone, and went through the process of trying to get DNA from those. The swabbing of the tissue resulted in not enough DNA to go any further. The cutting from the tissue, I again got a very low amount of DNA, but was not able to interpret a profile. So I went back to the bone again, broke it open and removed marrow, and went through the DNA analysis again, and again was only able to obtain information, but not enough to interpret. Went back to the bone again and actually took pieces of the bone and did a longer process. It takes several days to get a DNA profile from. And with that, I was able to get a partial profile. So a complete profile is information at all 21 of the markers we're looking at. And with this partial profile, I was able to get information at 9 markers. So the difference between the markers is the length. So the longer a marker is, the more likely it's going to be chopped up and not give us any information.
And so when you were able to get these 9 markers you alluded to, this was from a rib bone, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have at least information that there was a tentative identification that this was Gannon Stauch?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have indication that there was a DNA profile developed for Gannon Stauch here in Colorado Springs at the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did you contact the Metro Crime Lab with the 9 markers or the profile that you developed from the rib bone to see whether or not there was a match with the known profile from Gannon Stauch that we had here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of that?
I received confirmation back from them that they had a match with the profile that I generated from the rib bone and a case here.
And what does that mean?
That means that the markers that I obtained a profile from matched a standard or a DNA profile that they had developed here in this case.
Was that confirmation, at least for you, that that was the body of Gannon Stauch?
Yes, if it were a case that I was working through to the end, I would have continued working to obtain a complete profile from the remains. And then I would also need to obtain whatever piece of evidence they used to get the complete profile from here in Colorado and compare those myself and then perform statistics, which would give you a likelihood ratio on how good of a match it was.
And do you know whether or not anyone from Colorado Springs did exactly what you just described?
I assume that they did, but I do not know.
Essentially, when you made this determination that the 9 profiles from the rib bone matched the known profile for Gannon Stauch, did the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the Metro Crime Lab here in Colorado Springs kind of take it from there and take over the investigation?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini?
No questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Seifert? Seifert, sorry. No? All right. Thank you, Bree. You may step down.
That's what I'm saying. They're going pretty fast because like the defense is not really.
Counsel approach, please.
Defense is not really putting much of.
It travels.
They're not denying Letecia killed. They're just trying to like go for the whole insane thing. So they're just kind of like the last couple of witnesses, the last two at least or three, I think. They're just no questions. So maybe it won't last 8 weeks.
All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
You can call Alexis Peck to stand here.
Last name again?
Peck.
Heck. Thank you.
Let's say Alexis.
Peck. Pack. I'm sorry. P-A-C-K.
Alexis Pack, I think. Sharon Lewis, thank you for the 3-month membership. Says hello, y'all.
Ms. Pack, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Up here. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Alexis Pack, P-A-C-K.
And where do you live, Miss Pack?
Pensacola, Florida.
First time in a courtroom?
Yes.
Everyone's really nice in here, I promise, okay?
Okay.
Miss Pack, what do you do for a living?
I just stay at home now. I did work at the hotel as a front desk agent.
Okay. And when you say the hotel, are you talking about the Candlewood Suites?
Yes, sir.
And which Candlewood Suites did you work at?
The one in Pensacola on Davis Highway.
And how long were you working there?
I worked there for 3 years.
Were you working there back on February 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that job at the front desk, would you routinely check people in, check people out, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And would you fill out paperwork as you did that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Me?
I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 181. And it's in a plastic folder. You can pull out that document if you like. I believe it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the form that they fill out whenever they check in.
And did you fill that form out?
I did not.
Okay, who filled that form out? Do you know?
It's the person who checks in. They fill it out.
Let me have you turn to page 3 of that document. You see that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see your name on that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see the name of the person who checks someone in on that computer printout?
I do.
Okay. So tell us about that. Who checked this person in that's related to this document, and then who checked them out?
So there was a lady named Sharon who worked there who checked her in, and I checked her out.
Okay. And are these documents that you use with anytime someone checks in or checks out of the hotel?
Yes.
And are these routinely used in the course of business at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
And does this accurately depict the check-in and check-out for the person named in this document back on February 4th, 2020?
Yes.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 181.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 181 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish that, I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Show you People's Exhibit 221. It's already been admitted into evidence. You recognize this overhead photo here?
Yes.
And I don't want to be Captain Obvious here, but the label that says Candlewood Suites there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that where the hotel is located at?
Yes.
And is that where you were working on February 4th, 2020 when this person checked in?
So I don't think I was working when she checked in, but when she checked out.
Did she check out on February 4th, 2020?
So I'm not sure if she checked out with me or if the housekeeping staff told me she was gone, and that's why I checked her out.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Just for the record, I'll publish to the jury again. Exhibit 220.
Oh, damn it.
Okay, we can publish People's Exhibit 181 now. It's kind of tough to see on the TV screens. Can we zoom in on that a little bit, please? So let's start with the top part of that exhibit, and you can look at the one, the actual exhibit in front of you, like.
Okay.
What is the name of the person who checked in back on February 4th, 2020?
I don't know how to say the last name,
Okay.
but it's Letecia Stauch.
Okay, you did a pretty good job with the last name. And again, I know it says there, but where is this person from, at least what they're saying when they check in?
South Carolina.
And does this information also show the method of how they paid for the room and things like that?
Yes.
Down below it says, where it says reservation information,
Mm-hmm.
it says company, and it says Ford Motor Company. Where did that come from? Do you know?
So that's a fixed rate we would have had in the system for that company.
And so whoever is getting the reservation, would they have to tell whoever's working the front desk that I'm with the Ford Motor Company to check in?
So yes, or if they make it online, they can put that in themselves if they have the rate code.
But you get that from the person, whoever's making the reservation. That's not something you just put in there.
No.
If we go down a little bit, can we just scan down that first page? Right there's good, thanks. Is there information when they check in to describe what vehicle they're driving?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did the person say they were driving, or this Letecia Stauch say they were driving?
A Nissan Altima.
Does anybody check to see if that's accurate?
No, sir.
If we can now go to page 2 of that document. Again, we have page 2 of this exhibit. Again, Ford Motor Company, is that again the same information
Yes.
that you get from the person who's checking in?
Yes.
Can we go back to the first page? I forgot to mention something on that. Thanks. Or just the top part. Appreciate it. You're familiar with the rooms there at the hotel?
Yes.
What is a standard suite 1 queen non-smoking mean?
It's just one queen bed.
Standard room, I take it? Okay. I went to law school, so that's how I come up with these great questions. Can we go to page 3 of that document now? We rotate that so we can. I'm asking you to do a lot. I appreciate that, Ms. Grantiano. It won't rotate, huh? All right. Well, let's look at this page here. Does it have the times that the person actually checked in and the times they checked out?
Yes, sir.
Could you please tell the jury the time that Ms. Stauch checked in to the hotel?
It looks like it was 12:23, I think.
Okay. And you base that on the 0023 that we see on the document?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been on what date?
February 4th, 2020.
And then your name is associated with the checkout. What time did this individual check out?
11:11.
And that top line, I know we can't see it because it's documented. Could you read what the description says?
Where it says checkout.
It says Stauch, Letecia.
Okay, it says Stout Letecia checking out on 2/4/20, having arrived 2/3/20.
Now, does that indicate when the reservation was actually made?
Yes.
So the actual checkout time would have been what is documented on this page.
Correct.
Can you tell by looking at this page what time the reservation was actually made?
11:43.
So roughly a half an hour before she actually physically checked in?
Yes.
Does this document indicate to you how many guests would have been checked in on that date?
No.
If you go down to that back to the first page, kind of the second area on that first page, we can zoom in on that, please. Thanks. Scroll up a little, please. And keep going. Yep, there we go, right there. Do you see where it says number of guests?
Yes.
What does it say there?
1.
And do you know when this document was signed? Was it when they check in or when they check out?
When they check in.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Defense cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I'm an attorney for the defense. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
So you had nothing to do with the check-in in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. And you can't remember if you actually checked out on February 4th or the 5th, this Letecia Stauch?
No, sir.
Would you be able to recognize the person that checked out or you checked out on that date?
No, sir.
Okay. In fact, you may not have ever even seen this person.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thanks, John.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Pack? No? Great. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step.
Okay.
Just step down.
Rolling on past. Let's keep it going.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess until about 10:45. If I can have all of the jurors back in the jury room at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss a case among yourselves. Don't discuss a case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, all aboard. Thank you guys for joining me today. So far, I guess interesting. I kind of missed a little bit of what was being said, but this was the hotel employee. But apparently she didn't even see Letecia. I guess this is where Letecia checked in. I don't know why there was no mention of if Harley was there or not.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
For record purposes, Judge, the one item that you excluded as cumulative, I think that was 104. Do you want us to take it out of that pile of photos?
Yes, please.
Yep. So we'll do that over the break.
Okay. All right. Defense?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Okay. Astastic. This is from earlier. It says Mel Vince found the movie Couples Retreat. Oh, he used it as his password. Love to start around with it. Okay, gotcha. I always wondered. Thank you. Mama, thank you for the membership. Sharon Lewis, do you have Cash App? I do. It's $iCkEdMeL, or the best one right now would be iCkEdMeL. Let me see, because it's on this phone. I have two phones. The other one I never even turn on. The other one's just a paperweight, and it's connected to. I had to get a different phone because I was just too many people were contacting me, and I couldn't get a peace of mind. But now I don't even use the other phone, and everybody's contacting me on this one. I feel like I need to change my number again. Don't take offense, please. Too. I don't want to get 30 texts. What did you talk about me? What do you mean by that? Please don't. I'm not. Please. What did you mean when you said that? I'm just curious. You talk about me? So this one's $iCkEdMeL YouTube. Voices for the Defenseless. Thank you for the 2-month membership. Says, miss ya. Work's been crazy. COVID finally got me after 3 years. Wow. So you really made it a long time. 3 years? 3 years working in healthcare. At least I get to watch you now. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you. I hope you recover quick. Hopefully you don't got it bad. I'm assuming they probably made you take the shot because you work in healthcare. So I'm sure you didn't have a choice. So hopefully maybe the symptoms won't be bad for you. Heather Nicole, thank you for the super chat. Says, should do L the way they did OJ with the glove. And Lisa E, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for doing what you do. I got a text. But I never talked to, we don't really talk enough, really, honestly. That was funny. She goes, must be me, huh? We don't actually talk enough, though. All right. So what I was thinking we could do for this little mini break, I was going to call Diggs to explain Eduardo and Lodi and Quincy and Lolly and Boo Boo and Jaja, all these people. Because I got a little confused. I thought I understood it when I spoke to Jennifer, but all right, let me call Diggs. Explain it, break it down. Oh yeah, we can talk about Kohlberger too. At lunchtime, if you want a little bit, we can talk about Kohlberger.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
What's up?
All right, so we're on stream. So let's explain the characters. Because I thought, well, just go ahead, yeah. Start with the Eduardos or whatever.
There's Edgardo. He was a construction worker that was actually working in the neighborhood that Letecia supposedly stopped and asked to help fix the carpet.
So there's a real guy that's a construction worker.
There's a real guy that was a construction worker in the neighborhood, in Lorson Ranch neighborhood, that was working on houses, and she asked him to fix the carpet. So that part of her story is somewhat true. Obviously, none of the rape stuff. But then there's the Edgar guy that Crime Curious mentioned. He's not the same. He had another alias. I can't remember what it was. But that was the guy she tried framing by dropping the evidence, like the particle board. I think they also found like a sock or a coat or something at the same time. And then there's obviously the Quincy guy who was on the Colorado Most Wanted list because he was a registered sex offender who had failed to register in that area and something with dangerous drugs. So there was 3 different men that she used so far that we know of.
Okay, so let me...
Edgar and Edgardo are not the same person.
Okay, so there's Edgar and Eduardo.
Mm-hmm.
And so Edgar is the construction worker.
No, Eduardo.
Eduardo
is where the particle board was found at that property where she was trying to frame him with the evidence being found.
Okay, so Eduardo is the carpenter or the house, whatever, the guy that fixed the carpet.
A laborer of some sort. They didn't say exactly what his title was, but he was supposedly going to come and fix the carpet because it was only a quick job.
Did he actually go to the house?
No.
Okay.
There's no proof that she even ever truly did anything. Like she said, she told Al that she gave him the code and she was going to let him in the garage and he could just be in and out. There's no proof that even went that far. The only thing that we know of is that she stopped and asked this random guy to come fix her carpet.
Okay.
And I'm sure if the guy would have showed up, it would have been way worse. I'm sure he would have gotten way more involved into this as part of her plot.
And Edgar is the guy that the particle board was left at. Like she left.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I got it.
So it's very confusing because they're similar names. But later on in her jailhouse calls, she talks about Edgar and uses stuff she said about Eduardo, like the rape and everything. So she like mashes all the stories together. It's quite interesting to see how delusional she really is. I don't think that she's insane clinically. I think she's just crazy, like psycho ex-girlfriend crazy, but it is interesting.
And so the particle board, the guy Edgar's, that's not his real name though, right?
He has an alias. I don't remember what it was, but Edgar is always listed as in quotes because it's not his name. I think it's something with a literary name.
Okay.
I can't remember. But the boards were in the garage. I sent you pictures today of evidence. You can actually see some boards that were in the garage. And it was something about like the lip where the driveway met the garage that Al
those
had
names.
boards there. And then he also did word working. So there was always boards randomly in the garage.
Okay. Okay, so I'll show. So these pictures you sent me, this is the garage. That's
Those are just some of the random ones I had saved onto my computer from when they were going to the house. Because like Michael
Okay.
Allen, the DA, would actually come. So it became a huge thing on the spectacle. Like the news would be like, oh, Michael Allen's walking in today. So when they did like the bloodstained stuff or when they were taking things out, everything that could be captured was captured. Pictures, the news teams would stand out there and report that Michael Allen walked in and Michael Allen walked right back out. They did so much so fast in this case.
okay.
Sled got put to shame.
Oh, I guess I gotta download this to zoom it in. Okay. All right.
3 different men that she tried pinning it on in different capacities very early on. And then, of course, she tried pinning it on Landon, saying that Landon knew exactly where her son was. And she knew why and everything this was happening. So she had lots of stories.
Okay.
It gets
All right.
confusing.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you. We might
You're
do this every now and then. We'll need some clarification, like a little
That's
call
fine.
during the break. All right. Thanks, Diggs.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye. Okay. I love these funny messages. Let me download these pictures so I can show you guys a close up of the garage. I thought I was gonna be able to like do it through Discord, but it's being kind of weird. Let me just make another folder. Garage. And there's a couple of things too. So on the lunch break today, I'm actually gonna hang out with you guys. I'm not leaving today. So on the lunch break, we'll talk about a bunch of different things. We'll hang out. We can go over the interviews that the lady from Crime Online did. We can I know there's a bunch of stuff that I haven't even gone over. And I'm not in a rush because we got a long time, but I also think some of the other stuff that we don't get to, I can make short videos and just post it like that as well. So, all right, let me do that. This. Letecia Stauch. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of glad that they're zipping by fast. And it's not a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo stuff. Like it's really to the meat of stuff. Because with Alec Murdaugh, that trial, they wasted so much time. I mean, I guess they accomplished what they wanted to accomplish, though. I don't know if they needed to do everything that they did, but maybe to get to where they were going, they needed to do that, I guess. But there was just so much of like, it was so annoying too, of like this piece of evidence was packaged by this person that handed it to this person, that they bring in the person that they handed it to. And then the person that they handed it to, this is the person that signed the piece of thing on there. Then they give it off to somebody else. This is the person that sealed it. And this is the other person that verified the seal and like all this bullshit. And then they bring in the manufacturer that made the seal and the manufacturer company is there too. Just a long list. And I'm just like, what the hell? Why? Like, I guess, but why? Just nonstop, yo. Just like, wow. Of nothingness. Just to get to the financial stuff. But I mean, hey, who am I to say whatever? Because they got what they got what they wanted, right? So I guess it worked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that four pictures? 5. One more. Trial files. Okay. Bro, they took us through a whole thing with that. It was grueling, man. That's the garage. They have to do it with evidence. It's called chain of custody. I get that, but like, look at this trial. So far, they're not taking us through the mud, right? That's why I try to keep my patience, because like what you're saying, Nicole, that's what people were telling me. But then when I listen to this trial, it's like, damn, it's not that excessive. Like that trial, they literally took you through like the milliseconds of like the product being taken into the place, you know, and the material the product's made out of and all this shit. And I was talking to a friend the other day. I just think they were just fluffing it up because they didn't have much besides the financial stuff, because that was what their motive was. So they just fluffed it up with a bunch of all this crap of who handed who to what. The bike. Crime scene. Maybe. Well, Letecia pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. That's what I last saw. Let me just double check that phrasing because I always get it confused. But I'm pretty sure she pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. But to what you're saying, they're not arguing that she murdered Gannon. They're just saying she was insane. And she should be sent to a hospital. Ian Thomas, thank you for the membership, says, yeah, AM was brutal. Prosecution was overkill because they had was circumstantial. That's true too. That's I guess because of how circumstantial it was. They just they really took us through the process, bro. Lord Almighty. But it was still an interesting trial, though, for sure. It was very controversial. Nobody really knew what was going to happen. A lot of people had thought that he was going to be found not guilty. I thought, right? Isn't that what they said? That there wasn't enough evidence. I thought that too. I was saying that, like, I feel he had involvement, but I felt like there wasn't enough to prove that he shot Maggie and Paul. But so let's go over these little interviews. I think we still have a couple of minutes. So in doing the interview that I did yesterday with Jennifer Knight, Crime Curious, I did not know this. It was so interesting. She told me this woman, Leigh Egan from Crime Online, which Crime Online, I guess, is owned by Nancy Grace. This woman actually got subpoenaed. She's going to be testifying. I guess because she got these exclusive interviews with Letecia. Let's see. Part 2. Was it Letecia? The story has been corrected to reflect that Gannon's stepmother said he did not walk out of a basement door on January 27. He walked down to the basement area after he arrived home in the afternoon, but did not exit through the basement door. Okay. We spoke exclusively with Letecia Stauch, the stepmother of Gannon, and the last person to see him alive. Stauch last saw Gannon on January 27 at some point between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. at their Lorson Ranch home off Mandan Drive near Colorado Springs. Stauch said Gannon left to go to a friend's house and never returned home. She isn't sure which friend Gannon wanted to see, and none of the boys' friends saw him that day, which that whole story right there is sus as hell. Like, who sends out their kid? It's just like, you don't know what friend or whatever they're going to be with, you know? I mean, maybe some parents might be like that. Back in the day, like with my mother, like I couldn't go anywhere without her knowing like who or what, even though, who knows, kids these days, you say you're going with somebody and you go somewhere else. but you at least have some sort of idea. Stauch said Gannon left to go to a friend's house and never returned home. She isn't sure which friend. And none of the boy's friends saw him that day, according to Gannon's father in an interview. Although Gannon was initially listed as a runaway by El Paso County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Deborah Minat, said his status quickly changed to endangered and missing due to his age, the weather conditions, and his medical needs. Authorities cannot confirm that Gannon left by himself, but Minat said that if they thought Gannon had been abducted, they would have already released that information to the public. No one in the neighborhood spotted Gannon leaving his home on the afternoon of January 27, and no one that has publicly reported it, well, at least no one that has publicly reported it. Gannon missed school that day. None of his classmates saw him. All the stuff we already know. Stauch is aware of she's the centerpiece of speculation and rumors since Gannon's trail appears to end with her. However, she maintains that she is worried about Gannon and has no idea where he could be. She stressed to Crime Online that she never harmed Gannon and would never put him in harm's way. Something is not right. I'm so mad. They have spent all this time and haven't found him. Why? Because they're chasing me. Damn. And we know about this neighbor security footage. Neighbor Roderick Drayton, which I would think he's probably going to testify. I don't know. Provided home security to Fox 31 Denver that showed Gannon leaving home with his stepmother in a red Nissan Frontier truck at around 10:12 a.m. Drayton reportedly said the security footage was from January 27. Tisha returned home in the truck the same day around 2:20 p.m. Drayton said he added that Tisha returned home alone without Gannon, though she would have had to return with Gannon, I guess. Maybe he just couldn't see. I thought because of the quality of the camera, they couldn't tell which way. Maybe, I don't know. Stauch denied the allegation. Stauch told Crime Online that Gannon was with her when she arrived back home and that he exited the truck. He was holding a white bag in his hand. Stauch theorized that Drayton may have provided incorrect date of surveillance footage since her teen daughter arrived on January 27 at around 4:38 p.m. and parked in the same spot her truck was spotted on security footage. We both couldn't have parked there, Stauch said. Something is not right. I even helped my stepdaughter get the bike out of the garage, I guess the bike that we saw. And then her and my teen daughter went to the Dollar Tree. Truck was on the road then. Stauch added that she clearly remembered giving Gannon a white bag to hold on to January 27 in case he puked. She said the little boy had pooped in his pants the day prior and had been having issues with his stomach. Another security footage clip aired on Fox 31 Denver showed the red truck parked on the curb in front of the Stauch house. A boy who appeared to be Gannon exited the truck wearing a backpack. It's unclear what day the particular footage was captured, but Stauch said it showed her arriving home with Gannon January 27. This is definitely Monday when we got back, Stauch said, referring to the clip. Same clothes he had, a bag in his hand. Something's not right. I had said from day one that I never backed in the driveway when he and I returned.
Start new tonight with the
Fox on headlines.
Greg Nia
Will not comment specifically on exactly what is in the video, but the neighbor who handed it over to investigators is, and he's worried about what it means for Gannon.
Fox 31's Greg Nieto on it live at the family home in El Paso County. Greg.
Yeah, Jeremy, we are actually here outside the entrance to the family's surveillance.
Something isn't right.
All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
Wait for the witness camera to turn back on. Let's see here. Lisa E, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it, man. I know there's a lot of places you guys can be. Kelly, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you see they found an ID of one of the victims in Brian Koberger's house? Crazy. I had heard a lot of people talking about it. They also looking into him for potentially other murders.
All rise for the jury, please.
Chaos, thank you for the 18-month membership. Happy Friday, Mel. As always, keep being amazing. Best mods and subs ever. Love you all. Thank you, Chaos. Appreciate your support and love through all the shit, even last year. Bring me salmon when you get back. I actually cooked salmon last night. I thought there was more pieces in there. It was only 5 pieces in that bag. So that's what they're claiming.
Court will
They're
recall
investigating.
20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jason Hess, Hess.
Thank you.
Jason Hess. Let's see.
Officer Hess, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jason Hess. I'm a lieutenant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Last name Hess.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
For 26 years.
What kind of roles have you served on with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been a deputy assigned to detentions, assigned to the patrol division, the SWAT team, a supervisor for the SWAT team, a supervisor on patrol, both sergeant role and a lieutenant.
What was your employment back in January of 2020?
I was a sergeant assigned to the patrol division.
What are duties associated with a assigned to patrol?
For patrol, we're responding to calls for service, proactive policing, traffic enforcement, and general community concerns.
Is it fairly common to have a lot of contact with members of the community?
Yes, it is.
Some point, did you get involved in the Gannon Stauch missing child investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that investigation?
I was at the office of the sheriff performing some administrative duties and became aware of the call that had occurred the night before and that an 11-year-old Gannon was reported missing that night. And I started making some phone calls to help further that.
Excuse me. Just so we're understanding when this exactly happened, you referenced the night before.
January 28th is when I became aware of it.
So you became aware on January 28th?
Yes.
And the call actually occurred on January 27th?
Correct.
Of 2020?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to call a female at a particular phone number that you understood to be the stepmother of Gannon?
Yes, I did.
You remember the phone number that you called?
I do not remember the phone number.
Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. How did you obtain that phone number?
It was from the previous call for service records that we have internally from the call that had occurred.
When you called the person, did that person expect you to be calling, or was this just a cold call?
It was a cold call. I was just following up on information.
Who were you trying to get a hold of?
I was trying to get a hold of the parents of Gannon or the person that had called in the original report, Letecia.
Did you identify the person that answered the phone?
Yes, as best you can over the phone by just asking questions.
So what, describe male or female?
Female.
Did you have subsequent contact with that person face to face?
Yes.
The voice that you heard on that particular call, did that coincide with a person that you met face to face?
Yes, from what I could tell.
And the person that you were talking to on that phone call, who was that person?
Letecia.
Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
What did you want to gather from Letecia Stauch at that particular time?
The first thing I wanted to know is had Gannon returned home? And if he had not, had she learned any information or got any other information as to where he might be?
What information did Letecia Stauch give you during that phone call?
That he had not returned home and she had no further information.
Did she also make reference to the fact that deputies had searched the home the night before?
Yes, one of the procedures that we do is to conduct a search, and I wanted to make sure that had occurred. So I asked her if deputies had searched the home, and she said that they had.
Did you get from her permission to put Gannon's photo out in the media?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you a photo or did you already have one?
I do not recall if I asked her to send one or if one was obtained during the original report, but we did have a photo, and I provided that to our public information officer to push that out to media and social media resources to get his photograph out there and available.
And did that in fact occur, that a photo of Gannon was pushed out?
Yes, pretty quickly that occurred.
Did you do any searches yourself on that January 28th day?
Yes, after the photo went out to the media, some tips had come in about people seeing a child walking in certain areas, and I drove to some of those areas and began searching.
So let's talk a little bit in bigger picture here. The report was either missing or runaway child, is that right?
Yes.
Does that sort of guide you in those early stages of a case like that as to what you might be doing?
Yes, and then the age of the child is also a major factor.
So tell the jury about that, those factors that you would be considering and how that would potentially drive the investigation in those early stages.
In this particular case, an 11-year-old child who is unaccounted for during winter months, so cold, and now overnight is at an extreme risk, and they're considered that within our agency. So additional resources are immediately put into place to start that search, which would be different than a 16-year-old who has run away 5 times in the past and has come back a day later. So different styles of approach to those.
And as it relates to the information you had, who was it that reported that Gannon was either missing or had run away?
His stepmother, Letecia.
On that same day of January 28, 2020, did you respond to Starbucks on Mesa Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go to Starbucks?
I learned that some of the detectives had come out to meet with Gannon's parents and speak to them. And I went over there to see if there was anything else I could do on efforts with doing searching or canvassing.
Did you actually see the parents of Gannon Stauch at that time?
Yes, I did. I sat at a table with our 2 detectives and them.
The person that you had been on the phone with earlier the morning of January 28th and now the person that was at Starbucks, was that Letecia Stauch?
Yes, it was.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you identify her to the court and to the jury by where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting over on our far right against the wall in a pink shirt.
I'd ask that the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
At some point during that contact with the father and the defendant, were you able to look at what was described to you as Gannon's phone?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Trying to determine if he had searched anywhere on like a Google Maps feature where there would be a history that might direct me on somewhere to go.
Would that be something that you would typically look for if you were looking for a missing child or a runaway child?
Sometimes you don't know where to look, so you look at all available information, and that is one thing that you would look for is did they search somewhere to go or enter a friend's address or something like that that maybe they hadn't walked to before to give them a route or something.
And not necessarily asking you for the address that you found in there, but did you learn of an address and then that ran to ground, meaning it was not really associated with the missing person here?
Correct.
What address?
Did the defendant herself at some point show you a picture of somebody that had been reported that looked like Gannon or that she thought was Gannon?
Yes, there had been some Facebook groups that were active in attempts to help locate Gannon, and she had been forwarded a photograph from one of those groups.
Did you do anything with that information?
We took that photograph and attempted to identify if it was in fact Gannon or not, and we were subsequently able to determine that it was not Gannon and that somebody else identified it as their child based on clothing and items they were carrying.
Did you become familiar with Gannon's neighborhood, so Lorson Ranch area, during this part of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you canvass that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
What are you What does that mean to canvass a neighborhood?
There's many parts of it. The typical part that you would assume is police officers knocking on your door, asking questions, asking if you have surveillance cameras. They're showing the roadway or sidewalks, driving through areas where kids might play, under bridges, construction sites, things like that.
Did you do those things?
Yes, I did.
Did that lead to any clues that you were readily able to find to locate Gannon?
No, it did not.
In the afternoon time, did you actually go to Gannon's home at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go there?
I wanted to clarify the timeline because I had not been part of the initial part of the investigation on when he would have left the house. So as I knocked on doors at different neighbors, I had a timeline to ask to look at their security camera feeds.
Did you have any contact with people at that residence?
Yes, I did.
Who was there?
There were several people that were unidentified to me, I think friends and family members, Letecia and Eugene.
So the defendant and Gannon's father?
Yes, and their daughter.
Did you try to verify a time from the defendant that would be of note for the investigation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was between 3:15 and 4-ish approximately when he would have left the house.
Did she describe in that statement to you what she was doing when she reports that Gannon left the house?
Between her and her daughter during the conversation, it came up that a candle had been knocked over and there was a burn mark on the carpet, and she had been taking care of that when Gannon left.
Trying to fix that burn area?
Yes.
Did she describe in any detail anything about that candle or burn incident to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant what friend's house Gannon may have been heading towards?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She didn't know.
Did you then return to the house on a later date, January 31st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go on that date?
I received a phone call from our investigations division, and they asked me to go to the house and told me that Letecia and some family members might be removing property from the house, and that they thought Letecia and another daughter of hers might be wearing smartwatches that could potentially contain some digital evidence that may be helpful in the investigation.
Did you in fact go to the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you see different vehicles than other times when you'd been in the neighborhood?
Yes, there was a van that was there, and then some other just personal cars.
Let's talk about that van. What do you remember about the van?
It was a not like a U-Haul moving van, but a van that you could, like a cargo van that you could pack stuff in. And they were unloading items from the house and packing it into the van.
Was it a white van?
Yes, it was.
Did you also see a Nissan vehicle there?
Yes, I did. I believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
I'm sorry, say that last
I
part.
believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Do you remember, was it a Nissan Altima?
Sounds correct, yes.
How many people did you see there that were helping the defendant move things out of the house into the van as you described it?
There were probably 4 or so directly, but there were also other people present. So what each person's role was, I don't know exactly, but I know there were a couple at the van helping load stuff. I believe an aunt that was there as well as her mother.
So let's talk about the aunt. Was that person Brenda Awkward?
I believe so, yes.
And spelling on that, do you remember it off the top of your head? Does ACQUARD sound correct?
Sounds correct.
What vehicle was Brenda Awkward associated with?
Nissan, I believe.
Was she in fact the driver of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her at all? And I'm not asking you for statements, but did you talk to her?
It would have been briefly, yes.
Okay. Other people that you identified that were associated with the defendant and potentially helping her load things into the van, can you tell us those names?
I do not recall everybody's name, but I remember Harley was there, her mother was there, her aunt. I think there was another male that was there assisting as well.
Harley, who was that in relation to the defendant?
Daughter.
Okay. And then mother, is that Deborah?
Yes.
And then you said a male. Would that be Dakota Lowry?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know his relation to the defendant?
Not specifically. I thought he was a son, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Okay.
It's like with a C though. I think it's AC something. Awkward. But the chat, you guys are cracking me up. The awkward thing. And they're talking about loading the van. And just kind of like, huh? Kind of like, I mean, I know the van, I guess, for it's the same van that Gannon was found in. I mean, I guess he wasn't there at the time. I don't know.
Lieutenant, when I was asking you earlier if you remember the number of the person that you called on the morning of January 28th, you said you didn't remember, but if you looked at your report, you might be able to remember.
Yes, I documented that in my report.
I've got your report here with showing you that. Refresh your memory on that point.
Yes, it would.
Ask for permission to approach the witness for refreshing his memory.
You may go ahead.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
What number was that?
843-655-7460.
Thank you. I want to get into more detail about the statement that you got from the defendant when you went to the house after that phone call on January 28th. How long would you say that conversation lasted?
Just a couple of minutes.
Do you remember details of what she told you in that conversation?
Some of it, yes.
What do you remember specifically her telling you?
I had asked her if she knew where Gannon had gone, so I had a direction to go to and contact that house or houses in between. She said that she did not know. Her daughter made a comment about her mom being...
Mr. Allen?
I was reading the report and I couldn't tell who he was referring to there.
He said her daughter.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you for any statements right now from daughter. I'm asking you for statements of the defendant.
Okay. She had made mention that she might have got a little excited during the fire during that.
Okay. Did she describe specifically what she did in relation to that fire?
I recall her saying she tried to put it out with a blanket, and originally the blanket caused it to get slightly bigger, and then she was able to put it out.
So basically, was she describing that she was trying to smother the fire?
Yes.
Did she describe, and when I say she again, I'm talking about the defendant, did she describe that Gannon had got something on his shirt?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
What did she say about that?
It was pretty vague. It was just he had something on the front of his shirt that had gotten on there during the fire incident.
Okay, may I have just a moment here?
You may.
Was there a younger daughter there as well?
Yes.
Did you ever get that daughter's name?
I did not.
Would you say rough age?
Approximately 8.
Did she at some point point to you a direction of which direction Gannon may have walked to?
Yes, she did.
And which direction was she generally pointing?
She pointed east from the house, referring to a friend of Gannon's that lived a few houses down.
Okay. Now I want to get into some other information as it relates to your experience and then what you learned in this case. Have you responded out to other calls where a kid in this rough age range is missing or had run away?
Yes, I have.
How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
It'd be hard to put a number on it, but over my career, a lot, probably in excess of 30 runaway or missing persons style calls.
When you go out to those types of calls, have you had opportunities to observe people's emotional reactions to that sort of an event?
Yes, I have.
is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Yes, it is.
Based on your contact with this defendant in this case, did her reactions and the way that she was interacting with you, was it consistent with other times that you've gone out on these types of calls or different?
Overruled. I don't think Mr. Allen is asking for an expert opinion. I think he's asking for an opinion based on his prior encounters with other individuals. So it goes to weight, not admissibility. Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
In similar situations where a child as young as Gannon, 11 years old, is missing or has run away for the first time, there's usually a little more emotional reaction, especially when it has now been overnight and a second day. The emotions are usually more visible and present. It's not always the case, but most of the time it is when a parent's child has gone missing and they have no idea where they are now for a period of 2 days.
During your law enforcement career, have you dealt with people that, excuse me, that are dealing with severe mental health disorders or diseases?
Yes, I have.
Can you approximate, or is it too many to even put a number on?
It would be difficult to put a number on that.
Was the defendant in your contact with her on January 28th and on January 31st, did she appear to be suffering from any severe mental health disorder or disease?
And Your Honor, I'm going to make the same objection that he is relying on the police officer.
Overruled. You
can
go
answer.
ahead and answer.
It did not appear to me, no.
Did she, when you were talking with her, asking her questions, would her answers logically follow the questions?
Yes.
Did she appear to understand, I guess, what you were asking about?
Yes.
Was she able to give you specific answers to those questions?
Yes, she was.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Sorry. All right. Cross-examination.
In your experience, how long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years.
In your 26 years, how many people have you dealt with that suffer from dissociative identity disorder?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know exactly what disorder people may have be suffering from.
Do you know if you've ever dealt with anybody who suffered from dissociative identity disorder?
I would believe I've probably come in contact with them, yes.
How many?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Oh, Lord.
Did the defendant, based on what you just testified to, did she appear to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder?
I know what that is.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Hess? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness,
boom,
please.
Boom, boom. Amazing. Who's next? That's the thing, is like, I'm sure they're not getting people's diagnoses.
Next witness
when they're
is?
arriving to
Yes, Your
calls.
Honor. Leslie Hicks.
Thank you.
Leslie Hicks. Okay, let's see. Leslie Hicks, I guess.
Ms. Hicks, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Okay.
Start out there first. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Hicks.
Good morning.
For the purposes of the record, would you state your name?
Leslie Hicks.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at Academy School District 20 as an assistant principal.
And about how long have you been employed at that school?
At the school, I'm currently at Timberview Middle School, but I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School for almost 25 years. I was there from 1997 with the exception of 2 years.
And in January of 2020, what school were you at?
I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School.
And as an assistant principal?
Correct.
How long have you generally been in that type of role?
At that time, I had been in that role for 3 years.
And prior to that, what sort of role had you had in education in that kind of context?
I was a teacher in several subject areas at 3 different grade levels. I also served as an intervention coordinator at Mountain Ridge prior to the assistant principal role, and I was at Rampart High School for 2 years as an interventionist, but for about 17 years, I was a teacher.
Okay. And in terms of the course of your role as an assistant principal over the years, how many interviews have you been a part of?
Hundreds. I've interviewed probably hundreds of people, both in the role as a teacher and as an assistant principal and interventionist, probably over the span of that 20 plus years, definitely hundreds of interviews.
And why is that interview process so important for the nature of the work?
Okay, because we're trying to find the best person to educate our children. And it's very important that we put the best people in front of our kids.
Okay. As a part of the open applications for the school that you were at in January 2020, was there an applicant by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes, it was.
And for what position did Letecia Stauch apply for?
She applied for a resource teacher, which is a teacher for students that have IEPs or a special education.
And as part of that interview process, did you meet in person with someone by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify them where they are seated in the courtroom?
Yes, over here.
Okay, and that is your right side?
That is my right side in the purple shirt.
In the purple shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Hicks has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hicks, you explained that it's a resource teacher position. What are the roles and responsibilities of that position?
Okay, the role of the teacher in that position is to serve as a case manager for our students with learning disabilities, and that person would teach some classes to help meet the needs of those kids. And in our school, that person also worked as a co-teacher in classes with the general ed teacher and would work in partnership with that person.
And for that particular position, as it relates to working with this particular set of children, would that person also be responsible for making sure that students follow rules?
Yeah, I think every teacher at school is responsible for classroom management, and that's part of the role of a teacher, is making sure that kids are performing the way they need to perform, both behaviorally and academically.
And as part of the onboarding process for employees, are they also given particular guidance about how to report violations from students, that sort of thing?
Yeah, within the school, yes. And that would be something as far as, how we manage that in our own buildings.
Okay. And as part of the interviewing process, what forms of communication did you have with the defendant?
We interviewed in person. She came into the school, and we have a set of questions. We had an interview team. There were 3 of us on the interview team, and we asked her a series of questions that had to do with the topics that you were speaking of, both, how do you manage students academically and provide for them, as well as classroom management and behavior.
So in addition to meeting with someone in person for that interview panel, are communications also done through other forms? What other means?
After the interview or during
After
the
or
interview?
before, at any point with an applicant?
Before, it would be, actually probably the secretary probably contacted her to set up a time for an interview. And then after the interview, if the candidate is chosen, then I would reach out and I would be checking references and then reaching out ultimately to decide whether we want to move forward with a hire or not.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 207 previously shown to the defense.
You may go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, I'm going to ask you to look at People's Exhibit 207. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with that first page. And I'll ask you to look through the messages that follow and familiarize yourself with those.
I did leave my glasses in my purse. Could I get those? I apologize.
If that would help you.
Yes, it would help.
Okay. Permission to approach.
You may.
I apologize.
It's all good.
Thank you.
She was doing something weird with her mouth earlier, Tisha. I don't know what she was doing. I thought she was going to try to make herself throw up. She was almost about to like shove her whole hand in her mouth. What the hell is that?
And Ms. Hicks, I'll actually stop you there on that first, that first page of messages. Do you recognize the telephone numbers that appear on that page?
Yes, I do.
Which one is your telephone number?
My number is 719-400-8405.
Okay.
Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
This is sort of an unfamiliar experience for a lot of people.
Yes.
The lady to your right is taking down everything we say as we say it. So it's important to remember, let the attorney finish the question all the way before you give an answer, and she'll let you finish your answer. It's common in ordinary conversations that we talk over each other, but it makes the court reporter's job really, really hard if you do that in the courtroom. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
So you recognize a telephone number that's associated that you use. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And not to read from it, but do you recognize the other telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And how generally do you recognize that telephone number?
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I remember the area code, and the number does look familiar to me.
Okay. And what number did you use? Who did you use that number to communicate with?
Ms. Stauch.
Okay. I'll ask you to look through the remainder of the messages to familiarize yourself with them.
Okay.
Yes, you don't know. Like an inconvenience to Tisha. She don't want to deal with it. The devil is listening. That devil's listening. Yeah, the judge is good. I thought that was good. The judge did that.
And you'll have an opportunity to read them.
Okay.
But I just generally, as you flip through the pages, if you can make sure that they represent a text message exchange that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are they?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the message exchange you had between yourself and the phone number that you know to be associated with Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 207.
Defense, Exhibit 207 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Hicks, messages are going to be displayed behind you.
Okay.
If it's easy for you to stand next to that, you can do that. We may still have a pointer there. You're probably familiar with using a pointer as a teacher. So if you want to use that.
Okay.
Great. Your Honor, if you would turn on the.
It is on.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, great. Now, Ms. Hicks, you've explained that your telephone number. We see this first message displayed here on the screen. Who's sending that message?
I am.
Okay, and what does it say? Can you read it for us?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge Middle School. I left you a phone message yesterday, and I'm wondering if you received it. Would it be possible for you to call me today at this number or to email me? I'd like to talk to you about the resource teacher position. Thank you.
All right. And just to make sure that your voice is projecting to all of our jurors, is it possible for you to stand on the other side of the screen? All right. And what date was that message sent by you?
January 16th, 2020.
Okay. And we'll move on to the next message. And again, the telephone number that you see in this message, you're familiar with that number? Okay. And so we see a maybe Nicole. Does that mean anything to you? Okay. What is the response that you receive after you sent your first message?
I have iMessages. I will email you.
Okay. And what date was that sent?
1/16/2020.
Okay, great. And we'll move onwards. What's your response?
Great, thank you.
Okay. The following day, you send another response. What did you send on January 17th?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge again. I sent you an email yesterday. Is it possible for you to get back to me today? Thank you.
Okay. And did you get a response?
I emailed you back.
Okay. And was that sent to you the same day?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Hicks, as part of this process, at this point, January 17th-ish, where is the defendant in the application or hiring process at this point?
At this point, she has completed her interview and I'm in the process of checking references.
Okay. And if you want, you can take a seat now. We'll come back to more of the messages. So as part of that application process, you referenced obtaining references. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the defendant able to provide you with some references?
Yes, on her application, she had references, and I was having trouble getting a hold of some of the references. And so through the course of our dialogue, I asked her for additional ones.
Okay. Do you remember a particular reference by the name of Connie Huddle?
Yes.
Do you remember the first telephone number that was provided to you for Connie Huddle?
I remember that it was an area code from South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe it was, I know it started with a six.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Fair to say it's been a while since you've seen that?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Marissa Williams on January 31st of 2020?
Yes,
Do you recall giving those specific telephone number to the detective that day?
I do.
And would seeing your statement refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, go ahead.
All right, Ms. Hicks, as far as the first telephone number that was provided to you by the defendant here, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first telephone number the defendant provided to you for a contact named Connie Huddle?
It was 843-504-6724.
And what happened when you tried to contact that telephone number?
I have a caller ID on my telephone, and the name Eugene Stauch came up.
That name?
Other than the last name, I was not familiar with the name at the time. No.
Okay. And I'll take a step back. The first telephone number that you called, was there more than one number that you were provided for Connie Huddle?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Ms. Hicks, do you recall talking to Detective Williams and providing her with a very specific first telephone number?
Yes.
And would reviewing that statement refresh your recollection as to the first telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. Does that refresh recollection?
Yes,
What was the first telephone number that you called?
843-957-3486.
What happened when you called that first telephone number? Were you able to get through?
No,
What did you ask for after you didn't get through with that telephone number?
I asked if there was a different number.
Okay, and were you provided a different number by the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And from memory, are you able to recall what that second number was?
843-604 6724.
All right. And I'll ask you again would seeing a statement of your report refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And can you review your statement for that second specific telephone number?
Yes. 843-504-6724.
Okay, thank you. A lot of different numbers. You called various numbers as it relates to references.
Yes, I did.
And so now I'll come back to the question that I had is, when you were actually able to complete a call, can you tell the jury what you heard on that call?
Yes, a female answered and didn't identify who it was, but I heard children in the background.
Okay. And were you, did you ask, what did you do when you
Yes,
heard?
I asked if it was Connie. And if I recall, the person said no. And
Hold on.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yep.
Ms. Gratiano?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not asking what the other person said, Your Honor. And
okay.
But further, it's also not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay. Well, then where are you going?
I'm just going to ask.
You might want to approach him.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Okay.
St. Elmo's Fire. Thank you for the super chat earlier. South Carolina has used faulty evidence bags in the past. Uh-oh. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the super chat. Says your coffee arrived at the counter. Someone signed for it. I issued your address. You have always had it had in your info. Yeah, that's a good address. Yeah, I got an email. So I think there's like 2 or 3 packages I got to pick up. I'll probably do that maybe tomorrow, or Sunday. Sometime before Monday, I'll do it, I guess. Thank you so much for the coffee. Appreciate that. The neighborhood, thank you for the 15 months membership. Damn, it's been that long. I didn't know that. Immunity, yada, 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 whatever. Thank you. Kona's mom, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for all the support, too. Appreciate it. I know you've been around a lot lately, too. I feel like you're new, right? Have you been around for a while? Did you just come for this? You just feel like you're new to the channel from this trial, maybe, the story. I've been here for 2 years. What? You didn't remember me? Nah, you got to be recent. Thank you, though. SW4x4 Explorers. Thank you for the super chat. It says, at least they're not asking the same person, the same ish over and over and over and over like the Murdoch trial. Thank you, Mel, for covering all of this. Thank you. Yeah, this is not bad. I think they're moving along pretty quickly. Michelle Griffin, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you for all the support. If you guys could hit like, please, helps out the algorithm. We're just going to be streaming straight to YouTube from now on for the rest of the trial because something with the ingest for multi-streaming causes issues for whatever reason. So we're not going to no more playing around with that. I had to throw off Twitch and Facebook off the boat to save the rest of the people, the majority of the people. For the betterment of humankind, I threw them off the ship. Sorry. Oh, Laughing Beside You. That I do recognize. I remember that name. Yes. And I think we follow each other on Twitch. Not Twitch, Twitter. Twitter.
Objection sustained?
Yes. Change your name on YouTube. Okay.
Ms. Hicks, how long was the duration of that call?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. After that interaction, did you have any sort of concerns about moving forward with the application process as it related to the defendant?
No.
Okay. And why is that? At that point, where were you at in the interview process?
Well, the interview had been completed. And as I said, we were checking for references. And so sometimes people give incorrect numbers. And so I asked for additional numbers for references.
In terms of educational background, is that also part of the interview process?
Yes.
Okay. And did the defendant provide you with some sort of information regarding an educational background?
I had access to her resume, yes.
Okay. In terms of the educational background, was there a particular degree that the defendant claimed that she had?
I did say she had a doctorate.
From where?
From Liberty University.
And were you able, as part of the interview process, able to vet that?
That's not my role. That's not my role.
Okay. In terms of during the application and interview process, did the defendant ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Okay. What about any other educational references, either through speaking with her or through emails, text messages, any other way that she wanted to be referred to as?
She did sign her emails, Dr. Stauch.
Okay. Ultimately, what was the decision with regard to hiring the defendant?
We did eventually offer her a position at the school.
And is that a decision that you unilaterally make?
During the interview process, there are 3 of us that decided that we would like to move forward. And then I do the reference checks, and then I bring that information to my principal, and we decided to move forward.
Okay.
Yes.
And so based on that decision, when would have been the first time that she made contact with either you or the school at that point?
Well, at that point, it's a recommendation for hire goes to our district human resources department, and the rest of the process goes through them. And then once they are have gone through their process, she's recommended to come over to the school.
Okay. And for that, was she recommended to come to the school?
Yes.
And do you recall a rough approximation of when that would have happened?
Yes, the 22nd of January.
Of 2020?
Yes.
If we can project people's 207 again, Your Honor.
Dr. Evil. Camilla.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hicks. As we scroll onwards past January 17th, we will move to, we can continue on, and we'll move to, looks like January 20th. There's a message that is sent by the defendant's telephone number. What is that message?
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Okay, and what date is that sent?
That is 1/21/21.
Okay. And the subsequent message after that, what else does that message, that phone number say to you?
And do I need to bring anything specific? I just hung up with the district and they said to be there tomorrow.
Great. And what was your response?
Hi, Tisha. We're so excited to have you here. The workday begins at 7:30. You don't need to bring anything in particular. We will have a sub there tomorrow that has been filling in. You'll have an opportunity to shadow him and meet the kids, as well as get set up with the things you will need. Sherry Fuller, our SPED department leader, will meet you tomorrow as well. See you soon.
Great. And what was the next exchange that the defendant's telephone number sent to you?
Good evening.
And what date was that sent?
And that date is on the 22nd.
Okay. And can you read?
January.
Great. Can you read the rest of the message?
I wanted to ask your guidance about what to do about tomorrow. I had scheduled that interview at the district office before getting hired. I understand they probably have someone interest or someone in mind, but I don't want to burn any bridges and would like to at least let them know my interest in eventually moving up later, or even if it's a year or so. I know we have to all start somewhere. What do you think is the best approach to take? Thank you.
Great. And what was your response to that message?
Hi, Tisha. It is your choice if you want to choose to interview tomorrow. Please remember that you will need a substitute and sub-plans to cover the classes you will miss. Please let us know if you need assistance with that. Thank you.
Great. And the next message that you received from the defendant's telephone number?
Well, they told me to do the fingerprints too, so I was just trying to do the right thing.
And the message after that?
Okay, I will just try to do the right thing by everyone. I didn't want to stand anyone up and wanted to be loyal to our school too.
Okay. And the next message?
It's 8 a.m. I mentioned it before in our emails, but wanted to make sure to follow the necessary steps. They did say I could do the fingerprints while I'm there, so I could get some link to do the paperwork. I haven't done any of that.
Ms. Hicks, how would you generally describe this type of exchange in these messages?
Overruled.
I would say that they be typical of somebody who might be, who's just a new employee.
Okay. Conscientious, would that?
Conscientious and wanting to do the, making sure that she's putting herself in her best job.
All right. At some point, was there arrangements made for her to shadow somebody at the school and be present?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the last time you saw the defendant in person?
The last time I saw her in person was that Friday morning of the 25th.
And how would you generally describe her demeanor?
She was at work and working and meeting the kids. She was running a class.
And it's a little tricky, but would Friday the 24th sound more accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Friday, January 24th, her demeanor was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Did she appear to you, based on your work in being around teachers and hiring, did she appear to be going through any sort of mental health crisis?
No.
Okay. Subsequent to seeing her on Friday, January 24th, what was the next contact that you had with her, either in person or through other form?
I received a text message from her on Monday, 27th.
All right. And if we could move to Monday morning, January 27th, through the messages. They should appear on page 5. What time was the message from the defendant's phone sent to your phone on January 27th of 2020?
3 a.m.
Okay. Did you read it at 3 a.m.?
No.
What were you doing? Okay. What did the message say?
I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time.
All right. Subsequent message that your phone received, what was that message?
The message?
Was it the same? Was it different?
The same message.
Okay. What time was that message?
4:37 a.m.
Okay. So it's exactly the same as the message that was sent at 3 a.m. from the defendant's phone? At some point that morning, did you wake up?
Yes.
Okay. Like a busy assistant principal, were you then able to look at all your messages?
Yes.
Okay. When you had an opportunity to read this message, what was your response?
I responded saying, "Oh my goodness, Letecia, I'm so sorry."
Okay. And we'll move onwards. What else did you say?
And then shall we try to find a sub for you today?
Okay. And about what time is this based on the timestamps we see here?
5:50 a.m.
Okay. Subsequent response by the defendant's telephone number. We'll move up. What was that response?
2 question marks. It's a parent. All my family lives in the East Coast. I'm trying to find a way to get there.
And what time was that sent?
I was sent at 7:21.
Okay. What was your response to that message?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?
And what time was that sent?
7:32.
And the response from the defendant's phone?
Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe that would not be an assumption in a time like this.
And your response to that?
I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward.
Okay. Ms. Hicks, you can take a seat now. Thank you. In the text message exchange that occurred on January 27th that morning, how would you describe the tone of that exchange?
Angry.
Okay. In terms of candidates and now a hired candidate contacting you, was your phone number provided for this type of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
When there is an emergency, as far as whether or not somebody can be at work, what's the procedure? What is that person supposed to do?
Typically, they might contact their supervisor and let them know what's happening. We do have a system to get a substitute, but she wouldn't have gone through that training as yet.
So instead of going through that process because she hadn't received that training, what other avenue would she have had to inform you of an emergency?
To contact me as her supervisor through either phone or email.
Okay. Had you had any other contact with the defendant after that last exchange we saw in
No.
People's 207?
No.
Yeah.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No, sir.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Hicks? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down.
Okay.
Counsel approach, please.
Almost time for lunch break. So this is she texted these people about the stepfather, dying or whatever, to make an excuse to keep Gannon from, home from school. Oh, the stepdad died years ago. Purple Coconut says she had a stepdad that died years
Prosecution,
ago.
call your next witness, please. All right, sir, if you would step forward, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the witness stand.
I didn't even hear his name.
Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, Your Honor, we're calling Kevin Clark one of probably several times in this case. Mr. Clark, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kevin Clark, Kevinclark.
And Mr. Clark, where do you work?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What kind of education and training do you have that allows you to do the work that you do?
I've got an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, a master's degree in Project Management, and then I've earned undergraduate certificates, since I already have the bachelor's degree, in digital forensics, cybercrime, and database management. I've also received training by law enforcement agencies in cell phone tower and mapping data, fundamentals of crime intelligence analysis training, level 1 and level 2 of a program called GeoTime for cell phone data and mapping program, as well as the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, level 1 and level 2 training.
And then as it relates to the investigation for Gannon Stauch, missing Gannon Stauch, how did you become involved in that investigation?
At the time, I was a senior criminal intelligence analyst for the Colorado Springs Police Department, assigned to their Metro Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence Division. And in that capacity, I work with all the law enforcement agencies in the local area. We were aware of a missing child, and then I was asked on Saturday, February 1st, by my commander, if I'd be willing to go TDY to assist as lead analyst in this investigation for the next 30 to 60 days.
Not everybody necessarily knows what TDY means.
Temporary duty. So instead of working at my normal office with the Colorado Springs Police Department, I worked primarily out of the command post.
And then as a result of your involvement in this investigation, do you know whether multiple search warrants were obtained for phone numbers?
They were.
What would you typically get when you issue a search warrant to a cell phone provider?
To a cell phone provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and then Sprint at the time, you would get something back called call detail records. The call detail records is just a business record full of dates and times with phone numbers that communicate with each other. So the outgoing call from the target phone number or the incoming call to the target phone number, what that phone number is, how long the duration of the call was, if the call was connected. Text messages, same thing. At this date, on this time, phone number 1 sent a text message, phone number 2, or on the receiving end of that. Data sessions, and usually some sort of subscriber information, who pays the bill for that phone.
So do you submit a phone number to the cell phone provider to get that information?
You do.
Okay. So we just heard Ms. Hicks testifying about the defendant giving a reference for a person called Connie Huddle and listed the phone number 843-504-6724. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
Based on your knowledge of that particular phone number, who is that phone number associated to?
Gannon Stauch.
Indicating that the defendant created that reference and used Gannon Stauch's phone number for that person.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
He didn't ask the jury, but they probably don't have questions either. There you
This
go.
witness will be available throughout the trial, and my understanding is going to be testifying at a later time.
At least 2 more times, Judge.
Go ahead and submit your question now. I'll hold on to it. It may be that we can ask it now. Do any of the jurors have any questions? Let me ask that. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. You can go ahead and step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess a little bit early. If I can have all of you back in the jury room at, say, 1:15, we'll be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so lunch break. And there's a couple of things we can talk about, different topics too. We can talk about. I'm just gonna go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. We'll hang out for the lunch break. I ordered some food too, but I'll be hanging out here with you guys. The laptop too.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So when we come back, that's when we're going to have the 30-minute video or so.
Yes, Judge. So it's People's Exhibit number 211. Defense has indicated that they'll stipulate to admission and publishing of this. It's a audio recording.
Okay. And then what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon?
We just have more witnesses, obviously, Judge. Let's see. At some point today, we'll have Dr. Leon Kelly will come in to testify, Detective Marissa Williams, depending on how far we get, Janine Sanchez and Nicole Mobley as well, and then a Deputy Chris Ganstein.
But we will not be getting to the person who did the autopsy today.
No, autopsy, doctor for autopsy is being flown in on Sunday, so she'll be first thing on Monday morning. Yeah, arranging all these flights from Florida has been challenging.
I get it. Okay. All right. Anything from the defense? Okay, great. We'll see you.
All right.
Okay. I'm back. Charge. Let me see if I can send myself this stuff. Take too much time. So, okay, we're going to start out with a couple of things. How to gather myself. Okay, I'll wait for them. So, I think an hour and 15 minutes, they're coming back. First things first, let me just start off with this. I want to say thank you to everybody, and I'll get the super chats too after this mention. Thank you for everybody that went to Crime Curious last night and supported, sent love from our channel over there. Thank you for all the people that subscribed to. A lot of people subscribe, so thank you so much for that. I saw the comments as well. Let me just show you. Over here. So this was really nice. You guys went over there and watched last night and supported. Came through. I watched most. I think like up until halfway, and then I was doing stuff with Maddie and like getting things ready for today. But like I saw all the comments, and just thank you so much. All the love you guys sent over, the positivity. That was great. And if you missed the interview so she did a video with an attorney that they usually do on Thursdays, and that was good. And then we did a really good video. I really enjoyed having her on, Jennifer. If you haven't seen it, when you're bored sometime or whenever, like I said, I have a playlist. This is the interview that we did last night with her, and she talked about a lot of things regarding the case. I learned a lot of things I didn't know about. So it's definitely worth checking out that video. And okay, the other thing, let's see here. Just get some of these super chats real quick. SW4x4 says, at least, oh, I got that already. Thank you so much. Michelle, I got it already. That says, don't forget to hit the like button and thumbs up. And the Glimmerman 5, thank you for becoming a member. Gracias, gracias. Gracias. Let me just talk real quick too about this. I sent it to myself. Harmony Montgomery. So they're doing a massive search. This has been a story that's like been over the course of several years, I believe. I sent myself the links. Come on. There you go. I'm going to show you guys this. I've covered this story quite a few times. Not a bunch, but we've definitely covered it multiple times on the channel. Harmony Montgomery. Large police presence. Multiple helicopters that are flying over Route 107 Marsh Road and Saugus and Revere are because investigators are searching an area in the along road in the marsh and river for the evidence or the remains of 5-year-old Harmony Montgomery. She was murdered by her father in New Hampshire. Her father, Lynn native Adam Montgomery, allegedly used his fists to beat his daughter on the head, killing her. He and his wife, Harmony's stepmom, were eventually arrested on various charges. Adam was later charged with her murder after his wife flipped on him. So for the people that have followed that story, just want to kind of make a mention of that. That's kind of what's going on. That story too was a loop. That story, I think I still have my notes on it. Let's see. I think I have something somewhere. Unless it's gone now. Okay. I don't know why my notes thing has been acting up lately, ever since Oh, here it is. Okay. A little bit tricky. Yeah, there's so much that I have on this, and we've covered this before. I don't know. I'm hoping, I don't know, something turns up. You know, there's just so much of the timeline here. And I'm sure the story's probably evolved and changed since. I don't even know. So, but let me see if I'm just kind of curious if they have any like video or stuff going on with that. Let's see. Or any updates or anybody. I was just wondering if anybody's live right now. Harmony Montgomery. Okay, they got some pictures and stuff. Let me show you this. And then in a little bit, we'll talk about Koberger. Some pictures from Harmony Montgomery search along 107 and Revere. MSP K9 deployed. Also, one crew emerged from the side of the highway with what appears to be an evidence bag. No word what it contains. Harmony Montgomery has been missing since December 2019. Her father, Adam, is charged with murder. So, wow. I wonder what led them to this area. Well, that's the bag, I guess. CG says KMRUTV has video. Okay. Let me take a look. KM. What is it? KMUR. KMUR. Maybe you spelled it wrong. I don't see anything. KMUR. Boston Channel 7 video. Oh, I see some video here now. They posted. Okay. They were live a little bit ago. I'm going to play this one. Oh. Okay. Food's here. Yeah, let me play some of these videos so we can see what's going on. This is Bob from an hour ago.
7. Everybody, it's Bob. I'm on the side of Route 107 here in Revere, and a really sad sight to see. But right behind me here, you can see Mass State Police right now looking for Harmony Montgomery, last seen alive in December of 2019. You can see them working that marshy area, trying to find that little girl. We're along Route 107 just to show you the area where we're at. There's 107. This is the scene. That way, going to Boston. If you go up this way, up into Lynn. But Harmony Montgomery hasn't been seen since 12/19. Hannah Montgomery, of course, her father, facing homicide charges in this case. Just really sad. This little girl's been missing all this time. We've been covering all the stories, trying to find Harmony. Here we are, that's the police. See them filling up this marsh area, all spread out, all trying to find Harmony Montgomery. One of the things that brings them here is that the Montgomery family has lived here in Revere. We know about the searches up in Manchester. There have been 2 searches in Manchester. The FBI part of those searches. The state police and Manchester police here in Massachusetts now, looking for this little girl. You know, what can you say? It's just horrible that Harmony is still not found. And there's the possibility that all this time she could have been here in the marshes of Revere. So anyway, it's just around noontime. The search has been going on since 9 o'clock
The
this
last
morning.
time this thing autoplayed, let me just stop it. Last time that thing autoplayed was a problem. Another thing too, I guess there was a press conference for those 3 kids that were shot, teenagers in Florida. Want to take a look at that as well. Let me do this real quick first. And then we'll, when we do these couple of things, then we'll talk more about Letecia. Just kind of touching up on the different news that's been going on right now around the world. So let me see if they got anything here with this. They're just showing. Oh, no audio. Okay. Just showing video. audio, the search. Florida. Marion County Sheriff. Okay, I got the presser. All right. Let's do this. Let's listen to this presser. I want to know about this. Juveniles arrested for first-degree murder. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. There was this like shooting, where 3 teenagers were shot dead, and I think at different. I don't know. I don't know the details. I don't know the details. They were even talking about serial killer potentially. They released this presser 4 hours ago. So let's check this out. And I'm eating right now, by the way.
At this time, I'd like to introduce Sheriff Billy Wood, Sheriff of Marion County, and some of the team from our investigative team.
First of all, I appreciate everybody being here. Now, we're here for two reasons. Because of a very extremely tragic incident that has occurred, but on the other side of the coin, a conclusion to that tragedy. As all of you are well aware, last Thursday, March 30th, we received a call near Forest Lakes Park, where our first victim, Layla Silvernail, was located suffering from a gunshot wound. She would later succumb to her injuries. The following morning, we responded to a location about a half a mile away and located a second victim deceased on the side of the road from an apparent gunshot wound. Then on Saturday, April 1st, my deputies located Layla's car abandoned and partially submerged in a pond about 9 miles from the location where she was found. My investigators located the third victim inside of the car. And I'll go ahead and tell you, because you've been asking me for specific details. She was located in the trunk. Now, I want to clear up before we get into those details. Based on the interviews, digital evidence from her phone, she was there of her own free will. Now, I'm going to start off by thanking
What does that mean?
all of the entities. If there's ever a true example of law enforcement, communities coming together and a almost perfect collaboration to come to a conclusion in a week on a triple homicide is truly amazing. Those entities include the FBI, FDLE, U.S. Marshal's Office, and in my opinion, probably the best state attorney in the state of Florida for the 5th Judicial Circuit, Bill Gladson's assistant state attorneys.
Florida.
OPD, my deputies, detectives, forensic professionals, and our citizens, who are truly amazing. Now, this one's going to come a shock to you. That includes you, the media. You helped us of getting information. My emotions right now are all over the place because I am so proud of my guys and girls. I didn't do a damn thing. But they stepped up to the plate. And yes, you. You put information out there, and I'll admit this, you wore my ass out of interviews, you hounded me, but don't ever think I didn't use you as well to get the information I needed. Now, the investigators were able to determine that this group of juveniles were involved in committing burglaries and robberies, which they were referred to as a lick. Now, although we had out there that was gang related, we have nothing specific to say that it was any rivalry or anything to such that cause. But however, each and every one of them, in some shape or form, is associated with a gang. Basically, simple terms, there is no honor among thieves. And at some point, these three individuals turned on our three victims and murdered them. Two of them right there. They fled the scenes, but left a lot of evidence in their wake.
I got up for a second, and it seemed like that was crucial. I'm just gonna replay that real quick. But they were all together in on into robbery and stuff. Like they were in a gang type of thing, stealing.
These three individuals turned on our three victims, and basically, simple terms, there is no honor among thieves.
What? Really?
And at some point, these three individuals turned on our three victims and murdered them.
Wow.
Two of them right there. They fled the scenes, but left a lot of evidence in their wake. Through the cooperation of the agencies that I previously mentioned and my office, we were able to begin compiling all of the evidence and finding these killers. Now, we were shocked and saddened by the violence, as all of my citizens, because we are shocked not only are the victims juveniles, but the murderers are juveniles as well. I know each of you in the media here and viewers out there probably heard us in law enforcement or even in community events talk about what is the problem. And I'm going to go ahead and address the first thing that I know it's going to come up. Because there are individuals out there viewing, and to include some of you media, that want to blame the one thing that has no ability or the capacity to commit the crime itself.
Guns?
And that's the gun.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
These individuals committed the crime. Now, what's the solution? I wish I could give you that answer, because this world would be a whole lot better.
Drop music.
But the fact is, society fails it. We do not hold our juveniles accountable. We minimize their actions. And let me tell you why I say this. Last night, I had to stare into the eyes of two mothers. It's not their fault. Because what I saw last night was two mothers who are willing to give their sons everything, do everything for them, and give them their own lives. But just like you and I, no matter how much we teach them, because I am a father, I am a father, and I cannot fathom what they were going through. These mothers and mothers across this nation need all of your help. Because here's what infuriates me. I've got a particular media who has a problem with putting photos of juveniles out. Now, we do it what the law says we can do. Put these photos out. I put myself in the shoes of those mothers because I heard one of them say it. I wish I would have known what this one was doing and who they were, because my kid never would have hung out with them. And to think and believe to minimize any actions that is criminal of a juvenile is a disservice and, frankly, stupid to think. We need to hold them accountable. And then hope that we can change them. I'm not going to be able to give you everything because there is a third suspect that we were unable to locate last night. But however,
What is space out there?
you will receive, you may already have it, the probable cause affidavit that tells you the details of the events that occurred. I will tell you this. I already told you of the witness hearing the gunshots. That is when all three were killed. The suspects were in the vehicle. This individual, who is a juvenile also, is who we're looking for. Now, I'm talking to the viewers. Some of you know him, you know where he is, and you need to turn him in. Now, I will get him. I will find him, and justice will be completed. As you can imagine, my thoughts are all over this page right now. Fighting these type of crimes requires all of us to come together.
We need the,
as a community.
The affidavit?
And Marion County
should look into that.
Stepped up to the plate. And we've been successful. Now, I know I've forgotten something, and I'm missing something, so I'm going to open up the floor to questions.
Any type of motive given?
Mentioned it, robbery.
Sheriff Woods.
Go to her first.
I want to clarify. I know you said the suspects were in the vehicle, so are you saying all 6 were in there at one time?
Yes, ma'am.
All 6 in one vehicle. So they're all in like some sort of I don't know, robbery ring or something. And I don't know what they stole. We'll see if we can look into getting the probable cause affidavit, maybe on another video or shorter video. I can cover it. And so the 3 of them turned on the other 3 and killed them. Jesus.
And so the 3 individuals, the 2 that are in custody and this person, they turned on the other 3 in the vehicle. And that's how this unfolded.
That's correct.
In the commission of a robbery of the 3 victims?
Not going to get into too many more of those details because of the third suspect being out.
Sheriff Wood, Ted Williams with Fox News.
Ted Williams.
Did the suspects and the 3 dead teens, have you been able to determine how long they've known each other?
Not entirely short time.
Short time?
Sheriff, you mentioned the gun. Do we know how the suspects got a hold of the weapon?
Car burglaries. Yeah. Ain't that right? All the gun laws we got in place didn't prevent it, did it? Neither will any new ones.
Woo! Florida shit. Well, I guess because the gun stuff comes up every time.
Because here's the fact. The bad guy is going to get a gun no matter what law you have put in place. These juveniles shouldn't even possess a handgun. But they did. And I'll go back to you, add your question. A simple burglary, as some people will say, but I don't consider anything simple when it comes to a burglary. The law allows me, I'll plaster their face up on this page, up on my page, up on media. I will hand it out if the law allows me, because parents have the right to know who their kids are hanging out with and preventing this.
What did the suspect's parents say when you spoke with them about their arrest?
I personally didn't speak to them about the arrest. It was immediately after the interviews in which I talked to the mothers. But really, they don't have a whole lot to say. If you're a parent, put yourself in their shoes. Holy hell. Panic. I'm scared to death as a parent. Embarrassed. Ashamed. What do you think they're going to say?
Sheriff Woods, do you know if these three juveniles will be tried as adults?
All right, state attorney's office is reviewing that right now, okay? So I don't want to say yes and then it turn around no, then you'll end up calling me a liar at some point. So.
What does to kind of piggyback off that, so what does accountability look like for you? I know you talked about juveniles being held accountable for their actions.
I will refrain an awful lot on that answer to this question, to the full extent of the law.
Wait, what did it
look like
right now, okay? So I don't want to say yes and then it turn around no, then you'll end up calling me a liar at some point. So.
What does to kind of piggyback off that, so what does accountability look like for you? I know you talked about juveniles being held accountable for their actions.
Accountability.
I will refrain an awful lot on that answer.
He's probably thinking like death sentence. That's what accountability is.
To this question, to the full extent of the law. Okay, don't take me wrong. I might be hard on people, but I also have a heart. And I've already told you, I am a father. But here's the one thing my boys know. Growing up, the freaking barber had my permission to whip their asses. And not only that, when this stuff came up on TV, I pointed them. I said, you don't have to worry about the law coming after you. Full extent. Because they took a life. Are y'all comprehending that? They took a life without thought. They deserved the full extent of the law.
Had you come in contact with these teens before? Because I see the pictures. Are these mugshots from previous incidents?
I personally haven't, but have we?
Minimal contact.
Minimum contact. I can tell you right now. I know somebody over here had a question.
Sure.
Andy?
Do I understand correctly that the three victims were an active part of crimes prior to their deaths with these three? Is that correct?
I don't want to give too much detailed information, okay? But let me put it this way. My dad was a fireman. Always said, where there's smoke, there's fire, okay? Folks, don't ask dumbass questions. And Andy, I apologize.
Bro, what is going on here? It's almost like a Grady Judd 2.0. Oh, snap. Boy, he's firing off.
I don't want to give... I know.
What did the guy ask?
The law.
Had you come in contact with these teens before? Because I see the pictures. Are these mugshots from previous incidents?
I personally haven't, but have we? Minimum contact. I can tell you right now. I know somebody over here had a question.
Sure.
Andy?
Do I understand correctly that the 3 victims were an active part of crimes prior to their deaths with these 3? Is that correct?
I don't want to give too much detailed information, okay? But let me put it this way. My dad was a fireman. Always said, where there's smoke, there's fire, okay? Folks, don't ask dumbass questions. And Andy, I apologize. But really? Do I have to spell it out to you? What do you think they were doing? They're associated with a gang, and I've told some of y'all in interviews, gangs don't go to church on Sunday and then preach the gospel for the next 6 days. They're gangs because they commit crimes.
Yo, this is some Florida shit for real. Damn.
How simple is this idea? Where are we losing it? And I know we're going long, but this is my press conference, not yours.
Sheriff,
Yes.
If all 6 were committing crimes, do you know why the 3 turned on the other 3?
I can't divulge that. I wish I could tell you. I'll tell you when we get this one. Okay? Listen, I want to tell you everything. I really do. And since day one, I've wanted to tell you anything. They have had a leash on me like you wouldn't believe. Next. Let's get somebody new.
Do we know the timeline of the 3 victims in terms of how they were shot? Was it all at once? And then...
Hold back. You heard the bosses.
Do you know how they were apprehended? Were they hanging out somewhere? How were you able to catch up with them?
Do you want to? Go ahead.
The one subject on the previous photo, Rob Robinson, was in custody already at the juvenile detention facility. And the Christopher Atkins was real. Did I tell him that he was arrested at his house right after serving search warrant?
So they weren't on the run or anything. Were they even surprised to even see you show up?
Yes. They were very surprised we showed up.
Are you able to make any statements as to what they said?
I'll leave that to the sheriff.
No, you'll get that eventually. We told you he was in DJJ. He was arrested by OPD the next morning after the murder.
What were the charges on that?
An affray at the school. Oh, that's what I call a light bulb coming on right there. Remember I just talked about minimizing and holding students accountable? Our school districts, not just here, I'm not going to point out just mine, school districts across this state and across this nation need to quit minimizing the actions of their students.
That's true. That is true as shit. They get away all kinds of shit.
Hold them accountable.
He brought a gun 6 times and now he shot somebody and we're shocked. Right? Was it a teacher that shot the 6-year-old that shot the teacher? Yeah, he brought a gun multiple times. Yeah, with Crumley. Yeah, we advised him to go home, but the parents said no, so we just kept him. Crazy motherfucker. We just kept him. Yeah.
That's where the failure is.
Do we know where the last suspect was seen?
You want to get?
The last place he was seen.
We're going to hold that one.
Did all 3 have guns, or was it just one gun?
And then these schools do all this crazy shit. They let so much shit slide, and they're never held accountable. I think there's one teacher though that got shot by that 6-year-old. That's just insane to even say that. Those words coming out of my mouth, right? To even hear it, a 6-year-old. My daughter's 6. That's how does a 6-year-old? I don't know. But that teacher, I think they're suing the school. They need to hold people accountable. And fuck, not even just the school. Start holding the school and directly the principal, the whoever it is, all these other people that ignored. Sue them if you can. I don't know if there's insurance that protects them. Sue them individually too. Fuck it, just start coming for people. Those guys got to start doing.
Which one the trigger? Do we know that?
All right. Some of that I'm not going to answer.
Okay.
Some of it I will. The one I will is the two confessed to shooting our third victim in the trunk.
How many guns were involved?
I'm not going to answer that one. I appreciate your questions. You wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't ask. Any others?
Sheriff, does the third suspect, does the public need to worry about him?
No, the community doesn't need to worry about them outside of I want them to find them. That's what they need to worry about, is locating him for me. And they do. If you ain't ever watched my Wanted by Woods Wednesday, that's successful and they find them.
What? Wanted by Woods?
And they do. If you ain't ever watched my Wanted by Woods Wednesday, that's successful and they find them.
Wanted by Woods Wednesdays? Oh, it's a show they have on Facebook, it seems like. We'll take a little snippet at that. I guess it's like a show or something. I think he is kind of like almost the next, or somewhat similar maybe to Grady Judd. Marion County. I don't know if they have copyright on this.
Hello, Marion County citizens. Sheriff Billy Woods here. And yes, it's Wanted by Woods Wednesday. And this time, we're looking for 20-year-old John Trell Bell. Now, he has a warrant for felony battery and violation of probation. Now, this individual, John Trell, is a waste of space, in my opinion, because here's what he didn't do. He didn't just put his hands on a woman. Instead, he severely beat a woman with a belt all over her body. Now, to the person that's hiding him out, I know who you are. I'm not going to say your name on this video right now, but I promise you I'm watching you.
So get him.
Because here's the thing, you're not doing yourself any favors by hiding him, nor are you doing him any favors, nor are you protecting the citizens in this county. In fact, you're failing them by hiding.
Oh, they're charging the mama? Cornet's mom, so happy they're charging Aiden Fusi's mom. She did assist, right?
Hiding him.
Clean up
and I want him. So you may want to bring him to my jail and let him turn himself in. Citizens, we all know these type of individuals who beat women are going to hide and they're not going to turn themselves in because they do not do the right thing. So we need your help. If you have any information on his whereabouts, please call Crime Stoppers of Marion County at 352-368-STOP and reference 21.
Marion County, okay. Juvenile is charged with first-degree murder. There he is. Yeah, they got a video of him and everything. I like Grady Judd a lot. Yeah, he's funny. Good. Grady. I don't know what possesses these kids to do that stuff. I know somebody kind of referenced earlier too the whatever kind of. I think music does have a huge influence, in an environment too and all that stuff. This music really start listening to, you start wanting to like jump and do all kinds of crazy shit. We're gonna ride through. We're gonna slide. We're gonna step. That's what they say, right? We're gonna step on it. I'm a stepper. They did some dirty shit. Turned on the 3 other people and killed like their group or whatever. swear the trial didn't come back yet. What time are they coming back? Wow.
This is how it goes. How gorgeous is camera. This is right. Just the way it is, man.
What did you say? Why is the camera there? You're on camera now, man, for the world to see.
Yeah, that's always 10-1. That's not what it is. It's going to.
You're on the TV show. That's what it is. You're on the internet now.
The news.
I'm about worried about the camera, man. You got bigger problems. Oh, let me see. Jennifer sent a little message. What's these cameras? Ah! Okay. I mean, not that the thing was funny, but like the other. I'll say it in a second.
Losing shit, man.
Well, they made sure they got the camera shot and everything. Wow. Maybe be careful with this autoplay. Facebook's autoplay putting up the last time they put up some toys.
I'll allow one more.
One more.
Are these juveniles all students at the same school?
No. All righty. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the update for the, I guess, the triple homicide. And we talked a little bit about Harmony. I guess what we can do is, so we can end off before they come back. Let's talk again about Letecia. There's a couple other things too. Like on the little breaks, I like to kind of talk about the different varying stories that's going around. The Cash App guy. Let me do this while I download these pictures that I want to show you guys. I'll talk about other stuff if I can multitask without losing myself. The Cash App one of the Cash App founders got killed. Not shot. Sorry, I think he was stabbed in a bathtub. Too many stories in my head. I think he was stabbed to death in a bathtub. They found him. It's pretty weird. And so there's a bunch of conspiracies going on too about that. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. I'm gonna have to for the next stream. I'll link my Apple to the Windows so I can easily access some of this stuff that it's being sent to me. It's 12:30. They will be back. So they're running late, right? They were supposed to be back already. Do this real quick. We can for a couple minutes talk about Letecia. Let me just He was outside? Oh, I thought they said in the bathtub. Cash App. So he was stabbed outside. Cash App founder. I forget it. Stabbing attack. There was some article I thought I read that said the bathtub. Has died after an apparent stabbing attack. Lee's death was confirmed by Josh Goldberg, the CEO of his current employer, Mobile Coin. Stabbed in the streets. Oh, so was it random? Because I had thought I read bathtub, so I guess that was wrong. I guess that's not right then. So, oh, that's pretty sad. Video shows Cash App founder Bob Lee seen staggering and asking for help after stabbing. Oh, man. Oh, though, that's sad. I'm not going to show that here, but... Surveillance video shows Cash App founder Bob Lee staggering and appearing to ask for help. In the over 2-minute video published by Daily Mail Thursday, Lee is seen outside. I wonder how much they paid for that. Lee is seen outside a luxury apartment building struggling to walk. At the 1-minute mark, Lee falls to the ground, laying on his side for a few seconds before getting on his elbows and knees. Lee is then seen raising his arm, almost as if to flag down a passerby for help before getting up to walk towards something off camera. Lee is holding his phone at what appears to be bleeding with blood on his hands. The timestamp on the video matches the date and time police say the incident happened, and the location matches where NBC Bay Area reported the stabbing occurred. So Lee was a technology executive. I wonder if that was somebody was just putting out some BS thing, because I saw somebody on Twitter post that. I guess I should have verified. So he died Tuesday following a stabbing near downtown San Francisco. Okay. 2:35 a.m. I wonder how many stabs. There's no place for this kind of violence, crime against anyone in our own city, said Adam Lobsinger. That's all you guys have is violence and shit over there, isn't it? I mean, I guess that's everywhere, but isn't that city like known for just, I don't know, being run over and shit, like just run down? I know people love that city, but isn't it like just, I don't know, overcrowded, run down, run over? Never been there. All right, let me pull up these screenshots then. Let's see. While we wait, it looks like they're running late today. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Let me send myself this link. Oh, okay. So Jen texted me and said, there is no smell like in the courtroom or anything like that. I guess because the stuff is wrapped up. I'm curious. Also, okay. The other thing too with Jen, with the book that she's writing, I'll put the link for this in the description. I'll even drop it in the chat. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Blah, blah, blah says, I lived 15 minutes from San Francisco for a few years. I hated going there. It's just too busy, dirty, but there were some really good neighborhoods. Yeah, almost feel like that about Miami, to be honest with you. I just avoid it. It's just too crowded for me. I know people like that. Some people like people on top of them. You can barely breathe. And just everybody's in the cars. You can't get anywhere. Some people like that environment because it's like, I don't know. I guess there's people around you and stuff. I like to have a little bit of space. But some people like you can't even have your own space and energy and breathe and just people all on top of you. Kind of like New York. I was raised in New York, you know, and those buses and the subway and people. I know you don't have a choice, I guess, in that environment, but no thanks. I love it. I love the city. I love being crowded. People on top of me and shit. You don't know what's gonna happen. So yeah, if you're interested in her book, I'll do a pledge. I'll do a little pledge after or today at some point. If you're interested, she has this Kickstarter thing, and what you can do is like you send or you donate to it, and it's like 20 for a signed copy, and then 50 for signed copy and backer recognition. So if you're interested in that, I'll put the link in the chat, and I'll drop it in. I'll put it in the description. Okay. Now let's get to these screenshots. Let me see if I can get a little context. I was trying to call Diggs, but let's see. Post about the day she grabbed her things. Okay, let's see. This is my last post on this thread, but I, as well as a handful of others, were there when they had the moving truck. They're moving their things out. They pulled out of the neighborhood and pulled media from the community event we were doing to bring awareness for Gannon. And that is when T did her first interview. So between Tuesday night to Friday, her not going back to the house, I cannot factually make a statement on. She did say in one statement she left on her own accord due to it being too hard to being there. But she also released different statements before and after. But I can say before she did that interview, she was there in Harley with two others moving things out of the house into the van. Okay, that's the whole conversation we just listened to, I think, with one of the witnesses, maybe the police officer. They were talking about like there's multiple people moving things, but none of this finds Gannon or helps him. Just praying for whoever does know where he is, has compassion enough to come forward. So this was back in the day. Spencer Wilson. So this guy is the reporter that did the interview with Letecia, and this is he got subpoenaed, so he's supposed to be a witness in this trial. I posted that video on my YouTube page. It's on the front page. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely check it out. I gave some commentary, as well as I added some other criminal parents as well, some of their interviews, which was pretty interesting to see side by side. It's on my front page here. Letecia Stauch full interview. Okay. Now it says here, I'm just now getting questions about this. Totally fine to ask. She was traveling with 5 people total, including herself. I believe she referenced 2 of them as her aunts. Clearly, one of them was her daughter. The other was a young man driving the truck. Assumed he was family. She was riding in a small 4-door style car parked just ahead of the white truck. The white truck is what I believe to be her moving truck, but all drove together as a pack of 2. Okay. So this is kind of like referencing that whole thing we just heard about them packing and leaving. Let's see what other screenshot I have. And this attorney, I forgot who he represented again now. We talked about this on the stream. Was it he represented that crazy woman. What's that? Infamous woman, I can't remember now. Kakamania. She came out with a documentary recently. Bias. Oh, he's doing Tory Lane too, is he? Oh, Tory Lane hired him. So Casey Anthony. But Tory Lane hired this guy too. If you guys know the whole Tory Lane situation with Megan Thee Stallion, allegedly he shot some shots and she was like covering for him. I don't know. Then the state pressed charges and I think they found him guilty. So I think he's trying to do an appeal. And so he now hired Tory Lane's hires powerhouse defense lawyer Jose Baez to appeal fight. That's a whole nother story. Yes, Casey Anthony, guys, thank you. And so the back to Letecia, the whole thing with that, and we spoke about this yesterday with Jennifer. There was rumors, or Letecia had mentioned allegedly that she was going to hire this powerhouse attorney. That didn't happen, but Rumor has it that T. Stauch is claiming you are representing her. And by rumor, I mean there's a screenshot of her stating that. And they tagged this lawyer, and he says this is not true. So this is kind of like taking us back in time of all the shit that was going on. I have to go again. I have to again go on record and say that my firm is not involved with Gannon Stauch case in any way, shape, or form. Please do not contact my firm with further inquiries, as I do not comment on pending cases of this nature. Okay, so that was that. I'm surprised they're still gone. Did they? Maybe I got the time wrong. Oh, I did get the time wrong in my head. It's 3:15 Eastern when they come back. I'm tripping. So we still got time. 3:15 Eastern. Okay. Did we go over these messages? This is regarding, I don't know if this is the fake pregnancy or the polygraph. Did you get the results yet? Yeah, awesome. Thank God. What did Albert say? I only told him. Hopefully this will make him believe you. I'm not showing anyone but in person. It's already all over the group. I read about half hour ago. Let me see if I can find it. So basically I have two choices. Admit to something I didn't do in an accident form to get lesser time, or get charged and convicted of something I didn't do because I could never have a trial in Colorado. So that's it, right? If you were innocent, then of course I would never admit to doing something you didn't do. They have to have proof to charge you, but I think they're trying to build a case against you. Proof that I drove to Petco, or half evidence that they only have one side of a truck. What evidence though, since you have experience? Yeah, she's trying to get tips and shit. Who's she talking to here? I'm not sure what all they have right now. Everything in those groups is speculation, and some of it is crazy. That he was having a few days of silly accidents. They can't blame, make myself bigger. They can't blame me of him starting a fire and having blood. And they seen the candle. How much blood did they find in the garage? And the fire people investigated. Something that would be explained away by a small cut. Yes, in the garage. Was it just a small amount? I don't know if that continues here. Yeah, I don't trust anyone having it, but would meet someone to verify the source. Send it to police. No way. Lawyer. Even though it's not admissible, attorneys can still use it in a closing argument. So they got to be talking about the polygraph, fake polygraph. Even though it's not admissible, attorneys can still use it in a closing argument and then pretend to tell the hurt to forget it. I guess maybe the jury is what you meant to say. Yeah, attorney said no way to give it to them. I begged them for 1 to 2 weeks ago. I really hope this is not going to go to trial. That's on them. They lost that window of, what do you think he could be? I don't know. And I do have the biased law firm. So, okay, so this is here, her talking about that she has this, famous law firm attorney, but they're just pre-investigation right now. So there's another one of her lies, or multiple lies really in this, because you got the polygraph and then you got this whole, this attorney. So people there would need to contact them, and I'm doing a polygraph today. I know it can't be used, but to prove to them. Everything that people are using to say you did anything wrong is stuff that you're putting out there. Don't worry about what these crazy people think. That's funny because you're talking to the crazy one. I wouldn't put anything out there to the public. I did it. My account was hacked. My iCloud. Oh, shit. Stauch. Let me get some of the super chats, yo. Appreciate you guys hanging with me today. This lunch break was really interesting. The biggest thing, well, one, Harmony Montgomery, that they're actually searching somewhere for her body. This is from like 2019. Then the whole thing of these 3 teenagers shot to death in Florida, Marion County. And they were shot by their own clique. It was a group of 6 kids, teenagers. And I guess they were a part of a group of like a gang and stealing. And they go to steal. And then the 3 of them turn on the other 3 and kill them. And yeah, I think 2 of them are caught. 1 is still on the run. That presser was really interesting because this guy's like a Grady Judd. Or Grady Judd 2.0. And then now with Letecia Stauch, like I said, we're going to try to come back full circle and talk a little bit about the case. Let me get these super chats. Thank you for all the new memberships. Wise Angel, Matthew Warren, Lisa Lulu, The Wandering Sub. I like that name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, appreciate you, Mel. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support and love. Nebula Star, thank you for the membership. Sam Panther has been a member 2 months. Love you all. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. Charms, thank you for the super chat. Says, this boomer doesn't understand sociological conditions that led to this. He is the one bringing guns into this. Probably paid to do so. He himself is making this about culture wars and gun control. So Charms is talking about the pressure that we just saw. He was pretty tough. He didn't even give them the chance to bring up guns and all that, but they always do it. But he just straight out like shut it down. He was like, no, it's not going to happen. I do think I feel like he almost absolved the parents. I mean, there's only so much I think you can do with kids these days, probably. I mean, I have a 6-year-old. I don't know what it's like having a teenager or a kid older. But I almost feel like they absolve the parents. I mean, I don't know what you do to protect these kids and these school stuff. But he put the blame on the schools, which I agree the school is letting a lot of things slide. I also think it's the parents' responsibility as well. Not the murders, but like to try to like, I don't know, keep your kids out of these crazy situations. But at the same time too, you can't really, once these kids start going out, especially school nowadays, I don't know, man. And then if you try to restrict them and keep them home, I don't know. Sam Panther, thank you for the super chat. Boosta, thanks for the super chat. Says Grady Judd for president. Bobby Waltz says she's a coward hiding her face in her hair. We're talking about Letecia. You can kind of see her a little bit more today, though. It seems like she's still hiding, though. Jinxie, thank you for the super chat. Says this sheriff gets all my support. Ellie Mae, thank you for the 17-month membership. Holy moly. Holy crap. Hey, Mel. Hey, thank you so much for being a member for that long. Thank you. Jinxie, parents that have children need to be parents. Ooh. Children need love and consistent direction. Family disconnect is our youth's problem. I agree. It's kind of what I was talking about. I totally agree. Happy Daisy, thank you so much for the super chat. I hope you're doing well. I know you're out there somewhere. And where you at? UK? London? Somewhere far, far away. Okay. All caught up. Let's see what else we got. What else do we got? So they should be coming back in about 15 minutes. There's some videos that I haven't played yet either that could show. Letecia's LinkedIn profile claiming to have a doctorate degree. Mo sent this to me. Let's take a look. Letecia Stauch. Okay, let's see what we got. Higher education, Greater Colorado Springs area. Passionate educator, dedicated researcher, curriculum specialist, education specialist, future ed class of 29. Experience, School District 49, curriculum developer, College America, South Carolina, Lord, South Carolina, SLED. Education specialist, Horry County Schools educator / teacher and at-risk youth coordinator. That sounds about right. Totally belongs there. South Carolina Department of Social Services, Human Services Specialist. Okay. Education, Liberty University, Doctor of Education. Amazing. Amazing. Here's her, I guess this is her Facebook. Mo just sent me this. I need to organize my files. I'm trying. I have a folder, but like everything's everywhere. Let's see. Facebook. It's Facebook. Facebook. The old school people will remember that reference. Hey, Facebook. Trial. Okay, there it is. Take a look. Damn, okay. Can't spell either. So, works at the same listing as what we just read. Married. The devil. Ian Thomas, thank you so much for the super chat. Says thanks, Mel. Appreciate all you do, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know Popcorn was doing something. I don't know when he's doing it, but if he does reach out, if it's not a trial day, I'll do it. Or if it's like on lunchtime or something. But Popcorn. Let's see. Thank you, Cheesy. Cheesy Frog. 5 gifts, memberships. Amazing. I was going to try to give gifts the other day. But apparently, I think they stopped creators from doing it. I was trying to do it under my own account, but I guess I used to be able to do it. It just says super chat or super sticker. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess they stopped it. Are the kids in the photo? I don't know which. So that's definitely Harley right there. I don't know who these other kids, who these other people are. That definitely looks like Harley right there to me. That looks like Letecia's mother, probably. I don't know who this is. She looks normal. What's normal anyway? Cheesy, thank you so much. I know the other day too, you sent you gifted members too, I believe. So thank you so much for the kindness and congrats to the people that have it, the membership. And also if you have a membership, while you have it, if you don't resubscribe to the membership, just check out the front page members area. I have some pretty interesting videos there you can check out whenever if you're ever bored. Okay. Let me see. Let me check on Amy here. I know she sent me a couple things. I was wondering if we should watch that documentary too. We can't do it on YouTube, but the whole crazy, not insane. The doctor that said Letecia is insane. The hospital doctor said she's sane, but then the defense team hired a doctor, Dorothy Lewis, that says Letecia is insane. And she was featured on this documentary called Crazy Not Insane. I was kind of curious to watch that sometime. A provocative look at the minds of serial killers through the lens of renowned psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis. It's 2 hours long. Came out in 2021. Okay. We also have letters here. We have time to do this. We might have time. I might actually do a video on this. I don't know if we have time right now because they're going to come back in 10 minutes. Letecia wrote letters to the judge. This is 5 pages long. I'm more interested in the peanut butter letter. That's what I'm interested in. Peanut butter gate. Talked about peanut butter attacking her and her dietary. Reminds me of Kohlberger. We could watch a little bit of the Kohlberger stuff. The letters are, I think, a little bit too long to do right now, but we could do Kohlberger. News Nation. Oh, Lord. China Black on quitting OnlyFans. News Nation covered that? Lord. Who cares? I'm announcing I'm quitting. Who cares? Let's see. Two reasons for ID found in Kohlberger's house. Let's listen to that.
Developments is former.
I'm gonna get some water and I'll be right back. I'll let this play in the background. Just want to take a second before they start.
FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan. Stuart, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you. Thank you, Natasha.
And so I do want to ask what your thoughts are around this ID connected with someone in that Moscow home in Idaho being found in Kohlberger's property. How big of a deal is this?
Well, there are two explanations. I think the latter is he grabbed something on his way out in his twisted way or in his twisted mind as more of a trophy type of thing to take with him, or the more sinister and the more concerning aspect, would he have possibly entered into this home at some earlier time and date and grabbed something unknown to any of the occupants of the house? And that is something that he had on his person or had in his possessions before the date of carrying out these murders.
How common is that kind of trophy behavior in killers?
Very, very common, especially when you are talking about someone who may be more leaning towards the serial type of killer. I know through my sources, they are working very hard now to make a determination as to whether or not Brian Kohlberger is responsible for other unsolved or cold case murders. So it is very common with respect to someone who has this type of fetish with respect to stalking these type of individuals and then carrying out these heinous acts to kind of retrieve something as a token of his dominance. The retrieval of someone's property is more of a dominance, in their twisted mind to say that I've won because I have something that belonged to you.
And let's talk more about that, because as you said, we are learning that Pennsylvania police are investigating Kohlberger for possible involvement in other crimes. Is this common for high-profile murder suspects, and would you be surprised if something did turn up?
I'm not going to be surprised if something else turns up. I think what had always been a concern to the law enforcement community is the number of victims and the brutality in which these murders were carried out. I think it's just not consistent with someone who would have gotten up on some particular day for the first time and then decided to carry out a murder. This person obviously had to have had some sort of planning and plotting and some sort of mental defect, certainly at the time carrying out this type of horrific, quadruple homicide. And I think the law enforcement community, the investigation has really ironically taken off and has accelerated since the date of the apprehension. Now, law enforcement in connection with this case did an incredible job with respect to leading up to the apprehension of Brian Kohlberger, but it has really, from my sources, accelerated with respect to making a determination as to whether or not he may have been responsible for other murders closer to where he resided with his parents.
And we are also learning that Kohlberger allegedly cyber-stalked one of the victims from the Moscow, Idaho home. And of course, they're looking at his phones, looking at potentially images of the victims that he had stored on his phone. Help explain to us, because, Kohlberger had training in this area. If he did commit this crime, why would he keep a trophy or an ID that clearly connects him to one of the victims? Why would he not wipe his phone of images of the people that he allegedly killed?
Well, to your last point, the technology is advanced, and certainly in the technology with respect to the FBI and on the level of technology that has been developed by the FBI and in partnership with various technology companies, it is almost virtually impossible to thoroughly scrub and delete any of your social media platforms, whether it's photographs, text messages, Snapchat, or otherwise. And that's just the reality. The technology that law enforcement now has is able to dive back in and be able to retrieve certain footprints that will then be able to reveal what you thought at the time you deleted, whether it's a text message, a photograph, or some other form of communication. And I think that given that the FBI has been able to assist local and state law enforcement in this particular.
All right, let me get these. They're about to come back soon. Sierra, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Mel and mods, for your dedication. Yeah, salute to the mods. Thank you so much for writing through the trial. Serena, thank you for the super chat. Says, big fan of your channel, Mel. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you. We're just getting started. We're back into the trial phase. Vietnamese style says, bro, Idaho has death by firing squad. Big salute to Idaho. This is by far the best method. Shoot them all. Bang, bang. I added that last part. So the fire squad thing, it's kind of like, it makes a good headline, but I did a video about it. That's really only if like they run out of, because there's like a shortage, I guess, of the supplies for the death penalty thing. And so I guess if they don't have what they need, then I guess it's optional to do the firing squad, but it's been a really long time. Let me see when the last time was that they did firing squad, death by firing squad. I mean, some of these people, maybe they should go out like that, like this guy Koberger. But they like, well, let me not say that. Let me not say the, what else I was going to say. Last time, firing squad. The last person to be executed by a firing squad was convicted killer Ronnie Lee Gardner, according to the group, who was shot to death by firing squad in a Utah prison. Now, the thing with this guy, though, I had read it. I think that he wanted that. Let me verify that, though. I know there was somebody that actually requested it. Like, please shoot me by firing squad. Let's see. I don't see it in this article. Let's see. Let me look it up. I know there was somebody that actually requested it. Request. Yep. Here it is. The execution of Gardner, a Utah State prison, became the focus of media attention in June 2010 because it was the first to be carried out by a firing squad in the United States in 14 years. Gardner stated that he sought this method of execution because of his Mormon background. So I guess it's like a holier way, literally and figuratively, to go in the Mormon. I don't know what that has to do with the Mormon religion, but he requested to be shot to death. But it's something that happens so infrequently. And so, like, I think it was just like a good headline for the Koberger. Like, I don't know that if they end up going that route, if he would actually be shot to death. A SWAT helicopter and multiple authorities are on scene to a standoff inside an apartment complex, Los Angeles, California. Thank you, Christina, for tagging me. Let's take a quick look if we have time before they come back. They're about to come back. So today I was able to hang out with you guys for lunch. Let's check it out. Yeah, they just land the choppers right in the middle of the street out there. Just for these SWAT situations.
Yeah. That's a nice apartment with a security guard in the foyer. Very much so.
They're coming back.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Judge.
Defense? No, Your Honor. Okay, all right. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in. I got to tell Todd just a minute.
Diggs, thank you for the super chat. Says, we are ride or dies. We are invested. Love you and all the real ones who ride with us. Thank you, Diggs. Appreciate the super chat. Carly, I've never seen a chopper in the middle of the street. I've seen it like one other time, and it was California. I think it was that one where they sent a robot for that guy that killed, I think he killed a cop or shot a cop. Oh no, he shot a cop and they had to go to the hospital. I think they survived. I think. And there was like this shootout, and so they sent this robot beep, 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 to go into the building. It was 2 robots. That shit was really gangster. I thought I might have been that chase. I thought they landed the helicopter on the street, or it was another one. I've seen them do it before.
Cameras up too.
Yeah.
It was 2 robots, man. One of them was like it had the smoke grenade and stuff. The other one had like the flashlight and walked inside. I think it had did it have a gun too, or it had some sort of device. I was like, gangster.
That guy's supposed to be here.
They wait till they turn on the
right
witness camera.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please.
Sure. Damn. Ugh. She's smiling too. Got a little smile on her face, or a grin.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1385. People versus Letecia Stauch. I'm sorry, 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen, call our next witness, please.
Almost like I think she
Thank you,
left.
Judge. Actually, our next exhibit is People's Exhibit 211, which defendants is stipulating to admissibility of 211, and then we were asking for permission to publish People's Exhibit 211 to the jury. For record purposes, this is body-worn camera audio of Deputy Parker that was collected on the evening of January 27, 2020, when he, along with Deputy Yunkin, who we heard from yesterday, responded to 6627 Mandan Drive in response to the missing child report that the defendant made.
Defense, do you stipulate as to the foundational elements that have just been recited by the prosecution? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Exhibit 211 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Out here about 4 o'clock.
It's this one. Do you have your notepad? Yeah. Do you have your big notepad? Big one? Yeah.
Guess they're not going to show us. That sucks. Dang. They turned off.
Yeah. Right.
Recording. Mounted. Wi-Fi connected.
Hi. Hey. Hey, can we come in? Sorry, my shoes are a little muddy on.
guys are busy tonight, huh?
Yes, unfortunately. Sorry, we took us on. I mean, we go by priority, and I mean,
Well, the neighbors have been awesome, so they helped out.
and they can probably do more than we.
Yeah,
I mean, we got two bodies, so
Exactly. That's what I was telling my husband anyway, because he was upset, and I was like, honestly, the neighbors have already pretty much done a lot of the work.
yeah, there's a ton of them out there. So
Yeah. We keep getting posts and pictures, and we did find someone did send us a video picture or something, and he was holding his Suitcase.
His what?
Like his Switch, like the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not like a Switch.
I was like, I don't know.
So they've all been trying to be very like helpful and the whole situation, because so he was supposed to be here at 6:00 because we were going to eat dinner, and he said he was off restriction today, so he was going to go play with his friend, and his dad already told him he could play with his friend, and he didn't come back at 6, so I looked outside and saw it was sleeting, so I said, well, maybe he's waiting on one of us to come get him, so we drive to the neighbor's house, which I'm assuming he's at the neighbor's on the corner's house, and they're like, no, he's not here. So I was like, okay, maybe it's only one other person. So they kept leading us on all this chase of people it could be. We covered a lot of houses, and at this point, the neighbors all stepped in and kind of went to the houses ourselves, and because they told me to wait here, and she went to a bunch.
Okay.
But sorry, I've been freaked out the whole time. To add to it, I'm almost positive he is with someone that he knows, because he searched on his phone, can my parents find me if my phone is off? He also, and I'll let you look at this, sent my husband some crazy stuff that was like, it was like, so he sent my husband a message that says, do we have any bath salt? And then my husband said, for what? Asked me. And then, because my husband didn't think, what he was talking about. And it says, my friend said, if I get some, we could play. And he has a Sonic there this weekend. Because he's big into Nintendo Sonic.
Yeah, right.
And then my husband said, no. So then he said, can we play today if my tummy stops hurting? And so my husband said, you call him. Then he said, his brother has a car for a sleepover this Friday. So that's why we were trying to find some of the kids that we knew, we didn't know, other people.
Brothers
that had older siblings. So that's how the whole thing got started with this Jimmy kid. We feel bad, but we didn't start that. So everybody goes pounding on this Jimmy kid's house and looking for, people at Gaffling. And the kid was asleep, and he didn't have an older sibling. So it kind of got, how social media gets blown all out of proportion and things like that. So, yeah, so that's pretty much what we got. And then, and we did, my husband was like, go through his book bag and stuff like that. We found a cigar in there. It was, I guess a cigar.
Has any used the marijuana that you know about?
No, he's never even been like this. He did start coming to.
Brothers are hanging around and smoking pot.
The thing is, he is at Grand Mountain, and they're mixed with the, he's 5th grade, 11 years old, and they also have the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade there now. Now, I know the school does a really good job, because I work for the school district to separate the kids in the different, the 4th, 5th graders, 6th grade, but that doesn't mean they still don't meet each other in Larson Ranch. And that's the thing, because he does go take his bike up to Stingray Park, and is that the name of that little park? Whatever the park is up there.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And things like that. So it's kind of pretty much that's what we got.
Okay. Did you give our dispatch the social?
My husband has the social. I'm going to have a blurry version. I don't know if I can read it. But he was freaking out saying, I can't go find social. I'm upset. He is. Me. So I was like.
And I apologize once again that we got pulled. I mean, there was something pretty urgent on the.
Yeah, definitely. You want to get people that are. He said he lost the socials.
So y'all have hit all the friends' houses, or at least some of the people that are out.
That we know. Is the social on his military ID? It might be if you consider him.
Was there anything missing?
No, there was nothing missing. He just had his game, which he's a huge like crazy, Mario, Sonic, you know, he had that with him and that's it. I mean, that's all we see missing because my husband immediately said, go look for the guns. And like, I immediately went in there and I couldn't find one. So I was panicking, but you know how you're looking for something. And and so I'm like, oh my God, it's gone. And then I realized, you know, like, okay, it was hid behind some clothes, you know, whatever. So all the guns are accounted for.
I mean, clothing wise.
Oh yeah, no, we didn't see any.
Toiletries.
Nope.
Does he have like a wallet he carries around with like school ID?
The phone fit the wallet.
Okay, like one of the attached case, like the
Yeah, you know, an actual wallet.
Oh, okay.
His phone was with the wallet and he had left it in his room.
And is the phone turned off? Have y'all? Has anybody tried the phone?
Well, I have his phone. He left the phone here with the wallet.
Oh, okay.
That's how we went.
So how do you know? So he must have used somebody else's Facebook. Is that what you're thinking? That like he logged in somebody else's and asked that question if can my parents find me, or was that on?
No,
his search history.
It was in his search history prior to this happening. So
Okay.
he had already like searched this information. He had deleted a bunch of things too because it would have like one thing searched for one day specific, and it was like, okay, we know you're on YouTube. We know you're on this. You should be, you know, whatever. And there was a lot of messages deleted, like for example, his grandma or Nana, he had everything deleted. But we've reached out to all them and he hasn't been in contact with, you know, with any of them because they all live on the East Coast.
Oh, okay.
So.
Has there been any family issues other than, I mean,
No.
just the strange thing was asking about the basketball.
What happened last night? So he was upset about last night because he's grounded from his switch. Like I told you, it's all around the switch.
Yeah, there was a restriction. Yeah, you said that, but it was lifted.
So yeah, it was lifted today. But last night he had, so we have two little small dogs and he has really bad problems with his stomach because he takes Vyvanse every day. So when he doesn't, the weekends.
Is that like the medication that you list, the ADHD?
For ADHD, right?
Okay. Really?
So the weekends we don't give it to him. So on the weekends when you don't give it to him, your stomach starts to kind of work. Anyway, needless to say, messes his stomach up. We went on a hike yesterday. He like pooped in his pants like 3 times. And you're supposed to give it to him every day, but if we go on a hike, I try not to because he'll be zombie and you know, hiking and stuff like that. So he said, this is what he told me and his sister. She's already asleep now. She's only 8. But he told me and his sister that he thought somebody was coming downstairs. So he immediately like tried to hide it. He knocked the candle over and it set the carpet downstairs on fire. Now it was nothing big, but like a 12 by 12 spot. So I honestly wasn't even going to tell my husband. But we went in there, we were like going to cut it out and like just replace it later. Not
I get you.
You know, like, because if I called you and said, someone burned down the carpet, you're freaking out.
Yeah, you said fire, so I was thinking,
Exactly. So I just took the covers that he was, I took the covers that he was laying down, and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dogs out. She was working. And it was.
You can have everybody now.
I know. It was something that we were just like.
No.
Did he take his bike?
No.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting a bike and rides the bike because hers that broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here. Okay.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner. Okay. And he never came home. They thought he was at his friend's house. He was like, they started sleeping, so they were going to pick him up down the road. And he was never there. He never went to his friend's house.
He was on. Okay. And he was taking the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick? Because kids, they hide. And they can hide for hours. And you'd be surprised.
Already checked the the ADT, there's kids here. I say kids here.
There's my sister and 2 dogs.
Okay. Grab her ID too when you're done.
He was out there because they left and blah, blah, blah. Somewhere, wherever my wallet is up.
Just tell me a timeline. I know you said that y'all were going to go eat at 6.
Yeah, so it was.
You're supposed to meet y'all back here, but you went down there because you started sleeping.
Right. So
what happened between that and the time you got out of school?
Okay, so 3:15ish, 3:20ish, they usually come in every day and they have to like ride laps or something, you know, like physical activities or something like that. But since his stomach was hurt and his daddy told him he could go ahead and get his like switch time back. So that's pretty much it. They usually get snacks and we always require them like, hey, you have to go outside, you know, like all these things. So
pretty active then, huh?
Yeah.
So, he did that. He didn't do that because you said his stomach was hurting. What happened instead of him doing that?
Instead of doing what?
Doing that.
He had already talked to my husband about being off restriction. So he said he was going to his friend's house to play video games.
And what time he left at 3:30?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his carpet thing downstairs.
Okay, so he left at that time.
Like my husband's like more free than I am with the situation. Like I kind of always like, whose house you going to? Give me their number. That's how I was with her. But like he's like, oh, as long as they're a neighbor, ride, they can ride bikes. Everyone's together type thing. So yeah. So all the time they go and ride and meet friends. That's how we knew to go to different people's house because sometimes.
What time did you notice that he left to go? I mean, what time? Between the 3:15 and when did you notice he left?
I came back up here at maybe 4 o'clock and
He was already gone.
right. But then Lena came back in the house, which is the sister, and she said that she had to get his bike because her bike wasn't working, so he gave her his bike or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he left before 4, between 3:15 and 4. Okay.
Does he normally leave out the front door? Or would he have normally left out the front door?
Or the garage. They're free to do both, or the back because he takes trash out.
But we have a lock on that now, so.
Well, the only reason I asked, it looked like there was a ring doorbell.
Yeah, we already. That's how I told you that we already knew that he had left. Yeah.
And what time was that? Just so we have it for dark.
We don't have the video recording. We just have the thing going on the ring.
Oh, okay.
We don't pay the fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can go ahead and grab your ID.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was looking all up.
Yeah, you're fine.
He should love to talk. This murder suspect.
Actually, might be in there. Can you get her? Let me get my wallet.
Cute.
My
Can you just give him your name and date of birth?
Yes. No, I didn't grab that card today. No.
Over here, putting the searches that she searched on Gannon's thing.
Would he have left his phone?
On Gannon.
Sorry?
Would he normally left his phone here? And does he take it with him often anywhere?
It kind of so depends on what we tell him. If they were to say oh yeah, you can take your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can't take it.
Does he have service?
He does.
Is that his phone? Which one?
Yeah, this one's his phone.
Who's that?
His mom.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wrong way.
Because she must be happy. It might be in that big pile of.
If she's looking for ID, just go grab her name and date of birth.
I think it might be. I'm just waiting on him because it might be in the
I
center
can get your
column.
name and date of birth. Yeah. But it's okay. We can just get your name and date of birth.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, it might be in the center console. All right, so Letecia TCIA. Stauch. TCIA. Stauch. And STAUCH. And 8483.
Is it going to be out of Colorado, like your driver's license, or is it another state?
Another state.
What state is that?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's the accent, huh?
Yeah, that's the accent. Yes, sir.
8483.
Yeah, like August 4th, 1983.
And then a middle initial or name for out of states.
Down here?
Is the other dog? Yeah, no, it says no.
What's your middle name?
I mean, no, it is down there.
Middle name?
It's my maiden name. ARDIN.
171 verbal out of South Carolina.
And the number you called, were you the one that called, or was it your husband?
No, I called 911 and then they said call like a non-line or something. And call a bunch of lines and then like a couple, like their Nana called another line, so.
Okay. Get her telephone number too, though, because they might not have a good contact if there's several people that called.
All right, so 843-655-7460.
I think the tire's gone on one of them, I think, maybe. Is he on rims?
Do you have a picture of him on your phone?
Oh, yeah. Oof.
Can you?
The ones we all have are like mostly him and his sister together. I mean, can you crop that out or is it?
Yeah, if you want to, too. I mean, yeah, on your phone, you can send it.
So this is the one that everyone has been sending, is this one. Do you want me to send it to who?
Yeah, his phone.
Leticia's date of birth 6666. Grumpy.
And then go ahead and get that information for the information I sent you on there after you get the picture.
All right, what?
Stand by.
This in?
Sure.
There, he's gonna put him.
I just got a new phone number, so I
Okay.
don't remember what it is. If you want to, while I do this, try and find the driver's license, or
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not finding you.
It's it's LE. If you're running me in, like instead of TECIA, it's LETECIA.
Okay.
Like Letecia.
1971. We try Lincoln Edward, Tom Edward, Charles, Ida Adam for the first name.
Has anybody's been saying anything on the Facebook post or whatever that people are talking about?
Just that they're looking.
Okay. Nothing.
I accidentally let it lock. I'm sorry. You ready?
I'm sending you that picture, right? Okay.
Just give them the OLN.
Negative. I have a OLN for you. 719-663.
719.
31. It's going to be 101-27-5370, South Carolina. So y'all contacted all the friends that y'all know about at this point. Parents, any of them saying anything that you know about that they said they haven't seen him today as well? Nothing like that. Okay. Nothing other than him taking his Switch, his game thing. Nothing else missing. He didn't ride his bike. You just told her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing other than that. There are no suspicious circumstances. I mean, other than some weird text that I guess he was sending dad about bath salts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's got some other information, just some medical stuff that we would like to have. And he's already listed as runaway. So if he's riding around with a brother in car, he gets contacted. What are you doing out this late? What's your name? It comes up that he's a runaway. And so they'll give you a call.
Copy.
Just, you want to get that stuff and then
He wasn't in here with the speak. That stuff is down there, sir. Can I show him about the smoke stuff? I just didn't want him to step on the cutter, the box thing.
Yeah.
I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here in the beginning, right? I didn't know if I had that box put in there, because I told him about he dropped it in last night.
Okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure. I didn't want you to be like, oh, there's the boxers. But yeah, I had to cut this. And I told them I wasn't even going to tell Dad. And I was going to figure out a way to put this in there from the situation. But
At least you got a cart. Yeah, you got.
right, I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that. But it's not even any friends around here. There is let me look on this thing. He did have this one like book thing.
It's where you're supposed to be at down the road.
They checked that already?
They went over there and talked to him, and they're like, no, we hadn't seen him at all.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to.
yeah, Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were at the door with the bike.
Okay.
They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah, so
Any friends?
He did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet, he's not like I teach 5th grade and like, you got your like really, really mature boy, kind of boys, but then waiting, he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Still kid.
So, no, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time. Like for, like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
Is his jacket gone?
He had on he has several jackets. Like it depends on, I'm very like fashion. So like, it just depends on jackets. Like you might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So he had a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like, I mean, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes and he just,
Okay.
he has all that stuff. So.
Ooh.
And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and.
Okay.
How long have you guys lived here?
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to things. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells me yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
There could be some friends that you don't.
Right. Because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast. So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it instead of.
Well, how about your husband? He's talk to these people?
Yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them. He's in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
So is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling, and we don't know who that one is.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one we don't know.
Do you guys have a name for that?
Because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. My husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name for that. He didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So.
And he took his game console bill.
Yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
One of them's gone.
Switch Lite. They have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them's gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like not far down.
Which pictures is it?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description. And she was like, was that him? And I was like, yes.
Where was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in this Lorson Ranch?
Lorson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lorson Ranch page. And so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they called it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me. But as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alert slips and I weren't gonna Huh? Okay. No. Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatch already, but can you give us a description of him from top to
Yes.
bottom? Hair color, eye color, any art,
Yeah,
you
so
know?
brown, let's see, brown,
I don't know.
like whitish color skin.
Yes, and he's in this house. They don't.
Somewhere around there.
Just keep this close because our heat.
The parents made that.
And then
Yeah. Well, they said that
410.
there was a weird text that Dad got about something about bath salts and hey, if you if I can get some bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something in their house.
He sent that to him.
Yeah.
I got it.
And then Mom goes through everything, finds oh, so this is Parker. Yes, sir. I'm not bad here. Yes.
Yes.
No, we're still getting the runaway report right now.
Harley, did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's
I
Harley.
just didn't.
Right. I mean, there's not anything that's suspicious about it. I think that it just kind of went viral on social media, and so everybody's finding out about it now. I mean, he just didn't show home at 6, but he's also been in trouble and had a game console that he left with, so he's probably at somebody's house right now playing games.
That's why me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we absolutely think that, and we've calmed our stress level for a week.
Like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a sweatshirt, windbreaker.
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, kind of a little windbreaker type.
Okay, good to know.
Anything to
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm mid, so I'll be on it.
Oh, they asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like I'm gonna end up.
Okay, perfect.
A lot of the same questions that dispatch asked.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Bye. There's Don Roy Cat.
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
Yeah, he's the head of security, so he.
Game or something tonight, so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something.
He said there was he said there was partial right now, so.
Smith.
Yeah. What?
It was the off duty.
No.
Oh, okay.
Just if there's somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Give it that list you go to.
If you guys want to call my husband.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll follow up because we know have a little bit more information you have, and
A lot of the, he does all that.
how long has he been over there stationed
He's
at
not stationed here, he's just at a career course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist, I think it's like Fountain Dentist maybe.
Yeah, we can get on it.
He's on base.
We'll give him a call.
Yeah.
What's this one?
Al, A-L, Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H.
Phone number?
843-478-6714. Yes.
Are we back on 3?
I'm on 3.
And they call it code.
We'll give him a call, try to get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them on base.
Cool. All right, well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information that we don't already have. If not, we'll come back and or we'll give you a case number for the runaway and everything. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Down here, no.
I didn't see him.
Okay. We have gas,
Tisha about to fall asleep over there. What's she doing? Yo, this is wild.
I. Oh my god. And two.
Right. Prosecution, call your next witness, please. All right.
Dude. attempted murder suspect. Let's see who's next. What?
Sergeant, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please.
What's going on, bro?
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Bro.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Will you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Christopher Ganstein, Ganstine.
And while it may be apparent, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your role at the Sheriff's Office?
My current role is I'm a patrol supervisor.
Sergeant?
Yes.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I held the rank of detective sergeant, and I was assigned to the Colorado Springs Metro Vice and Narcotics Unit.
And in terms of your role specifically as it relates to that case, this case here, what were you tasked with doing with the Metro VNI unit?
One of our many tasks that we do is we do covert surveillance, and we were asked to start a surveillance operation on the defendant.
And as part of that surveillance on January 30th of 2020, where was your team located?
We had started early in the morning at, I believe it was the 10,000 block of Intrepid Way, which was in the Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
And were you able to make visual contact with the person that you know to be Letecia Stauch?
I was.
Okay. And do you see that same person here today in court?
I do.
Can you identify her by where she's seated in the courtroom?
She's sitting next to an attorney wearing a blue suit, and she's wearing a purplish top.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the sergeant has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Can you walk us through what you observed on January 30th with that surveillance?
Yeah, so we were told from the night before that the defendant and her daughter were more than likely staying at that address. When I got there, the vehicle that was in question that she was seen in the day before, I believe it was a white Jetta, was in the driveway. And so I had actually, since I got there first, I had set up shortly down the street with a clear view of the door and the vehicle. And I can't recall the exact time. I know we were there for a little bit that they'd come out, but I observed the defendant and Harley, her daughter, walk out of the house and get in the vehicle. Harley got into the driver's seat and the defendant got into the rear right passenger seat.
And as at that point, after viewing the defendant get into the passenger seat, did the Metro VNI team continue to conduct surveillance?
Yeah, we started what we refer to as rolling surveillance. We're all in covert vehicles. And so we started from there and we just were tasked with following her and seeing what she was doing.
And as you continue to follow her, any sort of observation that you made about movements or type of movements?
Yeah, it was weird because there was only two people in the car. She was sitting in the back seat. And for most of the time that they were driving, she would either be completely slouched down so you couldn't actually see her in the back seat, or her head would just be up far enough to where you could kind of see her looking out the window. But she wasn't sitting like a normal person would sit, and she wasn't sitting in the front seat either.
And based on your training experience and what you've done, especially with the Metro VNI unit, how would you describe that type of behavior?
That behavior is common when we're following fugitives or following people that are, I don't want to call it surveillance conscious. I guess the term would be people that feel that they may be subject to law enforcement surveillance and are trying to hide themselves from that.
Avoid detection?
Avoid detection would be a good term.
At that point, is there a particular area, and if you could explain why a particular area was chosen in town to make contact with the defendant?
We had followed her for about an hour-ish, going to various places. Eventually, she ended up at a parking lot at the intersection of Woodman and Academy. It was the Marshall's clothing store. She had parked, or Harley had parked in the parking lot, and then they had walked inside the store. Shortly after they had walked inside the store, I was notified by Sheriff's Office investigations that they had obtained a warrant for the vehicle that they were driving, and that they had also obtained an additional warrant for a cell phone that was either in the possession of Harley or her, that they had both been using. And they had asked that we basically come out from cover, from surveillance, and make contact and secure the vehicle, and then secure the phone.
Do you have a rough approximation of about what time that would have been that you were given essentially the green light to move forward?
I believe it was the early afternoon.
And did you create a report in conjunction with your work on this case?
I did.
And would reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the time?
It would.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I guess they had a car waiting for them.
13:24, so 1:24 p.m.
Look at these maniacs, yo.
It does.
And who are these two psychopath women? Get those women and tackle their ass down. Send the canines.
So and not everybody thinks in military time, but what is 13:24?
That'd be 1:24 p.m.
Okay. At that time, can you explain for the jury what you did?
So I'd coordinated my team. I had put some detectives inside the Michaels to maintain surveillance on those two. And then I had created a multi-person team outside. And the plan was that when they had checked out, we would be notified outside that they had. Once they had walked outside, we were going to have two units that have emergency lights just pull up. And we were going to do what we refer to as like a soft contact, just, hey, it's the police. We got to get your phone and we got to do this because we got a warrant. And that was the plan, that they'd come out and do that. Our main concern was obviously the phone and destruction of evidence, or being able to get back in the car and flee.
So in relation to the type of approach you use and decided to use, was that important?
I'm sorry, I couldn't overhear with the cough.
In terms of the type of approach that you wanted to use, a soft approach, that was important for the purposes of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you were wearing, how you looked that day?
Yeah, so I was undercover, so I was wearing street clothes. However, we have what we refer to as raid vest or bus vest. So it's similar to this, except what I was wearing is all black. All of my stuff that I would normally have on a belt, kind of like what this is all on my vest, including my firearm. The main difference, it's black. The word sheriff is across the entire chest. It's bigger than what this is. And then I didn't have a cloth badge at that time. That one actually had my physical real metal badge on my thing. And then it was in January, so I would have been wearing jeans and a hoodie under it.
So dressed in all of those things that you're wearing on January 30th, what occurred when you went to approach the defendant?
So it didn't go as planned because Harley had stayed inside and then the defendant had come out. Specifically, when the defendant came out, she was holding the keys to the car. And so that's a concern. We can't let her get into the vehicle. Where her vehicle was, I was parked directly next to her vehicle, in between her vehicle and the store. So I radioed to everybody that we would stick with Harley inside, and that I was going to get out and just contact the defendant myself and just let her know what was going on, that we had a warrant for the car and that I couldn't let her in and I need to get the keys. So I had gotten out of my car that time, and as she walked up to me, I'd approached her. Actually, I didn't really approach her. She'd gotten there about the same time, right in between the two cars.
While that approach is happening, can you describe the defendant's demeanor?
She was surprised. So she kind of froze, and I said, "My name is Sergeant Gannon Stauch with the Sheriff's Office. We have a search warrant for the vehicle. I can't let you into it. I'm going to need the keys." And basically it was, like I said, it was a soft approach, just like I'm talking now. She didn't acknowledge me. She didn't say anything. Where she was, she had maneuvered kind of closer to her driver's door, and then just started slowly walking backwards.
Were there any observations that you noticed about her gaze or where she was looking, anything like that?
Yeah, so the two biggest things I noticed is she was just stuttering, like one word, like key, warrant, like just repeating what I was saying. And then she kept walking further back. And I told her, I said, relax, you're not in trouble. I just need the keys to the car. I can't let you into it. She continued to walk back. And then I noticed she started to turn her head behind her because when that was going on, so there's my vehicle, her vehicle, and I'm here, she's here. So she can't go past me. She can't go left or right. So all she can do is basically turn around. And so I noticed that she was periodically turning around as she continued to walk backwards.
As she walked backwards, what did she do after that?
She turned and ran in a full sprint away from me. She had the keys in her hand. I was like, okay. Got on the radio and I was like, she's running. Like, I don't know what's going on. And I started running after her. As she was running away from me, she had taken the keys to the car and threw them across the parking lot. It took us a little bit of time to find them, but she had thrown them across the parking lot. And so she threw them one way and then kept running the other way from where she threw the keys.
Ultimately, after running after her, were you able to make contact?
Yes, to the two vehicles that had the lights that we were going to have come in, they rolled in. They got out. One drew his firearm and gave her commands, and she had stopped and got on the ground at that time. And then I didn't know what was going on. So I went up and handcuffed her at that time and detained her until we could find out what was going on and what had happened. And then she was given to two other people that had taken her back to a car.
Okay. But to be clear, at that time, she was not being arrested, correct?
No.
Okay. While you were present on scene with other law enforcement members, where was Harley Hunt?
She was, when that happened, she was walking out of the Michaels pretty like within a minute of that happening and then me detaining the defendant.
Okay. And with specifically as it relates to the approval of the search warrant for a cellular telephone, was that able to be gathered that day?
Yes. Initially, Harley was reluctant to give the phone. And so one of the detectives, she had it in her hand. One of the detectives just yanked it right out of her hand so she couldn't manipulate or do anything with it.
Was there any interaction that you observed between the defendant and her daughter, Harley Hunt, while you were present on scene?
Yes. The defendant was fairly hysterical. She was screaming. She was yelling obscenities, things like that. Once she realized that we were also in contact with Harley, she started screaming at Harley, saying, "Don't say anything. Tell me what an attorney. Don't talk to him." Those type of statements. And we were trying to tell her we just need to get the phone.
And after obtaining the phone from Harley Hunt and securing Ms. Stauch, what did you do after that?
At that point, we had moved Harley because Harley started crying and she was fairly hysterical as well. But actually before that, I had talked to the defendant and I told her she needed to calm down. She's screaming. We're in a public parking lot. She's committing criminal acts and she doesn't need to get herself in trouble. So just to relax and calm down. And she did. Once I had that short conversation with her, she stopped yelling. And then we had moved Harley into the back of one of our patrol vehicles. We didn't close the door. We left the door open. And I just had a quick conversation with Harley to calm her down because she was crying and she was fairly hysterical.
Okay. And were you able to calm her down?
Yeah. I told her, hey, here's the deal. We needed to get the phone. I don't know what your mom just did, but we're fine now and we're going to let you guys go.
And to be clear, up until that point, the defendant was not arrested. She was not. She didn't have any criminal summons or anything like that you provided to her, correct?
No, until we can secure the scene and find out exactly what the circumstances were behind the unusual reaction of me just trying to get car keys, given the scope of the investigation and its infancy, we didn't know if there was something more that we didn't know until we knew. So once we calmed everything down, got everyone calm, we released them because we've accomplished what we needed to do, which was to execute the 2 warrants.
And after obtaining the cellular telephone, is that telephone then made available or accessible in evidence for other law enforcement officers with access to?
It was given. We had multiple detectives from majors there from the sheriff's office, and it was given to them.
You talked a bit about your training experience and different things that you've observed over your career as a law enforcement officer. As it relates to this specific interaction with a defendant, would you describe whether or not she was suffering a mental crisis, mental disease, or defect at that time?
So to get in, I've been a deputy for 19 years. I've had a lot of interactions and arrested a lot of people. And in terms of surveillance and a lot of that, when people are surprised by law enforcement, we've heard the term fight or flight. So people have to make 2 decisions when police tell them to do something. Number 1, am I going to do it? And if their answer is yes, we're done. If their answer is no, the second decision they need to make is, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to run or am I going to fight? And so those decisions have to be made. And in this particular interaction, based on the totality of hiding in the vehicle, taking steps to be covert, those are overt acts. Those aren't, subversive acts. And between that and then what we refer to as target glancing, which means when a person wants to run from us, or let's say they have a gun on them or whatever, a lot of times they'll actually look to see, they'll forecast where they're going to run. Because they'll be looking around, they're trying to find what their avenue of escape, and that's what they're going to do. Same thing if they have like a weapon on them, a lot of times they'll be touching it, or if they have a knife, we actually train that we see these things, and I've experienced those things through my 19-year career. So I saw the target glancing, and it was pretty evident when she was backing up and then started turning around that she was going to run. And I think that in my mind, those were conscious decisions that were made.
Okay. But specifically as it relates to observing a severe mental disease or defect while you were present on scene observing her, did you observe that?
I did not.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
No question.
Good afternoon. Sergeant Ganstein.
Yes.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to ask you a few questions. This encounter with Ms. Stauch and Harley Hunt, her daughter, took place on January 30th, 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Stauch in person before seeing her at this residence where you, I guess, were staking it out or had it under surveillance?
I'd seen photos of her.
Photos? Okay. And is that how you recognized her when she came out of this house and got into the car with Harley?
Yeah, so when we do operations, we have briefing plans where we go over photos and all that other stuff.
Okay. Had you seen photos of Harley?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you've testified that it seemed like she was acting suspiciously, ducking down in the back seat of the car, seemed like she was avoiding detection.
She wasn't in the vehicle consistent with the normal motoring public driving around, yes.
Okay. But you said it seemed like she was avoiding detection or specifically contacts with law enforcement.
That was my impression, yes.
Okay. So the person driving her around while she's doing this is also helping her to avoid detection or contact with law enforcement.
I can't speak to her intentions. I can only speak to my observations. My observations of her and her driving was not consistent with somebody that's actively trying to evade surveillance.
What would evading surveillance be?
When we follow individuals, drivers specifically, that feel that they're being followed by law enforcement, there's a number of countermeasures essentially that people will take. They'll make U-turns, run red lights, go down one-way streets, or go down to cul-de-sacs and turn around to see if anybody's following them, randomly pull over. It's in our training, our experience, it's pretty apparent when somebody's doing that, and I didn't see that here.
And that's what drivers will do to avoid contact or be followed?
Yeah, if there's multiple people in the vehicle, the only one that can make those decisions to do that would be the driver. They're the only ones in control of the vehicle.
Was Letecia Stauch on January 30th, when you had your interaction with her, was she a person of interest or a suspect in the death of Gannon Stauch? Stauch, I'm sorry.
I wouldn't, in my limited observation, because I wasn't part of the investigations division, it was relayed to me that there was concerns and she was potentially a person of interest. I never actually heard the term that she would be a, quote, suspect.
And when you were following them, did you know the driver of the vehicle at that time was Harley Hunt?
I had a high probability it was, based on the information I received last night and who was in the vehicle, and the vehicle was Harley's vehicle.
So you had gotten information that she was possibly staying at this residence with her daughter?
Yeah, we had a surveillance operation the day before, and I was monitoring that operation the entire night.
Okay. Did you have your body camera on? I see right here in the courtroom, you've got your body camera. It looks like the big black cell phone.
Mm-hmm. At that time, no, I worked in undercover capacity, and undercover officers don't carry body worn generally.
So you had no body worn camera?
I did not.
Did any of the other deputies or law enforcement officers at the marshals?
Anybody that was on my team would not have had one. This was 3 years ago. Obviously, there's been legislative changes since then that have changed who has to carry them. It was not normal at that time for our investigations people to carry them either when doing contacts, because they weren't specifically required like they are now.
Okay. Was Harley Hunt, since you knew her, she was at the residence, she was Ms. Stauch's daughter, was she a person of interest in this investigation into the missing, I guess at this time he was a missing person, but later death of Gannon Stauch?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Damn. Person almost ran off into the building. They're all just moving out of the way.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert diagnosing any of the diseases, mental health diseases from the DSM-4 or 5?
I've not been qualified as an expert in that, no.
Okay. And you've never gone to school for or gotten any sort of degrees in psychology or psychiatry or anything? You've never been called as an expert witness to testify as to that?
I've never been called as an expert witness, no.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor. All I have. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you. Redirect. Rotiyama?
Yes. Sergeant, as part of a unit conducting surveillance, why would it not be feasible to wear a body-worn camera?
Well, number one, we're in undercover capacity. We don't want other people to see. Basically, I don't want anyone to know my detectives and who they are, what they look like, or anything else. Certainly, body-worn camera evidence is discoverable, and that could potentially put my detectives' lives in danger that are working significant undercover operations involving criminal. We purposely hide our detectives' identity to the point to where they have different names and everything.
In terms of how obvious it would be to have a camera in the center of your chest, would that also be an issue as well?
Well, if we were wearing a camera, it would probably burn us, if you want to call it that. I think people would realize we were the police really quickly, and majority of our job is done behind the scenes, and people don't know that we're there. So,
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Gasting? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Dr. Leon Kelly.
Dr. Leon Kelly. Who's that? I can't believe this thing is still going, dude. I'm shocked. And they switched vehicles.
Dr. Kelly, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step to the stand.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kelly. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
I'm Dr. Leon Kelly, Leonkelley.
Dr. Kelly, what is your occupation?
I am the El Paso County Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you been in that type of a role?
I've been with the Coroner's Office since 2008 as the Deputy Chief until 2018, which I was elected as the Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner, and then I was reelected in 2022.
Can you tell the jury about your education that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Indiana University. I have a medical degree from Indiana University School of Medicine. Following that, I completed 4 years in training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Penrose St. Francis here in Colorado Springs. And then following that, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the University of Texas in Dallas. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I'm a fully licensed physician in Colorado.
Do you also have certifications?
I do.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
Board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Any professional memberships?
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the College of American Pathologists, and the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
What about publications? Have you published any journals or anything like that as it relates to pathology or any of your job duties?
We've published papers, posters as well on various types of deaths in forensic setting.
Have you ever testified as a court qualified expert witness?
I have.
In what areas?
Forensic pathology, strangulation, many forensic sciences.
What courts have you testified as an expert in?
Multiple courts in Colorado, including El Paso County, as well as courts in South Dakota, California, Ohio, Texas.
Okay. At this time, I would move to have Dr. Kelly qualified as an expert in forensic pathology.
Vince?
No objection, Your Honor.
The witness will be so qualified.
And just so we're all on the same page, Doctor, when we say the word pathology, what do we mean on that?
Pathology is a field of medicine defined essentially as the study of disease or injury.
And then what about forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology that deals specifically with deaths that occur in individuals suddenly, unexpectedly, or of anything non-natural. And so it's a field focused specifically on determining cause and manner of death in individuals who've died under those suspicious or injurious circumstances.
Doctor, back in January of 2020, what was your role then as far as, I guess just what was your role back then?
January 2020, I was the elected coroner and chief medical examiner for El Paso County.
Did you get involved in the criminal investigation of the Gannon Stauch murder?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
There were human remains discovered in Florida. There was a tentative identification as to who that individual was, but not a positive scientific identification. To date, when I became involved, they weren't yet able to definitively identify the individual as Gannon Stauch. And so I was contacted by our local district attorney's office and asked if I could help identify him. And so the medical examiner's office there in Florida had yet to be able to accomplish that. And I've had good luck and experience in identifying individuals who had been deceased for a long time. So I said, yes, let's bring the remains, or at least portion of the remains, to El Paso County. and we will do our best to identify him.
What were complicating factors leading to this difficulty that you just described to get a DNA confirmation?
The remains had advanced decomposition, so the body had begun to break down. To make scientific identification, generally we talk about two things. Dental, which is you look at the teeth, you x-ray them, and then you have to have radiographs or x-rays from that individual that you think it is at a dentist that they went to when they were alive. The other way to identify individuals is through DNA. As the body breaks down, the cells that have the DNA, the material that we need to identify, begins to dissolve. And it becomes very difficult to use traditional DNA techniques to get enough of that material that's still intact to identify them. And so living in the mountains, in a place where people often go missing or not found for sometimes many years, we've grown skilled in being able to identify individuals who have that degree of decomposition or skeletonization.
What items did you receive from Florida to do the analysis that you did?
So for the forensic odontology examination, we received teeth dental material. And then for the DNA, we received a femur, one of the leg bones, the upper portion of the leg bone.
Tell the jury what you did to potentially find a sample that would be suitable for developing a DNA profile.
And so for the DNA, what we did was essentially take the femur, which is sort of the large ball that lives up in the hip. It's relatively protected. It'd be one of the last things that could be exposed to the environment. And that femoral head, the ball part that goes into the socket that's the hip, contains a large amount of bone and blood at its center, essentially bone marrow. And so we saw it in half, separating the two parts of the ball. And inside there is large amounts, I said, of what we call trabecular bone that contains the bone marrow that replenishes the white blood cells in the body. And so we sawed it in half, which revealed the inner marrow and a fresher state of cells, and then essentially release that to the DNA lab, who then could scoop out that marrow and then look for DNA.
And when you say you submit that to the DNA lab, is that the Metro Crime Lab?
It is.
Did you ever learn whether they were able to develop a DNA profile from that sample you submitted?
I was told that they did.
Did you learn who they identified that DNA sample to belong?
The DNA was positively identified as Gannon Stauch.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Kelly, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. When you do autopsies, you've done hundreds of them, if not thousands of them over your career, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you have a human body that is deceased, it will start smelling. For lack of a better term, it'll start emitting a bad smell, putrid smell, whatever you want to call it. But that's one of the hallmarks of death is a bad smell.
Yeah, as the body breaks down, the bacteria that live in our body begin to consume the body. One of the byproducts of their metabolism is gas that smells poorly. So once decomposition begins, yes, human remains, as do all organic remains, and including other animals, begins to smell quite poorly.
How, and I know it depends on temperature, humidity, and a lot of other factors, but if you could just discuss when a person dies, a human being dies, how long does it take for this poor smell to begin?
So the breakdown of the body after death is driven almost entirely by temperature. Humans are like any other organism that dies. If you have a steak and you put it in your fridge or your freezer, it'll last for weeks, months, many years without smelling. You leave that same steak out on a hot day in the front of your house in the sun, and it'll start stinking within a couple hours. Humans are no different. And so given normal temperatures, let's say 70 degrees inside a home, usually decomposition begins between about 24 and 48 hours. Usually by about 3 to 5 days, the body is sort of well into a decomposition and the smell is quite obvious and strong. However, given a very hot environment, 90 degrees, 100 degrees, bodies can begin decomposing within just a few hours.
So inside a home or a building, 70 degrees, climate controlled, or perhaps in a vehicle that's climate controlled at 70 degrees, you're looking at 3 to 5 days before it could really start smelling poorly?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say start smelling poorly, somebody else in a closed vehicle or in a home, or they would be able to smell it. It would be very apparent.
It would, yes.
Okay. Would it be overpowering?
You're probably talking to the wrong guy for that. It's kind of my everyday.
You have a high tolerance for poor smells?
Be careful what you get good at. Yes, I do. But yes, generally someone who's not used to dealing with that smell every day, it's tough. It's tough to deal with. It's essentially overpowering. Yes.
Okay. So a normal human being, it would be overpowering.
That's correct.
All right. I think that's all I have, Doctor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Doctor. Your ability to withstand these odors notwithstanding, if a person freezes a body, will that delay when that smell becomes heavier?
It will. Yes, freezing a body will essentially stop decomposition, as it does with all meat. And then once removed, it will take sometimes several days for bodies that we have that are frozen out in the environment during the winter to thaw to the point where you can even autopsy them, sometimes 2 to 3 days. So yeah, a frozen body or a body kept at cool temperatures essentially can last indefinitely before those smells appear.
And I'm going to ask you some probably very obvious questions here, but just bear with me. Gannon was reported missing in late January of 2020, winter months. If the body had been left outside in those conditions, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
If it was left overnight, would that be ripe for freezing that body?
It would.
And then if the body is kept in an enclosed container, like a suitcase with blankets in it, would that also potentially limit how quickly that odor escapes from that item?
It would. First, it would insulate the body, allow it to stay cooler longer. And then also any closed environment helps prevent that smell from emanating out, from flies getting to it, which aids in decomposition. So yeah, it would reduce the smell dramatically.
When your office responds out to crime scenes to retrieve a dead body from a crime scene, do you wrap them in, or do your folks wrap them in a body bag?
They do.
Is that to contain fluids and those sorts of things, and even potentially smell?
Evidence, fluids, smells, yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Kelly? Looks like we have one. Just pass it forward. And Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve that counsel approach, please.
This is wild. I mean, you stopped. Or not. Stop. Trolling.
All right, Dr. Kelly, what impact does humidity have on decomposition?
So humidity, meaning the moisture in the air, would result in decomposition likely and potentially happening at a slightly increased rate, probably not dramatically, not enough to alter the time course that I talked about. What it does do is alter dramatically the type of decomposition that's going to happen. And so in a state like Florida and the Gulf Coast, where you have high temperatures, lots of moisture in the air and the environment, the body tends to decompose in a way that's sort of very, very, very wet. And it goes through a process which we call adipocere, which is the bacteria and the things that live in a moist environment are very different than a dry environment. And so those bodies do tend to smell even worse, if you can imagine, than other conditions. Here in the West, where we live, bodies go through a different state. They start out juicy and wet initially because there's fluid in the body, but then it relatively quickly turns towards a mummification, which is a drying out, a leathering of the body, which does tend to keep the smell down quite a bit. The first few weeks of the decomposition, there's not going to be a measurable difference. It's really after that point where they'll go these two different directions.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Mr. Allen?
Only for purposes of our record, can you spell adipocere for the court reporter?
Yes, adipocere is ADIPOCERE.
All right.
Got it.
All right. Mr. Cook?
I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. You may
Thank you, Your Honor.
watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Mary, thank you for the cash app. Says thanks for the hard work. Thank you so much. I just saw the email for that. That was
Ms. Williams, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Gucci, for the cash app.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
I think the other one has a better view now.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Marissa Williams.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
For approximately 11 years.
And in 2020, what was the nature of your roles and responsibility with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was assigned to the investigations division as a detective.
And as it relates to your work, in this case, fair to say that you were the jack of all trades?
Yes, although primarily handled the financial responsibilities.
Okay. In terms of obtaining financial responsibilities, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. I initially took interest in tracking the financial records of the Stauches to determine what type of activity they had been taking part in during the time that Gannon went missing.
And so as part of that, would you have been involved in applications for search warrants, things like that?
That's correct.
Did you also have observations of other law enforcement officers collecting evidence, for example?
Yes, ma'am. There were other officers and investigators, both with the DA's office and the FBI, assisting the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in collecting the type of records I was collecting as well.
Okay. And I'll direct your attention to January 28th of 2020. Were you on duty that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you present for an interview, or at least a portion of an interview that occurred that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
The interview was at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. I observed Detective Mark Riley interviewing Eugene Al Stauch.
Okay. And for other interviews that may have been conducted with Letecia Stauch, were you present for any of those?
I was present, but I did not observe the full interviews.
Okay. I will direct your attention to observations of Letecia Stauch. Did you see her in person?
Yes, I did meet her in person.
Okay. And is there a particular date you recall seeing her in person?
Yes, it was Wednesday, January 29th at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And on that date, can you generally describe her demeanor? How would you describe her demeanor?
She was evasive with questions. She was, I would say, upset, but not in the same way that you would expect with a parent that's missing a child.
Speculation. I'll sustain the objection on the different grounds. I think she needs to lay a little bit more foundation as to her experience regarding contacts with parents of missing children.
And again, do you agree that she's going to be basing it on observation or opinion on her work experience? I'm objecting under Stewart.
All right, and under People versus Froehler, 373 Pacific 3rd, 672 Colorado Appellate 2015, I don't think that the Stewart standard regarding accident reconstructionist applies. This doesn't involve specialized training. This does involve her experience regarding contacts with other individuals who may have been similarly situated. The objection's overruled.
In terms of your experience in law enforcement over the years, have you had contact with a variety of suspects, a person of interest, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have, probably hundreds.
Have you been exposed to parents of missing children as well?
Yes.
Parents of runaways?
Yes.
And in terms of your training experience, specifically as it relates to being around parents of missing children, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor on January 29th of 2020?
My experience with parents of missing children or runaways comes from having worked on patrol during the years of 2014 through 2018. And most parents are primarily concerned with doing something to track down their child, such as contacting friends, going out and searching for their child, or providing any type of evidence that would assist law enforcement in doing the same. But Ms. Stauch, on the other hand, was bothered by the fact that she had to come in and talk with law enforcement, and was more concerned about her well-being than her missing sons.
She just care about herself.
In terms of being present on scene, and again, based on your training experience as it relates to your role as a detective, but also as on patrol, did it appear to you at that time that she was experiencing a severe mental disease, defect, or crisis?
And I'm going to object to this testimony in general as to these officers laying an opinion that they lack the proper foundation with this. I'm going to specifically refer the court to People v. Medina, Colorado Supreme Court, 521 P2D 1257, Colorado Supreme Court, 1974.
Right. Ms. Gratiano.
Your Honor, for the reasons that we've had prior law enforcement officers explain their training experience and their observations while on patrol or other investigations, she's laid sufficient foundation to testify to that answer.
And Your Honor, Medina specifically deals with law enforcement officers and says that the limited interaction they've had is not sufficient for any opinion regarding them.
All right. Any further record? All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's going on. This officer cannot testify about whether or not someone has a mental disease or defect in the form or in the same fashion that a psychiatrist would be able to testify as to whether or not somebody has a mental disease or defect. However, I do think that this officer can testify based upon her contacts with a defendant as to how she interpreted the defendant's mental status. I think that's a common issue that we all deal with. Some people are, when we talk with somebody, we all understand that someone may be under some stress, someone may be acting differently, those sorts of things. I think that this officer can testify about that. However, this officer cannot testify about whether or not she has a specific mental defect or disease, and it will go to weight, not admissibility. Ms. Gratiano.
In terms of understanding conversations that were occurring that day, how would you describe how the defendant answered questions?
I think she answered questions competently. She understood the questions that were being asked. There was no indication that she did not understand the questions or failed to understand language that was being spoken.
At any point, did she refer to herself or address anyone by a different name, referring to herself?
Not that I recall.
And in terms of her overall awareness of the situation, how would you describe that on January 29th of 2020? How would you describe her demeanor?
I'm
Awareness
not
awareness
really
as
sure how to answer.
yeah. Awareness as to where she was, what was being done, what she was being asked, et cetera.
I think she fully understood the gravity of the situation because the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had asked her many times to come in for an interview and to assist in providing some evidence about the location of her stepson's whereabouts.
In terms of other documents that you assisted in retrieving from other law enforcement members, were you part of retrieving rental agreement from Avis Rental? Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. And who did you assist in that process, if you did?
No, I was the one who collected the Avis budget rental records in March, on March 20th, I believe.
You're under permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 232.
You may go ahead.
Moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 232.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. This is a different rental record than the one that I had referred to as collecting in March.
Okay. And when you talk about, you testified as to having contact with Avis, who in particular did you have contact with at Avis? Would have been a manager or somebody at the counter?
I don't recall the name of the person for this particular record. I recall for the other one, but not for this one.
Okay.
May I refer to my report?
You can, if that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of a specific name, I'm not asking you for a specific name, but just what representative from Avis you had contact with.
Sure.
And it may be helpful just to explain to the jury just the general process of retrieving, for example, a document from a business. How do you go about doing that? That just might be helpful to start.
So yes, the process for collecting evidence from rental car business such as Avis is that I issue a court order or a search warrant addressed to the company in the first place, and then have a judge review the probable cause in the affidavit. And once the judge has signed off on it, I serve it either in person or via some electronic delivery method that's preferred by the company. In this particular case, I did serve the warrant in person because the business was local. The Avis budget rental was at the Colorado Springs airport.
And to retrieve documents referring to a rental agreement, did you respond to that location?
I did.
And was a representative able to provide you with documentation?
Yes, ma'am. They provided the rental agreement that showed the signed agreement. It had been signed by Letecia Stauch, and I believe it was signed on Tuesday, January 28th, for a. It was for a white Kia Rio 4-door sedan. And that vehicle was used for approximately 1 day before it was returned to the same location.
And to be clear, when you're retrieving things, you're retrieving a rental agreement, but are you retrieving documents that come with that rental agreement from that company?
Yes, ma'am.
Such as Exhibit 232?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you explain how you recognize what 232 generally is?
I recognize it because I've seen it before during the time I collected it.
Okay. And because you've seen it before, would you say it's a fair and accurate representation of the rental agreement documents you retrieved from the Avis representative that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 232.
Mr. Tellini, Exhibit 232 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Great. In terms of other work in this case, you explained that you collected various financial documents. Did you also have an opportunity to review those financial documents?
Most of them I did, yes.
And overall, were you able to, along with other law enforcement members, able to track movements or charges, if you will, of the defendant through those financial documents?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? No? Well, hold on.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Are we passing or not passing?
Your Honor, just pursuant to the stipulations that we've already put on the record,
Yes.
that have to deal with USAA records and American Express records, we've already asked for that stipulation to be put on the record.
And it has been, and I assume that this relates to some of that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Williams? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
And Your Honor, for the purposes of the record, we are admitting People's Exhibit 231, which relates to that stipulation.
Okay. Are you doing that just as part of are you going to have a witness with that, or you're just admitting the exhibit?
We're just admitting the exhibit.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what we're talking about here is that the parties have reached stipulations regarding various different exhibits. And one of the exhibits is Exhibit 231, right? Exhibit 231, which is referred to as a disc of American Express records. There won't be a witness with that. It will just be records that will be admitted as an exhibit for you to consider that has records from American Express. The parties have admitted or have agreed that the exhibit can be admitted without further evidentiary foundation or testimony. So Exhibit 231 is admitted. Prosecution, call your next witness. Okay.
They're going back to back to back. They said that the media is being held back, so they're not, I don't know, they can't go in, I guess, further, or they have to keep a distance, or I don't know what's going on.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the next witness, now's a good time to take a break since we came back a little bit early. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10 after 3, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Hold what? What the hell's going on? That's what I want to know. What the hell's going on? This shit been going on for like 3 hours.
See this. Wow. Obviously, we don't advise that for safety's sake.
What the hell going on here?
Human nature.
So here we go now, crossing
we
the
gotta fix this. Hold on.
in Gardena area.
How do we
and
do
then
this?
Back over. And so
Help
now
me.
you have the suspect again driving into oncoming traffic. You see a couple of pickup trucks on the other side moving out of the way. Bruce, when I see a law enforcement officer follow
the vehicle into oncoming traffic. Is that?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
What the hell?
Because maybe the lights and
Is there
sirens
anything
are
else
easier
we
to
need to take
see.
up at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Or is it a
Court will be in recess until
they make a left
3:10.
turn,
Thank
they
you.
can stay on them. Why would officers do that as well?
It's multifold, as you're touching on. One, whenever you're driving code 3 with lights and siren, you do have to obey the vehicle code. However, you are given latitude to be on the wrong side of the road when you can do so safely, as it does shield the officers from any kind of fiduciary responsibilities. However, also, it is to keep the suspect within knowledge of we're right behind you. We're not going anywhere. What you're doing is maybe unsafe, and we're doing it as safely as we can, but it's also maybe to, as you said, alert oncoming traffic, because you're going to see the lights flashing blue, flashing red before you hear that siren. Mm-hmm. That's just the way sound works. So that's probably what they're doing also.
Okay. Well, you saw this. I'm shocked that this person is able to continue maneuvering as quickly as possible here, but there is no.
I'm just kind of taken back that this thing has been going so long. It's been like, how long has it been? Like an hour? At least an hour. Mel, you're far behind. How am I far behind? All right, you want me to refresh it? Fine, I'll refresh it, okay? Mel, you're 20 seconds behind. It's not good enough. All right, there. You happy? I refreshed it, so it should be caught up.
Right now, seem to be letting this person drive as they will to not put pressure on the person to be any more unsafe than it has been to this point. But they're certainly still right behind. So now we're going into the left turn lane, passing people who are just sitting there waiting on the lane. Now that's Redondo Beach Boulevard, passing on the right for somebody who wanted to turn right, now back over into the left turn lane to go through an intersection. So here we go, and it's dangerous in the sense that there's no rubber on the back tire. Now, they'll be able to steer better, but they won't be able to have their forward momentum as controlled as normal. But again, crossing Redondo there, going around traffic, left turn lane, and then back over. So now switching back over and not going into that left turn lane. So it looks as if when they approach the intersections, Bruce, it's just they'll do whatever they need to do to get through the intersection and not have to stop.
Yeah, that's correct. What we haven't seen are some police vehicles trying to get ahead of this to deploy a spike strip. You're on a nice, even course of a street that they seem to be going straight on. So I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet. But they may be coordinating that to get some additional spike strips down, maybe hoping that spike strip can lock up into the wheel well area and disable this vehicle quickly.
Oh, we saw that recently when the spike strip just completely wrapped around the tire, and there was just no way for the vehicle to go anymore. And that person tried. They tried to back up. That was the day of the inhalants, the nitrous oxide, and they just sat there for hours. But that
nitrous thing was dope.
So here we are now with quite the different scenario, Bruce. The day that the person just sat there and continued to abuse the substance, this person just is refusing to pull over, and it is a murder suspect. And so that is a completely different animal. Now they have entered into Torrance. So we'll, each of these areas will have different tactics, correct? And so LAPD is going to be in charge, I would assume. But when you go into Torrance, now you have Torrance PD that's going to help, yeah?
Yeah, all agencies are governed by, a pursuit policy, a general policy issued by the state of California. However, they do have uniqueness in their pursuits to allow certain other things. We've seen Orange County sheriffs actually ram the vehicle. I know that's not something we do in our major law enforcement agencies. The pit maneuver is probably as aggressive as we'll get, but at some point, I think you do have to be a little more aggressive. And,
I'm just kind of like, how long? I get it. You're like, we need safety and all this stuff, but like, how? Because like at a certain point, there's people like in danger, right? Like the pedestrians and stuff. This person almost hit some pedestrians. They switched vehicles. I think like a friend a friend had or somebody they knew dropped off or stopped that vehicle. Like they left the vehicle for these people. And so I'm trying to fix myself here. There we go. So they could get the vehicle. And so they got a brand new vehicle and stuff, probably all fueled up and all, everything. And then supposedly there was another vehicle that was traveling along close to this vehicle and they pulled it over. I don't know if that vehicle was going to give them a new vehicle for this car. But now how long? Why no spike strips? Or because if they spike strip it at least, then maybe they could like start slowing the vehicle down and they can proceed. Look at this shit. Why not spike strip this thing? Look at this motherfucker crazy.
They have out there, maybe 8. So they're probably all involved.
And here we are going into that was bad. I didn't interrupt there, Bruce. But now they're on the 190, and then there was a.
This shit gonna go for hours.
And here we are. When there's a desperation, when she starts to accelerate,
it's a female driver, right?
And the vehicle has less control. Something's wrong with that back tire gone, but into oncoming traffic. So it just gets to, you start to think of people who are just, innocently standing by here, and this is a busy part of town. It's a difficult spot, and you've got this person. So crossing Van Ness now, and in the left turn lane, but so far has not shown, okay, now actually turning left. Usually this driver uses the left turn lane to navigate around congestion and then get back on to the right of way, but now making a left turn. And it looks as if I think, is that Van Ness that we're now, southbound Van Ness near the refineries is what we're, and so there you are. So there are spots around here where you can actually drive around nicely. You see the LAPD airship above. There might be spots here where you could get a shot at a pit maneuver because, Bruce, I think you make a great point that at some point it has to end. And, they're getting more and more information. The longer they follow, they're getting more and more information about the people in the vehicle. And let's look there. Can't really tell what oh, that's her hand. So that's just her arm on the wheel. But we're learning more and more about whoever's in that car, basically by running the plates. They'll know who the murder suspect is. And by running the plates, they'll know probably who the driver is and how or if they're connected.
Well, I guess because they're armed too or something. I guess because I don't know if they're still armed. But I would think maybe some spike strips because they spike stripped the other vehicle, I think. Why not spike strip this one to kind of at least put the danger out of the public so they can at least slow the vehicle down?
And let's just end this. You're not getting away. But to your point, when around the refineries down where they are, those are wider streets, more commercial, more void of pedestrians and other hazards. So it's almost a perfect space to do a pit maneuver.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I was told that they're on Del Amo now. So, but here's the thing: driving in the turn lane, driving right in the turn lane when it doesn't seem to be necessary, because you have space there now back into the regular lane. But maybe this road is a bit more difficult with a pit because you have all of the innocent, just the random cars parked there on the side. You don't want to cause property damage, but now we're turning right. We're able to stay in the lane that they were supposed to be on. We'll get a street for you here in just a second. But the suspect or the driver here, not at high rates of speed. So this is western Del Amo. This is west on Del Amo. So if you happen to be down near Torrance, you're going to see a heavy police presence. If not, okay, we're southbound Western. We were on Del Amo, turned south on Western. But not just for the immediate pursuit. You will see in the neighborhood officers who might be blocking the roads, might be in front of this vehicle. So if you're anywhere in that area, there's going to be a heavy police presence, and you'll be aware of it. But we've been following this now for a couple hours. We're coming up on an hour and a half, it seems, entering an intersection here, and that is a red light. And they are going through Torrance Boulevard against the red, and everybody there seemed to see what was going on. So that's good news. It seems as if they're enough ahead of this that they're able to stop traffic and let people know to not drive into these intersections because this person is not stopping. But this began with a Chevy truck with a murder suspect. You're watching Eyewitness News. By the way, this is special coverage of this car chase that has been ongoing now for about an hour and a half.
Wow.
So we thank you for
Went up on 2 hours.
letting us interrupt programming to let you know what's going on here.
Amazing.
But this is a murder suspect who is putting the community at great risk. Now we're entering an intersection here with traffic that has not been stopped. So that's Carson, and through the intersection, two people in the crosswalk with no idea what they're looking at. And about 6 or 7 LAPD cars right behind this person. And so they have continued to elude authorities and drive erratically, certainly into oncoming traffic when necessary. Approaching another intersection here, looks like they have the right-of-way now, or at least the vehicle's stopped. So we're seeing, for the most part, people involved in this pulling over. We haven't seen anybody really stubbornly refuse to get out of the way or try to get involved.
Why is she an attempted murder suspect?
Here.
I guess because they try to kill somebody.
Okay, but this is a different part of town,
haven't said
Bruce.
the details.
This is not a part of town that they have been. They haven't been in Torrance. They were in. They were in the Westchester area. They were in near downtown. They're in Harbor Gateway now.
This is
So
crazy.
technically, this is Harbor Gateway. So again, maybe they drove to an area that they wanted to get to. But they might just be an unfamiliar area, and that's good news for law enforcement.
I'm tired sitting a little bit. My butt hurts a little.
Area, right?
That is.
I didn't really take the lunch break today.
Into an area where there are fires that may interfere with the end of this pursuit. You know, you do have other agencies like Torrance, maybe Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach that are on.
This is live. Yes, this is live.
Just in the odd chance that the pursuit does transverse into their area. And Torrance PD is actually a very aggressive agency. So at some point, you know, LAPD, they're not going to relinquish control of this pursuit, but I'm sure they're getting a drain on their resources to that point.
I guess they'll just keep going for hours. I guess this
Somebody
person
was trying to talk in my ear, Bruce, and I think they're heading towards Carson now. So I'm sorry I missed the last of what you were saying there, but you know, we continue to follow this. We are now at 2:01, and we are interrupting programming. We will, of course, let you know when General Hospital will air in its entirety. We're following this due to the danger to the community because there is a murder suspect in the back of this vehicle. There are probably 3 people in this vehicle. We've confirmed through LAPD that there are 2, but it does appear as if we've seen 3. In a previous vehicle that this suspect was in, we saw 3 people, 2 women. They have been detained by authorities as they try to determine how those people were involved in the initial chase. But the suspect here is, they were on 223rd, and now they're in Carson, heading on Vermont. So Vermont is a familiar road that we've been dealing with so far, Bruce. So maybe they're southbound. So now maybe we're kind of beginning to move back into areas of familiarity for the driver.
Yeah, they may be heading back north to get back over into that Westchester area, or maybe even the area south of downtown. But I think LAPD is definitely weighing the opportunities to do a pit maneuver and end this pursuit.
We're getting word maybe they might be heading in the direction of Long Beach. Sometimes it's difficult to see, but they're on Vermont, and so now you see that person trying to move out of the way. Very, very slow now. Have really gotten a lot slower here. The speed is going to be affected by the inability of anything on that back. So now we have a person getting out. This is so dangerous.
Oh my
God! The person is out. The vehicle is now not being.
They walking?
Checked. So Bruce, there were 2 people, and he was wearing a white T-shirt. That's the suspect that we saw. So he's taken off. One person is running away. This person is now.
They got to be on something. Got to be on some shit.
We believe the murder suspect who initially got into that Mazda, and he had jumped somehow into the front seat. He is running from authorities down the sidewalk. They will be able to know where he is. Okay, now he's got his.
No, send the canines, man.
But still running. So let's see what ends up
they don't have
happening
canines
here.
right there.
He is running
Look
out
at this
of
person.
gas.
Oh,
it
Jesus
seems,
Christ.
in this circumstance, getting exhausted. He's coming up to someone's house.
Trying to get in a car?
Now, this is a potentially dangerous situation if he can get into that house.
Get down, mother
They have
effer.
2 men in
Get
front who
down,
have
mother
moved
effer.
out of the way.
Sit your
So
ass
officers are
down,
now,
crackhead.
trying to get the suspect to get on the ground. These two people have walked away. The suspect looks to be in front of the garage behind those two vehicles there. They're trying to get him away from that, I would assume, Bruce, and it looks as if he's refusing to obey commands. He is
His
certainly
hands are
not
up, I
getting
think.
down on the ground. You can see his hands up, but he is not doing what they say at this point. You see less than lethal there in the man's hand in the back. It looks like, or could be a green weapon there now. So some of the officers do have guns trained on this person, but he's not turning around. Bruce, should he be on the ground now or turned around? What do you think the officers are trying to get him to do?
You know, they're probably trying to get him to lay on the ground. So at that point, they can proceed with taking him into custody with some control, pain compliance holds, a knee in the spine,
Yes,
back,
down.
grabbing
Nut
a hand,
job.
putting it behind his back to handcuff.
And that is what they've done. So he did go and finally comply, and he is in custody now.
I don't understand why these people do that.
So it does appear,
Why
after our
go on a
conjecture
why
that
not just
there
give
might be
up?
3 people
Okay,
in
I'm
the
caught.
vehicle, that it does appear there were 2. So he was wearing a black sweater, and we were seeing his white T-shirt in the front seat. We did see a woman get out of the vehicle, and she ran away. While the vehicle
it was so weird how she got out the car.
Brings back horrible thoughts.
She like started strutting. It's like she started like she got out of a moving vehicle and just what the heck? And I did think about, I think they were gonna go to that guy that jumped out of the cop car and his head hit the thing and died.
No one else is in it. The car did come to a stop there on the center median. Vehicles are still able to get around. We're just going to stay with this just for a second to make sure that they can clear the vehicle. So 2 people were apparently in that vehicle.
Sidewalk. You heard that song?
Authorities had said, so we thought that somehow
sidewalk. Damn,
was
ABC
another
11 has
person in the vehicle, but it wasn't.
111,000.
There were 2 in there.
Watching.
1 ran away, and we do believe that person was probably taken into custody by authorities. They jumped out of the car while it was moving, both the driver and the person we believe who was a murder suspect. So at 2:06 now, I believe we'll probably wrap this up. So we're going to wrap this up and let you watch General Hospital. You see that the murder suspect is in custody. They will sort through all the charges this person faces and any potential charges that might face the driver of the Mazda and the 2 people that were in the Chevy truck. So make sure you're with us for Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. We'll give you details on all of that. I'm Philip.
It was like the blink of an eye. There he is. Let me just show you when they got out the car. Hold up. What is shit? Let me fix the volume.
Wednesday night. So, but it's up to you.
Okay.
What is shit? How'd she get out and strut?
Yeah. Yep. You can leave, yeah. Because there won't be anybody here.
Leave Mr. Cellini here.
Let's just walk.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, let's get out of here. You know, there's something wrong with these people. I wonder what their brain looks like. Are they comparable to human brains? Like, who does that shit?
They must have heard you joking.
2 hours, Joe.
I think everybody can see the eternal again.
Yeah.
You know, it's good friend.
Queen. She moonwalked out of that.
Yeah.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Janine Sanchez.
All right.
She smiles today in court, Letecia. She's going to smile a couple times. Yeah, I don't know how we did that multitasking. Thankfully, nothing horrible happened. Jeez.
So just come on.
Why doesn't LA have grapplers?
Ms. Sanchez, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Janine Sanchez, JANINE
Ms. Sanchez, I want to just do some preliminary stuff with you. You live here in Colorado Springs?
Yes.
And I'm going to talk specifically about January of 2020, so 3 years ago. Where were you living back in January of 2020?
In Lawson Ranch.
Were you familiar with a young lady by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes.
How did you know Miss Harley Hunt?
So we worked together at Massage Envy, and then we'd occasionally go to Bible study together.
Are you similar in age with her?
I'm about a couple years older than her.
Okay. And you said you worked at Massage Envy. Did you both share the same type of job, or did you have different jobs at that employer?
We were both receptionists.
Would you see each other often at work?
I would say, depending on the shift, yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you would sometimes go to Bible studies together. Did you ever hang out any other times outside of work besides those types of gatherings?
No.
Okay. Did you have each other's phone numbers?
Yes.
Would you sometimes text with each other?
Yes.
Would that include potentially sending jokes, memes, TikToks, that kind of thing?
Yes, we would send TikToks to each other.
TikTok is quite controversial these days, isn't it?
Yes.
How would you describe Harley's demeanor?
She was very nice.
Was she social or was she shy?
She was both. She was shy at first, and then once you got to know her, she was more social.
Would you say she had a positive personality or a negative personality?
Positive.
Bubbly or angry?
Bubbly.
Okay. Was she nice to people or mean to people?
She was nice.
And then how would she interact with customers that would come into Massage Envy?
She was really nice to them.
Was she professional also?
Yes.
Had you ever been over to her house?
No.
Prior to a specific time that we're going to get to in just a moment, did you ever have an occasion to meet any of her family members?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that her younger brother was missing?
Yes.
I'm not asking you for what was said, but did you actually get a text from Harley regarding that specific incident?
Yes.
Do you remember working with her on Wednesday, January 29th?
It was a long time ago, so I don't remember exact dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to help you orient yourself, and it makes perfect sense. It's over 3 years ago. We've had previous testimony that Gannon went missing on January 27th, which was a Monday. And then did you talk to a detective in this case?
Yes.
Do you remember talking about the last time you might have worked with Harley with that detective?
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you that report, would that help you remember what day that was you were referencing last seeing Harley?
Yes.
Okay. All right, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sanchez, I'm showing you a police report. And I want you to look at this last paragraph on the page and read through it and then tell me when you're done.
This.
That paragraph, yes.
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory as to the last time you had worked with Harley?
Yes.
What day was that?
The 29th.
Was that Wednesday, January 29th?
Yes.
What was, again, not asking you for any statements that Harley made to you, but what was Harley's demeanor like on that day?
She was a little frantic, just not her usual self.
Do you remember telling the detective whether she was crying or not?
Yes.
And was she crying in your memory?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you with Harley and picked up Harley's mother from the hospital?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Again, whose car were you in?
We were in Harley's car.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Harley.
And what seat were you sitting in?
I was in the front seat.
What hospital did you go to pick up her mother?
I'm not sure the name, but it's somewhere around here in the downtown Spring area.
Memorial Hospital, does that sound correct?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. So, but you're just remembering it as a downtown hospital somewhere fairly close to where we are now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, as you're in the car with Harley, how she was acting then? Was she still acting like she was crying or upset?
No.
How was she acting now?
Just normal.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about how she was acting?
In the car? Or?
Yes, while you're in the car with her at the hospital?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the Harley's mother getting into the car with you?
Yes.
Did Harley's demeanor change when her mother got into the car with you all?
No.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detective about her, about Harley acting timid and overwhelmed at that time?
Yes.
Was that different than when she was crying earlier?
Yes, she had kind of calmed down a bit in the car versus earlier when she was crying.
Okay. When Harley's mother got into the car, I may have already asked you this, so if I did, I apologize. Where did she get into the car?
In the back seat.
Okay. So did that mean that Harley's still driving, you're in the front passenger seat, and mother is in the back seat?
Yes.
Was she sitting behind you or behind Harley?
In the middle.
In the middle, okay. Do you remember telling the detective anything about whether Harley was quieter or louder than normal during this car ride from the hospital to your house?
We definitely weren't talking for the car ride. It was more just quiet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the detective that Harley was quieter than normal?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I've already asked you this in an implied way, but this time that you're now seeing Harley's mother, had you ever seen her before?
No.
Do you see her here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Yes. Pink shirt right in the corner over here.
And you're using your right hand to point over to my left over here?
Yes.
All right, ask to the record reflect that she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor or actions when she got in the car?
What do you mean by that?
Well, how was she acting?
It was my first time meeting her, so I can't really describe how else she would be acting, but I'd say normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not doing anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Do you remember her making any statements to you or just to anybody while she was in the car?
No.
Do you remember talking to the detective about her getting into the car?
Yes.
Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant apologized for having to stay at your house?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to the detective about the defendant's demeanor in the car?
No.
How she's acting?
No.
Okay. You don't remember that at all? Do you remember telling the detective that the defendant was acting weird?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a specific statement that the defendant made to you when she got into the car?
Yes, I do remember that one statement.
And what was that one statement?
Just jokingly how she was joking about saying, basically, hope you don't think we're a bunch of murderers.
So the defendant said that to you?
Yes.
Did you find that to be weird?
Yes. But other than that, the demeanor wasn't weird, just that one statement.
Okay. So she wasn't acting like she was losing her mind or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember whether the defendant started using Harley's her cell phone?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you remember about that.
I was in the front passenger seat, and her mom was in the back seat. Harley's mom was in the back seat, and I remember her taking her phone, like Harley's phone, to the back and kind of texting people. I'm not sure who.
So what you remember is that Harley had her phone in the front seat?
Yes.
And then the defendant, did she reach up and take the phone from the front seat?
Yes.
And how did you know that she was texting using Harley's phone?
Because I was there when she took Harley's phone in the back.
Okay. I guess, could you hear the keyboard clicks or anything like that? Or how did you know that she was sending texts?
She made a remark saying, "Hey, can I see your phone real quick?"
Okay. She being the defendant made that
Yes.
comment. Okay. Did you get a text from Harley's phone while the defendant had Harley's phone?
Yes.
Did that seem odd to you?
Very.
Why was that odd?
Because we were all in the car together, so there's really no point to be texting when we were all there.
And what did that text say, if you remember?
Not sure exact wording, but basically if her mom could stay as well.
Did that seem to you to be then that it was almost like Harley was asking you if her mom could stay with you at your house? That's kind of a confusing question. I know.
Yeah. More that Harley had originally asked to stay over and then later on asked if her mom could stay as well.
Okay, but really it was her mom asking on her own using Harley's phone if she could stay.
Yes.
Did that seem weird to you since you're sitting right there and it could have been verbally said as opposed to texted?
Yes.
Do you remember a particular time when the defendant said something about turning off location services?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It's been a while, but I remember that they had turned off Harley's location service basically on her phone.
Okay, so let's dive into that just a little bit more.
And what's she saying there?
Is this while the defendant has Harley's phone?
I do not remember.
Okay. What does location services mean to you?
Just basically seeing where someone's at based off of Google Maps.
Okay.
A lot of planning, forethought. I think bullshit, man, with this lady. Letecia. Skeezer. She a skeezer. Skeezer, Letecia.
Do you remember the defendant making a statement while holding Harley's phone that she was turning off Harley's cell phone location services?
I do not.
Okay. If I show you a report, would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Skeezer.
Yes.
Just read this whole paragraph.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes.
That refresh your memory?
Yes.
So do you remember the defendant making a comment about turning off location services?
Yes.
What did the defendant say about that?
Just that she was turning off her location on her phone.
On Harley's phone?
Yes.
And do you remember her saying because she had to?
Yes.
And then what did the defendant do with Harley's phone after that?
After turning off the location?
Yes.
I believe she still had her phone.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detective that she then passed the phone back to Harley?
I do not remember.
Okay.
Sorry.
If I show you the report again, would that refresh?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this has been a long time, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
So after the defendant turned off Harley's cell phone location services, do you remember the defendant passing Harley's phone back to Harley?
Yes.
Sorry.
Do you remember while you were still at the hospital, the defendant making a statement about evidence being found?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She was just kind of talking about how they thought they had found evidence on her.
And then also, did she mention finding evidence at the house? Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay, if I show you the report again with
Yes.
that fresh memory, okay. You're just getting my steps in.
Sorry. Just want to make sure it's accurate.
This line right here. Fresh your memory?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant making a mention about there being evidence found at the house?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
Just about like the carpet situation, how there was like a fire with the carpet.
Okay. Hold on just a moment. And again, I'm not asking you for any comments from Harley Hunt at this point, but did the defendant ever say anything to you about why her and her daughter wanted to stay at your house?
So Harley was just wanting to stay at my house because she didn't really feel comfortable at her own house. I'm not really sure why her mom wanted to stay at my house. With the whole texting thing, that was kind of odd, but we were already at my house, so I just let them both stay.
Was it strange to you that both Harley and her mom were now staying at the house as opposed to just Harley as originally arranged?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did it make it even more strange that this is also at the time that Harley's young little brother was also missing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait a second. Good question. How was her behavior, the defendant's behavior at your house?
Really, we just walked into my house, talked for a little bit, and then I let them get settled in the living room, and then I just went upstairs.
Okay. So you have a 2-story house?
It's technically a 3, but the basement's unfinished.
Okay. So is your bedroom upstairs?
On the 2nd floor.
And then
Technically the 3rd floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then where did they stay? Harley and her mother.
On the 2nd floor, when you first enter the ground level.
Okay. Did you hear any strange noises the night that they stayed the night there?
No.
Did the defendant do anything out, that didn't make any sense or loud or anything like that?
No.
Did she act as if any other house guest would act while she was there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Sanchez? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Judge. We'd call Nicole Mobley. Just going to cross Nicole. You guys want me? You want to look at this?
Ms. Mobley, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
No questions? I just got back. Went to use the restroom.
You're just going right up to that.
Right there is fine for right now. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
You're a little nervous, right?
Just a little bit.
It's okay. You're not the only one, okay?
Okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Nicole Mobley, NicoleMobley.
And Miss Mobley, where do you reside?
Lorson Ranch.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Me?
I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as People's Exhibit 4. Recognize this at all?
Yeah, it's my neighborhood.
Let me see if I can get this you see over here.
Larson Ranch. No
I'm gonna
question.
put it on the ESO here, and I don't know if you can you still see it?
Yeah.
And I don't need you to be precise, but can you just point out the general area of where you live, if you can see this in People's Exhibit 4? Here you go. I'm gonna give you this.
I'd be over here somewhere.
So for the record, you pointed to Mumford Drive in between Tarbell Drive?
Yeah, I'm on Decker, but the school's right here and my house would be like over in the section kind of by it.
Okay, great. How long have you lived there?
2 years? No, I'm sorry. That's way off. 3.5, almost 4 years.
So you were living there back in January of 2020?
Yes.
And while you were living in that neighborhood, did you have an occasion to meet someone named Letecia Stauch?
I did.
And tell the jury about how you met her.
So I think the first time I had posted a thing on our neighborhood page, I was looking for clothes for my niece that just moved in with us. And I had got a message from a Harley Hunt is who I thought I was speaking to. And then they offering some free clothes for us. And when the person actually showed up to my house to drop off those clothes, it was Letecia.
Okay. You talked about a neighborhood. How did you describe it? Was it a Facebook page?
Yeah, we have a lot of neighborhood like Facebook pages that are just for people in the neighborhood. I don't know if I put it on the residence page or like one of the for sale pages, but it's just everybody in the neighborhood.
And I know you're a little nervous, but only one of us can talk at a time.
Mm-hmm.
She's typing everything we're saying, believe it or not. And so if you could just wait until I'm done and I'll wait till you're done.
Okay.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So someone named Harley Hunt responds to your page. Is that what happens?
Yes. I assumed it was Harley Hunt.
And did you then make arrangements for them to come by your house?
Yeah, to come drop them off at my house.
Okay. So tell us about that. Did someone come by your house?
Yes, Letecia came by my house.
And what happened when she came to your house?
She knocked on the door. Initially, she was just supposed to leave him on the porch, but I ended up being at home. She knocked on the door. I opened it. She handed me the clothes, and we had a conversation.
And do you see Letecia Stauch in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Could you point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting at the end of that desk in a pinkish purple shirt.
Okay. Only female seated at the defense table?
Yes.
May the record reflect identification of Ms. Stauch subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So what happened when the defendant came to your residence?
She came to the door, handed me the clothes, and then we just had a conversation. It was a little weird. I didn't know her. I had never met her before that. And I was kind of off put first because I thought I was meeting a Harley Hunt. And it obviously wasn't, but she didn't introduce herself as to who she was. And it was just kind of weird because I didn't know her and she was kind of just talking to me about life stuff and like we had been best friends. Okay. So it was a little off-putting, but.
And do you remember about when this may have happened?
It was right before Christmas, probably December 20-something. It was before Christmas of 2019.
So it would have been December 2019?
Yeah.
Was it the Christmas before you later learned that Gannon went missing?
Yes.
Okay. And so was there anything unusual about this initial contact other than it seemed like she was spilling her guts to you?
No, not really.
Okay. Did you have more conversation with her?
I did. She wrote me later on telling me she had forgot a pair of pants. That was just nothing. The next time was a couple days later on Christmas. She had sent me another message.
And what was that message about? Do you recall?
Yeah, she said that she was going on a work trip, that she worked for an airline and she needed to go to a training, and had asked if my teenage niece wanted to go over and basically watch the house, but also hang out with her teenage daughter.
And so did you learn that she had a teenage daughter when you initially met her at your house in December of 2019?
I kind of put it together considering she wasn't Harley Hunt, and that's who I was that was the name of the person I was messaging, and she kept saying my daughter in those messages.
And did you have a teenage daughter?
My niece was a teenager.
Okay. And so did the conversation come up back in December 2019 that, hey, maybe your niece and my daughter could get together, that kind of thing?
Yeah, she said that her daughter Harley didn't really have any friends because she didn't go to school here. So she needed somebody to watch her house and help with the dogs, and that it would be maybe a good way for them to kind of hang out too.
Right. And did that ever happen?
I didn't feel comfortable with it because I didn't know her and I wasn't sending my niece to somebody else's house.
And was your niece living with you at that time?
She was, yes.
All right. When was the next time you heard from Miss Stauch?
The next time I heard from her, the next time I had any communication.
Well, either. Had you talked to her, let me just ask it this way. Had you talked to her prior to Gannon being reported missing?
No.
So it was just the
Or not that I recall.
Sorry.
I don't think so.
And so how did you learn that Gannon Stauch, her stepson, went missing?
There was a post on one of those neighborhood pages saying that, I don't remember exactly what it said. It's been a long time. I just remember there was a post that went up saying that her son or stepson didn't return home from a friend's house, and basically asking for help if anybody had seen him or could help find him.
And so prior to seeing that post, had you and the defendant talked about the defendant's family situation, who was living in their house, how many kids and that kind of thing?
Not that I remember.
You only remember her talking about Harley, the teenage daughter?
I remember when she was at my house that first time, that weird conversation that we kind of had was talking about weird things, just like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. No, because that, I do remember. So when she was asking if we would come and stay, or if my niece could come and stay at the house, she had mentioned her husband works nights and is in the Army and is gone a lot. She mentioned Harley because of hanging out with my niece. And then she mentioned, I think it was the little girl, talking about her going to Grand Mountain, but I think that's it. I don't remember hearing anything else.
And when you say talking about weird things, what do you mean?
I just mean, I didn't know her, but she kind of talked to me like I knew her and just being frustrated at home life. It was a very short conversation. It was just, I think to me, the reason it's weird is because if I don't know someone, I don't usually start talking about things like I know them and like I should know what they're talking about.
So was it like, way too much information here?
Yeah, kind of. And I'm used to, in the neighborhood, we do porch drop-offs. So you don't usually have to communicate with the person. They drop it off and leave. I'm not a very sociable person when I'm in the comfort of my home. And it was just kind of, thanks, have a great night kind of thing. Not, I want to stand on the porch in the cold for 20 minutes.
Gotcha. So let's talk about when you see the post about Gannon being missing. What did you do next?
Told my husband, and he just knows how I am. So he was like, do you want to go? Do you want to go help look? So we did. We got dressed in warm clothes and we headed out and went to start looking.
And would this have been on the night of January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And approximately what time was it that you went out looking? Do you remember?
I don't remember what time we started. I don't remember.
Was it nighttime out?
It was nighttime.
What was the weather like?
Freezing. I think it started snowing while we were out there because I remember being soaking wet and it was absolutely freezing out.
Was there any plans or any areas that people were looking? I mean, this post that you saw, did you have a game plan on where you were going to go look and things like that?
So there weren't really any plans like communicated with anybody. I think thinking of the age of the boy. It was, let's go look by the school. Let's go to any of the parks in the neighborhood. And then let's go look over by the house. And then we have these like ditches that are in the neighborhood that a lot of kids like to go down and play under. So it was just kind of staying in that general area. Okay, if my, kid was to go roaming off and hanging out with friends, where would they go? So we just kind of went based off of that.
And so you indicated that you thought it might be a good idea to go look at his house, Gannon's house. Would that have been 6627?
Yes.
And people's that were before there, we have a big label that says 6627 Mandan Drive. Is that the area we're talking about?
Yeah, there's a lot of like field where you can see there's not really any houses. Majority of what we did was in those fields.
And so were there other people out looking in the neighborhood?
There was a bunch.
No, you probably didn't count them, but approximately how many?
I'd say 40 at least. I mean, there were people out there with drones. There was a lot of people.
Flashlights?
Flashlights, vehicles, drones, people on feet. Excuse me. There were some people out there with dogs. I mean, it was like an unorganized / organized search is what it looked like.
And so best was everyone reacting to this Facebook post about, it's okay, about a child being missing in the neighborhood?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
The neighborhood's kind of coming together?
Yes.
And did you talk to other people as you're searching and you're all searching for the same person?
Oh, yeah.
When you're in the area of 6627 Mandan Drive, did you stop by and see Miss Stauch, or was Miss Stauch out searching in that area, or do you remember?
I didn't stop by her house. I thought it was kind of weird because we're all out here looking, and it was very obvious that she was at her house and not out here looking.
Why was that obvious?
I'm trying to remember exactly how. I mean, there was a lot of people that were going up to her house, and she was opening the door, and you could just tell lights were on. I mean, plus I met a majority of everybody that was out there, and none of them were her.
And obviously you had met her before, and so did you tie it together that Gannon Stauch was living in the same house with Letecia Stauch?
Yeah, as soon as the post went up on the neighborhood page, I recognized her right away.
All right. Was she a picture of her on the post?
Not on the post, like her Facebook picture.
Oh, okay. And so as you're out that neighborhood, did you ever see any police cars coming to 6627 Mandan Drive?
I don't remember seeing any when I was there.
How long were you out there, do you think?
Hours. We were out until about 2, 3 a.m.
Oh, so you went in that into the early morning hours of the 28th.
Oh, yeah. By the time we got home, we had mud all the way up our legs, our arms. We were covered.
And were people out there pretty consistently until the early morning hours looking, or?
It died down a lot, probably around midnight. I mean, it did get really cold. If I remember correctly, I think it started snowing. So some people, I think, did have to kind of start giving up. So at that time, like, as long as we went, there was probably maybe a handful of us at that point.
And so into the 28th of January, 2020, did you continue to follow the progress of the case, the Facebook postings and things like that?
I did, to an extent.
Tell us about that.
I tried not to read into, or I guess look too much into the drama stuff that was going on through it. I tried to focus on the facts of things that were going on, or posts that were made directly from the defendant.
A lot of drama and
a lot
speculation and things like that on social media?
Oh, yeah.
Was the media reporting pretty heavily on Gannon's disappearance as well?
Yes.
Were you watching that?
Yes, those things I would.
Did you reach out to Ms. Stauch and offer her to help or do anything in any way?
That was another thing that kind of set me off. The night that he went missing, I had sent her a message. I cannot remember what I said in it, but I remember it was something trying to get information like where we should be looking, and she blocked me immediately.
Ooh. What kind of message did you send her? Was it a text? Was it social media? Was it a phone message? How did you try to reach her?
Facebook Messenger.
And prior to that, had you been messaging on Facebook?
For the previous times that we spoke, it was Facebook, yes.
And did you ever talk to her about why she blocked you or anything like that?
Well, she blocked me, so I couldn't. I know my husband sent her a message saying, you know, I don't understand why you blocked my wife. We're just trying to help you. Is there something you have against her? Like, what's going on? But we never got a response.
Did you continue to progress or watch the progress in the investigation to see whether or not Gannon was found, that kind of thing?
I did. I also, any search party that they had, we had like blue ribbon ceremonies, different things that we did. I participated in everything.
Do you recall seeing the defendant, Ms. Stauch, being interviewed on KKTV during this time frame?
I do.
What do you recall from that interview?
Can you, as in, like, what do you mean? I don't know how I'm supposed to answer that one.
No, I answer it truthfully. I mean, did that spark anything and want you to be involved in the investigation based on what you saw her say during that interview?
Some weirdo shit.
The first thing that stood out to me, I think, with that interview is she didn't face the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a lot of, in my opinion, it sounded like her speaking in past tense when she would mention Gannon. But I also thought it was really weird that a majority of that newscast was her worrying about what people thought about her instead of worrying about where Gannon was.
And
I don't like that.
did that trigger your personality as to want to know more or find out more about what had happened to Gannon based on everything you're seeing, not only this interview, but the post on social media and things like that?
Most definitely.
Was there a point in time where you tried to reach out to Ms. Stauch again via some Facebook pages?
I did, yes.
And what kind of Facebook pages did you reach out to? Do you recall?
Do you mean which one of hers or what? What do you mean?
Well, let me, was there a Facebook page called Support P or Ms. Stauch or something?
Yeah, there were several pages. I don't know if I communicated with her on any of her responses that were happening on those pages. I might have made comments to other people, but I don't remember if I communicated with her on those. I just know that I reached out to her on personal Facebook Messenger.
Is this the same Facebook page that you were blocked on previously or another Facebook page?
Another one.
Do you recall the name of that?
I think it might have been, it was either Letecia Stauch or T. Stauch.
Okay. Did you get a response?
No, not initially.
When you say not initially, does that mean you eventually got a response?
Yes, I ended up creating a fake Facebook page. And
Talk about that. Why did you do that?
I wanted to see if I could get her to respond to me. And I knew she wouldn't on my original page.
And why did you want her to respond to you?
I felt like the conversation that we had on my front porch the first time that I met her, I kind of could figure out ways to get her to communicate with me based off of her, like the kind of things that she wanted to talk about. So I figured if I wrote her on a different page and could get her to start talking, if I worded things properly, I might be able to get her to start talking to me.
So did that happen?
It did.
Tell the jury about that. What did you put in the Facebook page messenger to get her to start talking to you?
I went on and kind of based it off, or started writing things based off of things that I had seen in the news or on social media, like things that she was saying. She had a lot of, I think, hate for Landon. And I think that I kind of started off with a combination of agreeing with her about things that involve Landon. And I also, there was a video that came out about a truck in a shadow. And I also wrote her saying I believed her about the shadow under the truck.
And is this video the video of when Ms. Stauch and Gannon come back on the afternoon of January 27th, 2020, and you see a leg drop on the other side of the truck?
Yes.
that was posted on the internet?
Yes,
Is that what you're talking about?
that's the video. Yes.
The shadow is actually a leg coming down,
Yes.
and Ms. Stauch was saying who did that leg belong to?
She told me it was Gannon.
Did you eventually continue communications with Ms. Stauch via text?
Yeah. So I continued on Facebook Messenger, and then eventually we did make it onto a texting app.
Tell us about the texting app. Whose idea was it to use a texting app?
She had asked me to download a texting app on my phone so that we could talk more privately.
And was this on February 19th of 2020?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Did you go to the police department fairly shortly after this string of text messages?
I don't remember how long it was, but I feel like it was pretty soon after that, yes.
If a report indicates that you went to the police department on Friday, February 21st, 2020,
Sounds right.
would that be accurate?
Yes,
And when you went there, did you take your phone with you?
I did.
And did you provide your phone to law enforcement so they can take screenshots of this text messages that you're having?
I did. They took it for several weeks.
And would you recognize those text messages if you saw them again?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, wait, maybe that's not what I was thinking.
Andy, what's been marked as People's Exhibit 30 or 233.
Look at Letecia. Letecia over there.
Within that exhibit, there's 33 pages. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
If you could take a moment and go through those 33 pages, and I'll ask you some follow-up questions.
So she knew something was off with this heifer. And she saw the interview.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes.
I want to talk about the first 31 pages.
Okay.
Are those messages that you exchanged with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on February 19th, a Wednesday, from 9:59 in the morning to 11:48 in the morning?
Yes.
The second to last page, is that a text message that you exchanged with a Harley Hunt?
Yes.
And is that your text message as well, the one to Harley Hunt?
It is.
The last page, page 33, is that a text message that you sent to your husband?
It is.
Is the message that you wrote to your husband accurate? Is that what you said after this text screen that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Are now back to the original 33 pages. I think I've already asked you that. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with Ms. Stauch back on February 19th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 233.
Defense?
Objection.
Exhibit 233 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Request to publish.
You may. Go ahead.
Letecia doing a lot of talking.
You can zoom in. Thanks. You can either look at the TV screens or actually look at the notebook, whatever you're more comfortable doing.
Okay.
We're on to page 1 here. Before we talk about page 1, what was your motivation here? Why were you trying to get her to talk?
Sometimes I get this impression of myself that I can get people to tell me things that other people can't. So I just wanted to give it a shot.
When you're talking to the defendant here, had Gannon been found yet?
No.
Were you trying to find Gannon?
Yes.
Were you trying to get information from her so that Gannon can be found?
Yes.
The top of the text says Barbie girl. You know who Barbie girl is?
It was Letecia.
And did you know that that was her name through the Facebook messaging before you started this text app?
I didn't know that she didn't tell me the name, but it was the phone number.
And it says Wednesday at 9:59. Is that approximately when this all started?
Yes.
And that would have been February 19th?
Yes.
So when it says to verify it's you, what was your real first name, LOL? Is that Ms. Stauch talking?
Yes, sir.
And prior to getting this string of messages, were you certain that that was Ms. Stauch who you were talking to?
Yes, sir. We did a thing on previous messages where I had asked her something. I don't remember what it was, but to validate it was her, that only she would know, and she did that.
And is she now validating who you are?
Yes, sir.
I.e. Nicole is what you respond?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down a little bit. And again, everything that you say is going to be in green, right?
Yes.
She's saying, yep. Go ahead, and what does she say?
That she was realizing who I was, verifying that that's.
She say, okay, so listen, I didn't hurt my son or kill him or anything. I want you to know that. I also want to know that I can trust you on here.
Yes.
How did you take that?
I guess kind of in a couple ways. That obviously she knows something, but that I needed to work really hard to gain her trust, and maybe I could get her to tell me something. I don't know.
And so how did you respond? Go ahead and read that.
100%. If you look up both my real profile and my fake on any of the Gannon pages, you will see I've been pointing out the shadow and I have not bashed you.
So is that what we're talking about, the leg drop that we see January 27th when they get home?
Yes, sir.
And why did you tell her this?
So there was a lot of drama and things that were going on. People trying to zoom, like on social media, zooming in and trying to determine if there was a shadow or a leg. Because there was a lot of, well, we didn't see him come home. So she, I think at one point was involved in some of that communication, trying to push that. So I knew if I reached out and said, I believe you, this is what I saw, that she would start to trust me.
And so, just so we're clear, there's a video that was posted on the internet that sees the defendant and Gannon get in a truck and leave about 10, 13, and 7.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also a video that comes back. The truck backs up into the driveway. You can't see the other side of the truck. All right?
Correct.
You see Ms. Stauch get out of the driver's side.
Yes.
And then that's when you see this leg drop on the other side. And there were people saying Gannon never came home with her, so she must have did something.
Yeah, there was a lot of videos, people circling it and saying that's not a shadow or that's not a leg, trying to say that some people thought he came home and some people didn't. So it was a lot of back and forth on that.
So that's what's going on in social media. And so that's how did you want to gain her trust by saying, hey, I'm with you on this, that type of thing?
Yeah, she wanted to make sure she could trust me. And the only thing I could think of is if I went along with the lines of certain things that were going on in the moment and I was on her side for that part, that I would gain that trust.
Okay. And so she responds, thank you. I do need some help, though, and I could help you in return. Before you think, this isn't anything bad or anything like that. You recall that?
I do.
What did you think that was all about?
I didn't really know where she was going with it. Let me think on that. I'm sorry.
Well, we can scroll down and see what your response is.
Yeah.
So now we're on page 2 of that exhibit. So your response is, just to show you what I've said to my own family in the past about all this. Can't make out. Looks like you attach something to the text.
Yeah, I think I attached something that I, like a message I might have sent to somebody else talking about it. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was just like, look, I'm showing you, I even told somebody in my family I believed you.
Is that again to gain her trust?
Yes.
So how does she respond after you do that? Second here until we get to the right.
Did you want me to read it?
Yes.
Okay. If I had did this, I couldn't have gone but so far and they would have found him, but they are focusing on me wasting valuable time.
He says, thank you.
Thank you.
And then what do you say?
Okay, what do you need help with? I definitely don't think you would ask me to do anything bad, so it's okay.
And what does she say?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So I want you to tell the truth.
And you respond, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go to page 3. And some of these are kind of repetitive just because of the way they did the screenshots, so bear with me. So you say okay, and then what does she say?
Someone was in the home when we got back. I gave this to police at my initial interview, but I thought he was being defiant and just going against his dad's wishes, leaving. I blacked out.
What do you take from that?
Well, I didn't believe it. But I don't know. I didn't believe what she was saying. I was kind of just waiting for a story to come.
Is this the first you had heard about someone else being in the house?
It is. As far as I remember, yes.
First you heard of her blacking out?
Yes.
Up until February 19th, 2020, did you just think Gannon was missing, or what was your thoughts about what had happened to Gannon?
I had hoped he was just missing, but from the very first night, I just had a bad feeling.
We can scroll down, please. Oh, so you respond, so blacked out before he left, because I'm a mom and I know how that is. It says, I've done it and reacted. You mean to say reacted?
Yes.
With my kids and situations. I just did it when my house flooded. What do you mean by that?
So I think in my head, I was thinking maybe a situation happened and she overreacted and something might have happened. So I wanted to kind of play on that and say, look, I'm a mom. I've overreacted in situations. My house had just flooded. So I could have overreacted in that situation. So I was just kind of, I think, trying to play along with it.
You didn't know what was going to come next, I take it?
I had no idea.
So what does she say next?
I am beginning to think that the guy was still in the home when police came. Either way, he popped back up with Gannon, so I'm assuming they were in the storage room. He threatened me, and I put them girls upstairs to protect them.
She says
Yeah.
And you asked her who was the guy?
Yes.
How'd she respond?
You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. He took a suitcase and some of our things and Gannon's things, and I was crying. Then he hit me across the head.
So is this the first you heard of a suitcase?
Very first time, yeah.
And how did you respond to that? And why did you respond the way you did?
This is why the cops are being the way they are. They knew you didn't do it, and that's why they are being so quiet. I knew you were innocent. So I responded in that way because, once again, I'm trying to keep her thinking that I'm on her side so that she'll continue telling me more.
Getting played, finally.
So how does she respond to you saying that?
Someone had to see him leaving with a suitcase and G. I don't know if she, I assume was he, was hurt when he did. I was scared. Someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared.
So as you're out there, night of the 27th, searching fields and the ditches and the whole neighborhood around their residence. Anybody carrying a suitcase walking around?
Not at all. I would have questioned that.
Would anybody stop that person, strange man in the neighborhood?
In a heartbeat. Our neighborhood has cameras everywhere, and you can't be a guy selling solar panels walking up to somebody's door without somebody posting, "Who's this weirdo at my door?"
We can zoom in on the next page, please. So she said someone has to be a witness to having seen this guy. Someone had to and is scared. And you said, can I ask you this? You think Landon sent this guy?
Yes.
How does she respond?
I will do anything to find that person, but I don't know how. She could have, and then things may have went wrong.
Now, had you gotten to know Landon and Al and Lena and the rest of the family from efforts that were going on in the neighborhood to try to find Gannon?
I remember, I think I met a few of them maybe once for a very small amount of time. I think there was an aunt and Lena at one of the events that I got to play with Lena and do a few things with, but I didn't get to know them, no.
Was there a church in the neighborhood that was heavily involved in the search effort, and people would meet at the church and discuss things and trying to find Gannon?
Yeah, we would do it at the church, but we also had a point when right off of Mandan, there's that field, and we actually set up tables with food and snacks and waters, and everybody would gather there and do search parties. And I think that's where I did most of my communication, the one time that I think I spoke with a couple of them.
So why did you ask her if she thought Landon was involved in this?
It was made very clear, and I don't remember how, if it was social media or what it was, but that she didn't like Landon. So I think I was trying to play off of, okay, well, she doesn't like her, so if I start talking about Landon, it pulls her in more because I'm kind of siding with her.
Okay. We can scroll down, please. And you say, I've been thinking she sent someone to get both kids.
Yes.
Same thing?
Same thing.
You're trying to draw more information out of her?
Yeah. And that's what I had met in the previous, when she had said things may have went wrong in the previous one, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, if I play off of, okay, maybe Landon sent somebody down here and it didn't go right. They were only able to get the one kid and, you know what I mean, kind of played it off.
And then she responds to that, says, but Lena was gone, so he couldn't.
Yes.
And did you know who Lena was?
At this point, yeah, I did.
Was that Gannon's 8-year-old little sister?
Yes.
And you asked her, how did he get into the house? Did he force his way, or did he act like he was there for a reason? Do you recall asking her that?
I do, yes.
Trying to get more information?
Yes.
And how did she respond to that? Can you read that for us?
When we went in through the garage, I went into the bathroom. So either already in there or came gate. Maybe G had seen him before. That's why he kept checking the gate to make sure it was locked.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you asked her?
Do you think the detectives believe you but have to act the way they are so this guy doesn't know they are onto him?
Where'd that come from?
Again, just I think I had heard things of her talking about, I did actually, I think some of it might have even been in the news. She was really against those detectives. So I wanted to play off of, well, maybe the detectives are just doing this as a ploy. They're going to try and make it seem like you so that nobody's focusing on this other person.
Doesn't make any sense though, does it? Does that make any sense to you as to why the police would do that?
No, not at all.
So are you just basing on things that she posted on Facebook about the incompetence of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office or something like that?
I'm playing off of anything that has either been said by her on Facebook or the thing on the news.
Okay. And how does she respond to that?
Not sure. I think they don't have anything on Ring cameras. Someone had to see him leave. I need a witness. Any amount. Do whatever for them if they come forward. They need to start looking for the guy and posting it on our state's It's just on our states. I don't know.
Okay. And then how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, I'm telling you, I think Landon did this to try to get her kids back, and it went wrong. So now she is using this to get money for her nasty habits. Poor Gannon, I really hope he isn't being tortured.
Where are you getting this information from?
Posts. There were things that were going around about Landon potentially having a certain kind of background. Why was Gannon and Lena in, out their custody anyways? So I kind of just played off of that because, again, I knew that she didn't like Landon.
Were these posts that were in this support T Stout website or Facebook page?
I'm
people
pretty
who were supporting her.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
And how did she respond to that? Can we scroll down, please?
And get off me. He would have been found close by if it was the killer. I couldn't have went far. I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and then tried to say we were bad parents by now.
Now, what did you think she meant? Can we please leave that up? What did you think she meant when she said he may be close by if I was the killer? Object to she can. That's the speculation. It goes to her response to this, right?
Well, no, she can't testify as to what somebody else was thinking. She can testify as to what somebody else said and why she undertook a certain course of action, but she can't testify to what somebody else was thinking.
What was going through your mind when you heard her say, if I would have killed him, he would have been close by?
Just I'm trying to think of how to answer that the right way without going against it.
Was this the first time you ever heard her say anything about if I was the killer?
Yes, 100%. I had never heard anything about him being killed prior to this.
Can we scroll down now, please, to see what your response is? So you respond, did Gannon seem like he knew him? Or was he acting scared when he was talking?
Taking him.
Taking him, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is that how you responded?
Yes.
Now, above that, she says, I think something went wrong now. It's been too long. She would have had him come back and try to say we were bad parents by now. Now, I think he may be out of state. All that?
I do, yes.
Is this the first time you ever heard her say anything about Gannon being out of state?
Yes.
And did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in the state of Florida?
I did.
Go to the next page. Next page, please. So she responded to when you asked if Gannon knew him. He didn't act like he knew him. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And what else did she say?
The guy did say friends with Uncle Matt, but I don't know if that is real. He doesn't have an uncle named that on our side.
And how did you respond to that?
Oh my God, see, this is what I was thinking. And I told my husband, I think bio mom did this. Does Landon have anyone she knows named Matt that she says is like a brother?
And again, why are you saying this?
Again, just to continue going along the lines of what I think she wants to hear.
And how did she respond to that?
I need a witness that the guy left. I will do anything. I'm not asking you. I'm asking if you know anyone who will. I will give them my life, a reward, whatever. Anything to get them to expand the search.
And how did you respond to that?
Did he ask where the little girl was, or what did he say to you?
So she says, he said, is that your daughter at the door? You recall that?
I do, yes.
And then says, but I sent her to the mailbox.
Yes.
Do you know who she's referring to when she says Dot?
Yes. Lena. Lena.
I'm losing my mind because they need to look for the description of the guy. They need to expand and put up alerts and states. My heart is breaking.
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this time as far as how you're going to respond to get more information?
I think this time it might have taken me a little bit to kind of think about it. I guess I had kind of got thrown off because earlier she had said, when I had made when I had said something about maybe Landon had something to do with this and intended to come get both kids, the defendant's response was, but couldn't because Lena wasn't home. But then all of a sudden it's, well, Lena, is that your daughter at the door? So I was just kind of trying to think of things to try and play off kind of what she was saying. But I definitely was really at this point like, okay, something's not right here.
We can scroll down, please. So go ahead and read what you say there in green at 30 now on page 13.
Okay, let me think on this. On a way to help. I've been on the news and I know I can't just all of a sudden say that, but I will help figure this out or something. Who can help? Just give me a little time to think. I will help. Anything to get him found. I'm so sorry to go through that and then be accused. I can't imagine how you feel. I'm here for you.
And then she responds, you were on the news?
Yes.
Were you on the news?
I was, yes.
What were you doing on the news and what were you saying?
I was one of the searches I think that we had at the school. We did a search and maybe it wasn't a search. I think it was like a ribbon thing. We did a bunch of blue ribbons that we put all over the school. And the news had asked me to go up and speak about searching, like locations and things.
Were the blue ribbons, what were those all about? Why were there blue ribbons?
We turned the whole neighborhood blue for Gannon.
Is that his favorite color?
I think it was his favorite color, but he also loved Sonic.
We can scroll down, please. And she says, and whatever they need, they're going to have to pay me for defamation, civil rights violations, etc.
Wow.
But for now, I need him home. I need my boy home.
Yes.
How did you respond to that? Let's go to the next page, please.
Yes, my husband and I went out the first night till, I think it says 2 a.m.
Yeah,
And
go ahead now.
then I went out every day for a week looking.
Now, when you say that, how does she respond?
That's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in his cover. He hit me in the head, and then I don't know if they got in a car or what. When I got back up, I was in complete shock and crying. And when I told the police they think I'm crazy, that someone could have been there when they arrived. In my questioning, they will like, no way. In my questioning, we like, no way the police didn't know he was there. I mean, heck, I didn't know.
So was she trying to tell you that Gannon and this man were in the house while the police were in the house?
Yes.
How'd you respond to that?
As in the message?
Yes.
Okay. So they never even tried to look into any of what you said. WTF is wrong with law enforcement. They could have found him, but to me, they didn't even try.
You're not saying welcome to Fruta when you say WTF, I take it?
No.
Just wanted to clarify. All right.
I also didn't know if I could say the other word. So
WTF is fine. If we can go to the next page, please. So she responds to that by saying, that's when the guy left. He took a suitcase of things and made Gannon wrapped in a cover. Yeah, we need to go.
I thought those pages looked the same.
One more duplicate because we didn't catch all the
Yes.
screenshots. So in response to your WTF comment, she says, nope. They were it was someone you were cheating with. Dumb stuff. I'm telling you, when this is said and done, I will have a heck of a lawsuit from them. Do you recall her saying that?
I do, yes.
What does she continue on to say?
I've already been asked by some attorneys if my innocence prevails, then to be the first to see them. I even took a lie detector test. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need the help. I am trusting that you don't say anything about our convo. I am innocent. He is my son.
What did you think about when she says, I hope that you wouldn't say anything about our conversation or comment?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Well, what was going through your mind when she says, I am trusting that you don't say anything about our combo?
That she's probably getting ready to open up and say more.
Did you get the impression that she was going to be asking you to do something at this point?
I did, yes.
What was that?
Lie for her.
Go to the next page. So you respond. How?
I did meet a guy that night that freaked me out so bad I had to leave with strangers to get away from him. I wish I knew how to show you what he looked like, but I don't have pictures.
Tell us about that. Did you meet some guy out there while you're searching?
I did.
What was that all about? Tell the jury.
All that was about is I was out there with my husband, but my husband ended up in a different area than I was. And some guy came up that I think he was using a drone, started hitting on me. And I felt really uncomfortable.
Ooh.
So luckily a truck with some ladies in it that were out searching showed up and they let me get in the truck with them and they took me to another part to get away from him.
This guy have a big green suitcase that he was rolling around?
He did not. Or a little boy next to him.
Is this what you're talking about? Are you trying to lure her in by giving her some truth?
So I kind of had a feeling what she was getting ready to ask me or get more in detail of asking me. So I was trying to give her kind of that, oh, well, I did see somebody that made me uncomfortable.
So she says it may have been him, but he left with a suitcase and G was walking and took his cover.
Yes.
Did you ever ask her, what are you talking about? What is G leaving with a man and taking a cover?
I don't remember if I asked. I know that. I think I just played into everything. I don't think I asked anything specific at very many points.
Do you know who she was referring to when she said G?
Yes.
Is that Gannon?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. How do you respond to that?
I will never repeat this conversation. I promise you, I believe you. Sorry. Can I have a minute?
You all right? Yeah.
It's just that.
There's some, let me get you some tissues.
Oh, there's some. Could you read it?
Sure. Did you say this was hours later and I told my husband this guy that creeped me out, what if he had something to do with it? Then hours later came out to help search, just to be close to the house to see what was happening. And I told him this that night before I knew any of this.
Yes.
You recall saying that?
I do, yes.
You actually think that?
No.
Why'd you tell her this?
Again, just to keep her going. Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
We can go down to the next one, please. Now, did she actually send you a picture during this conversation?
Yes.
And what is that picture of? Do you recall?
Gannon's bed and his blanket.
Is that why you're getting emotional because you saw this picture coming up?
Yes.
And I apologize for that.
It's okay.
What did she talk to you about when she sent you this picture?
She said, this is the cover he left with. This is online now because it showed G back at the house with me timestamped. What if you just said you remembered something suspicious after seeing this picture? And explained the description and you didn't think was relevant until now because the kid had the same cover. I swear to you, I didn't do this. I just need help with someone getting this out there so they can start posting in other states.
Do you know how Gannon was found?
I do, yes.
Know that he was found in a suitcase?
I do, yes.
How did you respond to this?
That's a possibility. Do you remember around what time it was?
And what did she say?
After police left, so it was last night, maybe one or so. I didn't know he was still there until police had left. And on some people were out searching, he could have blended right in.
We can scroll down, please.
Making up all kinds of shit.
Did she also go on to say, especially if cars were around in the area, they had to get in a car at some point?
Yes.
Did you see anybody, kids getting in a car while you're out searching?
Not kids in this aspect, no.
Like when you're out searching?
Yes.
Is that all over the post? Is
Yes.
Pictures of Gannon?
I think that I also clicked on her Facebook and looked him up too.
So you respond, yeah, there was a lot of cars and people everywhere.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes. Well, not a lot of cars. There was a few cars, a lot of people though.
And then what did she say next at 11:11 a.m. on the 19th?
I wouldn't ask this if I didn't want to find our son. I'm cornered because of no ring activity.
Did you know what she meant by that?
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when she says that?
Just there was no footage of him leaving or any man walking out with a suitcase and a blanket and a little boy.
So no footage of that on the internet posted on Facebook pages?
No, and none on anybody's rings.
We can scroll down, please. Looks like you asked a couple questions here. Could you go ahead and read that for the jury?
Yes. So this was before the cops searched the house. So he was making Gannon hide with him and be quiet. That's not only scary, but also really sick. Do you remember? I think it's supposed to say what he looks like. Tall, short, skinny, fat. So I can think of a way to say it when they ask details.
Why are you saying that?
To play along. Keep her going.
Do you want her to think that you're going to come up with this story and tell the police about what she's asking you to say?
I wanted her to believe this, yes.
What did you say next?
So I was in the field by your house from about 12 to 2 and could see your house most of the time. So now I need to think really hard about this because I saw a lot of people out and now I'm wondering if I could have seen anything. It was freezing cold and we were exhausted, but there were so many people out there.
How did she respond to that?
Yes, he's Hispanic, shorter, 5'7" or 5'8", about 175 pounds. He has like either a tattoo or something on his face, maybe teardrop or something like that, but a marking. He had on a jacket. I don't remember the color. But Gannon left with him in that cover, so that stuck out to you when you seen it online. Just recently. Yes, he stayed in the house while they were there, but I didn't know until later. But he took Suitcase with them. Beware, I saw him laid it up before he hit me in the head because I'm sure he loaded the suitcase in the car and put Gannon in somehow.
Then how did you respond to that?
I wish I could remember that night better, like a car in front of your house or close, because I parked on your street a few houses down to get out and search the field.
And then when she says, at this point, I just need the main info out there. Again, I only ask because it's our child. They are looking in all the wrong places. Driving me crazy. Caller saying that?
I do, yes.
Is she leading up to something? I know we're going to get to this question she's going to ask you down the road, but at the time that you see this text come across, are you anticipating her asking you to do something?
Yes.
Go to the next page, please. She says, most people want to always help, but I know this is tricky. I mean, if it's money or whatever, name it. I want them searching the right way.
Yes.
What'd you take from that?
That she's getting ready to ask me to do something and offer money for it.
And how did you respond to that?
I want to help, anything to find Gannon. My daughter knows him, and this is destroying her. And I feel broken now that I've been searching and doing what I can. And I met Lena, and that made me break down. So I am about to meet with my dad to help him put together a chair. He just got a new house. He is nosy when I'm on my way on my phone, so I only want to message when he isn't next to me. So if I'm slow to reply, that's why. I don't want anyone knowing I'm talking to you because then people get nosy. And like I said, anything we talk about is between us.
Okay. And you go on to say, I'm not even telling my husband, right?
Correct, yes.
And you can scroll down, please. He says, okay, I think that's best. You think you could do it? Let me know what you need. Gannon is who I want home. And they can turn their searches the right way. Then they could call me back in and take me seriously.
Wow.
Yes.
And how did you respond to that at 11:39?
I am going to see if my first post is still up from that night, because that will prove that I was right by your house at that exact time and will help. And no, you don't need to give me anything. I just want to help get him home.
Why did you say that?
Just to keep her going. And I don't recall at this point, I might have already been in touch with law enforcement.
What do you mean by that?
I reached out. I think there was a number that we could call if we had any information, but I had reached out and they ended up having me sit down with a guy from the FBI. I think it happened around this time I don't remember though. But yeah, I met with the FBI and they kind of gave me some things to go along with as well.
Do that during this conversation, or did you make a call and keep the conversation going?
I think I made a call and then kept the conversation going.
Because what do you say at 11:39 and then she responds at 11:40?
Okay, I could help with that to say, or with what to say, and yes, I will. You guys need some help too. I'm desperate to find G.
Well, it sounds like that you guys are having pretty constant conversation based on the timestamps on here, at least within a minute of each other.
Yes.
Was that accurate?
Yes.
And she says, I'm desperate to find G. And then how did you respond to that?
You passed the polygraph, so why don't they start listening to you? I don't get it. They're dumb, and I know you passed it because they posted that you did.
Already know what I'm going to ask now. How did you know that she took a polygraph and passed it if she did in fact do that?
Well, she had told me she was taking a polygraph, but it was posted online.
And again, were these on these pages that were support the defendant type pages?
Yes.
We can scroll down, please. And how did she respond to your polygraph question?
Well, I wanted this, and then when they call me back in, I will take that. Then they will listen. I will take a witness. I will take a witness too. So they say, let's call me back in. And then I think they will refocus on search and search differently. And then I will take results then. The police can keep you anonymous to the public.
Now, on February 19th, were you familiar where law enforcement were searching for Gannon's body?
I think so, yes.
Where was that?
I think it was like Palmer Lake or somewhere.
So did you know that as she's talking about them searching in the right place? Was the media running stories that they're searching for Gannon in the Palmer Lake area?
Yes, if I recall correctly, I think this is when they were searching the Palmer Lake area and they had put like wall barrier type things up so people couldn't see that. So there was a lot of people posting speculation and it was all over the media.
Yeah. If we can scroll down, please. You say looking for my first post now, and then how does she respond?
Okay, even if you could just call Albert and tell him first. He would keep you anonymous, except to the police. Besides, it's for Gannon. I can't stop at anything to get them to refocus and find who that was.
So what were you thinking she's asking you to do when she says, call Albert?
She wanted me, in my opinion, she wanted me to call him and tell him that I
object to speculation again.
Yeah, sustained.
What were you thinking?
Sorry.
Okay? I don't want you to talk about what you thought she was thinking.
Yeah.
But what were you thinking when she says, I want you to call Albert?
I was thinking I was supposed to call Albert and tell him that I saw a man leaving the house with a suitcase and Gannon in a blanket and give a description of a man.
Okay. And do you know Albert Stauch to be the same person who's seated right over here?
I do, yes.
Front row?
Yes.
Had you met him during this process at, again, these events for Gannon?
I think I met him once, but I definitely saw him a lot, yeah.
He was on the news as well?
Yes.
If we can go scroll down, please. So you say found it, and what are you referring to when you say found it?
I found the first post I had made.
Scroll down, please. And was that the end of your conversation with Ms. Stauch on February 19th, 2020?
That was the end of getting communication back. I had sent one more message on a different page at one point, but yes, that was it.
And she didn't respond to that?
No, she did not.
And then what do we see here on the second to last page of that exhibit, page 34? Is this a different phone or a different app that you're using to communicate with someone named Harley Hunt?
No, it's Facebook, but now I'm using my, it's Facebook Messenger, but I'm now using my account as well.
So why did you reach out to Harley Hunt?
Let me read it.
We can give this some context. Do you remember when you reached out to Harley Hunt based on what you said there?
I think this is actually the night on the 27th. This was the message that I sent. I got that response and that's when I got blocked.
So you're reaching out to Harley Hunt. Why?
Trying to figure out where we should be searching.
You also reach out to Ms. Stauch about the same time frame.
I did. Well, I wasn't sure what account she was using because she had contacted me previously on the Harley Hunt account. Okay. So I initially did that, but then yes, I also tried her account as well.
And then the last page, if we can go to the last page of People's Exhibit 233. This is a text message with you and your husband. And I really want to just talk about, why did you tell your husband she wants me to lie and say I saw Gannon leave in a car with a man?
Because that's what she wanted me to do.
And is that when you went to the sheriff's office and had an interview with detectives about what we just went through?
Yes.
And you turned your phone over and let them have everything on your phone?
Yes.
Amazing. She tricked the trickster. She got the trust of this lying heifer and used that against her. Amazing.
No more questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Gotta ask a question, bro.
I approach and retrieve the exhibit.
First?
Yes.
Yes.
So it looks like, by the way, good afternoon. I'm Will Cook and I represent Ms. Stauch. It looks like all the information and the text messages we went over, except for the last two, it all took place on a Wednesday from 10 a.m. in the morning to about 11:48.
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. So all this happened in a span of less than 2 hours, this back and forth.
I think so, yes.
Okay. And did you know her, not by Letecia, but you knew her by T-E-E?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily knew her by anything at that point.
Okay.
She's looking over. Letecia.
And can I approach the witness again?
You may.
So, Ms. Mobley, it looks like all of the information, the text between you and Ms. Stauch you talked about, it looks like it has a specific person, Barbie girl, a green background. And then the last text you show between you and your husband, it's listed as my love. It's got the green background. One with Harley Hunt, it doesn't have that listed up there. Was this was in fact a Facebook community post that you put out?
I think
And Harley Hunt just happened to respond to the Bain community post, correct?
you might be right. That might just be a post, yes.
Okay.
I know this is definitely 100% Facebook.
Okay. But you see here when your post where you're talking about it was just out walking the house for 2 hours. 3 weeks ago, it says like or reply. Then it has Harley Hunt 3 weeks ago saying thank you so much, like or reply.
Yes.
That's a community post you were making, correct?
Yeah,
And
probably.
you responded to a community post, correct?
Yes.
This wasn't just a text message just between you and Harley.
Yes. So you are correct. I was wrong on that earlier.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. I think that's all I have, Your Honor.
Amazing.
Redirect.
No thanks, Your Honor.
Amazing.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Mobley? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank
Just
you.
watch your step.
Salute to this lady.
Counsel approach, please.
Whew, I'm feeling kind of tired, honestly, man. Dragging a little bit. Last 2-3 hours, I was dragging. Got up a few times, walked around. Looks like a good witness, though. She tricked the trickster, gained her trust. Amazing, and used it against her in court. And Letecia thinking she can manipulate everybody and send people off on a different search on a whole nother place, trying to cover for herself. Amazing. It's Friday, by the way. Good Friday. If you guys could hit like 2 on the stream, I'd appreciate that. And if you guys could subscribe, por favor, trying to get to 180,000 by next month. And I already set up the stream for Monday. And so from now on, for this trial, we're just going to stream straight to YouTube. Because when I multi-stream using this app, it seems to cause some issues. And I don't want to mess around anymore. So we'll stick to YouTube for now. Okay. Okay.
You all know what I was talking with the lawyers about, don't you? We're going to take a little bit of an early break, and send you on your way for the weekend. Again, I'm going to read this instruction in its entirety again, even though you've heard it, because we're going to have a break over the weekend, and it's a lengthy break. You have probably already guessed that there has been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions I give to you. Again, you can tell your friends and family that you are on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from anyone else. If someone asks you why, just tell them that the judge told you that's the way it needs to be. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You can still patronize Amazon. But if anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia blogs, and any other websites. You're not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. I think it's supposed to be a nice weekend. Enjoy the nice weekend. Hopefully sunny. You can get out and enjoy the sun some, and some place that may have windows. So in any event, we will see you where you need to be, where you normally are in the morning on Monday morning, and be in place so that we can call the case at 9 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, we made it. We made it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Legendary, thank you so much for the Cash App. I just noticed that a little bit ago in the my email. Thank you, man. Gracias, lo agradezco. Gracias, muchas gracias. Jen earlier, 3 hours ago, thank you for the super chat, says, only on your channel, case and a car chase. I know, that was pretty wild.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. I'm just standing because I need to stretch my legs. So we will, as I understand it, we have the coroner from Florida first thing on Monday morning.
Assuming that no flight delays or anything like that, but yes.
Coroner
How
Monday.
long do you think he'll take?
I would say it'll be fairly similar to, a little bit longer than Kelly Smith from this morning. A bunch of photos that we'll talk about and description of injuries. I would guess maybe hour of direct.
Okay. All right. All right. And is there anything else that we address at this point?
Yeah, we'll do.
Well, let me have you think about this over the weekend. Back to juror question number 1. I have observed the defendant mouthing occasional words or physical gestures like agreeing or disagreeing. Do we ignore this behavior? Look
at her.
I have 2 options for you. One is we do nothing and don't answer that question. Or number 2 is the only evidence that you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case comes from the witness stand.
I would say
something along those lines.
I looked up and I know the case started with the B, the first one that the court cited that referenced Riggins. That seems to indicate observations when the defendant are something considering the direct confrontation clause. So my request
Go ahead.
would be to say nothing.
Well, here's, I'm sorry.
We would agree with that.
Yeah, here's the concern that I have. The case law is not entirely crystal clear on this subject. surprising. But the biggest concern that I have is a case called People versus Garcia, which I do not have a Pacific site. I have a Westlaw site. It's 2022 Westlaw 178-39866. And here's the concern that I have. It talks about how, first of all, it sort of backtracks a little bit from what Judge Kennedy's concurrence was in the Riggins case. Because it actually refers to Riggins and says, and Judge Kennedy's language, and it says, in support of the proposition that a defendant's right to confront witnesses also includes the right to have the jury observe the defendant's demeanor, the division cited only Justice Kennedy's concurring opinion. Then it goes on to say the accuracy of this proposition is debatable. And it goes on to say some other things. What is absolutely 100% crystal clear is that the prosecution, and I know we haven't gotten there, so I don't mean this in a disparaging way, I'm just saying this for purposes of analysis. The prosecution at closing argument would not be able to say, did you see the defendant acting the way that I saw? Did you see what I saw? You can't do that because that puts you in a position of attestation for the defendant's actions, which is improper. And these cases, especially Garcia, says that. The other cases, I think it's the Boykins case, People versus Walters, 148 Pacific 3rd, 331 Colorado Appellate 2006, indicates that it is okay to comment on the defendant's actions at counsel table, but that was in a situation where the defendant testified. And the biggest concern that I have in all of this and the way that it is phrased is that commenting on the defendant's actions at counsel table, depending on the circumstances, may run afoul of commenting on the defendant's right to remain silent. Because if you say anything about what she's done or anything like that, and she's not taken the witness stand, you can't do that because her credibility here isn't at issue, but it is up there. But she hasn't taken the stand up there. And you clearly can't comment on her right to remain silent. And of course, we're not there. Don't know whether we ever will be, whether she will testify or not. But obviously, if she doesn't, there's real concerns that any instruction may run afoul of some constitutional rights. So I think I'm just not going to answer that question. I'm just not going to. What's your position?
That is our position, Your Honor, for that very reason. I think it's just going to add more to that fact if you answer the question and we just leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm just not going to give him an answer at all.
Yeah,
Mr. Tillington.
That would be my preference. I mean,
all right.
If there comments on her demeanor in closing, then I'll probably object to them.
Right. And obviously, it makes, I think the prosecution, if she testifies, obviously they can comment on demeanor on the witness stand. It's also proper for either side to comment on demeanor as contained in a videotape, which I'm sure we're going to see at some point in time. And so it's proper to comment on that, but I sure don't want the jury to get confused between commenting on the demeanor in a videotape or on the witness stand and what a juror may be observing otherwise. So I'm just not going to answer the question, and we'll leave it at that.
That's good. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
Tisha, another day made it. So they ain't gonna say shit. All right. All that to say that. Ghost in the jury. We're just not gonna answer it. Fuck it. I didn't think what she did when I saw what she did. I don't think that was anything like, oh my God, she made a gesture. All I saw her was, she did something today too. Kind of like, I guess in some places say you can't or you can, but it even looks like the judge and the lawyers don't even know how to handle it because of those different reasons that they brought up. I don't think it was like a huge thing that it's like to cause a ruckus. Like I just didn't see anything crazy. She made some disagreeing or agreeing things. I guess just don't look at her if you don't want to see her make any kind of facial reaction. It wasn't like an outburst or like a snarl or like a middle finger or fuck or shit or yes, no. She just made like a, at some point today it looked like she was sticking her hand into her mouth. But I'm tired. I feel it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Let me get some of the rest of the super chats. Let's see. Heffa, say what? Heffa! My nerves, though. I know, right? With the chase. Lilac Peach, thanks, Mel. Love your channel. Love you too. Thank you so much. And thank you for that cute calendar idea a couple months ago. Case Beautiful Struggle, thank you for the super chat. Mel, your demand. Love you. Love to you and BG. I think that I'm assuming that means baby girl. Thank you. Love to you too. Army Mom says this woman is what a good mother looks like. Justice for Gannon. I'm assuming you're talking about the lady that took the stand, the resident. Spencer, media not allowed further up right now, behind cars. Okay, some old stuff. Okay. So the plans for this weekend, man. I'm probably gonna chill. I'm gonna go out now. Actually, I'm going out now. I'm going out Sunday. I'm spending time with the baby tomorrow. My game plan for this trial is longevity. I will pop up though if I have to, like if there's like a chase, or we'll do like a short, like an hour or 2 hour stream, something like that. I may pop up, but for the most part, I just want to make sure that I'm good for the next week, and then I take some downtime and all this stuff. Let me see. Yeah, I think. Oh, what I wanted to show you something real quick too. One more thing. Guess what? Somebody tagged me on this on Twitter a bit ago. Doug Bishop, United Search Corps Inc. USC Missing Persons Unit. I don't know if he started his own thing. United Search Corps is a 501(c) nonprofit organization. Our mission is to advocate and support families and missing. We provide law enforcement training, as well as groundbreaking search tactic consultation in criminal cases, both active and cold, tribal confederations, whatever that means, and governments internationally. Our passion is being a voice for the voiceless, and our focus will aggressively fight those who can no longer fight for themselves. Okay. So I guess he has I guess this is his thing, I guess, that he's starting since he's separated from Adventures of Purpose.
No longer fight for themselves and be a voice for the voiceless. Nearly 600,000 people go missing each and every single year, as well as 4,400 unidentified bodies are found and located. But what happens to a case once it goes cold? Who helps? All of our focus providing a lot of training for big push, set up bereavement services for the families that we assist. And this is a big deal to me, making sure that we have the appropriate volunteers aligned for these families. Board member to get the bereavement 20 years. And here it is, we come in and we're providing hope for.
Well, good for him. I guess because he separated from the Adventures of Purpose. I just thought it was interesting. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens with this. Maybe I'll keep an eye on it. Oh, God. Try to copyright me, huh? Doug's Revenge. I saw you talking about AWP. I'm gonna sneak this in there. No, he's not riding with them no more. But anyway, yeah, I thought that was interesting. Maybe you want to check it out. United Search Corps Inc. Okay. What else do we got? I got not really. I was gonna say I got a couple missing on me. Lilac. No, I refuse that. That's how it's pronounced. There's no E there. Lilac. All right, not lilac. I'm tired of these made-up English words. Made-up pronunciations that we all just gotta. Turn back time. Turning back time. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. You guys want to see something? Let me show you something. This is what I got planned. I was gonna kind of surprise you guys, but fuck it. I ordered something earlier that's not in my email. Oh, there it is. Boom, boom. I'm just gonna take a screenshot. Thank you for your order, Melvin. I don't even know how to show you guys. Here it is. Where is that? Where the hell is that art? Let me just pull it up. That beautiful art. Okay. So I got this for the backdrop behind me. What y'all think? I was gonna get an LED one, but like I already have a lot of LED behind me, and I could easily just put lights or something behind me if I wanted to. So, I got this painting for the backdrop. It's like metallic though. The metallic paint. It's just this. It's not the actual lights or whatever. I'm thinking behind me, maybe something like that. There was this other LED stuff. I did a vote on Instagram. No, wait, it's 50-50? I can't stand these polls. 50-50? I'm done. What? That was the LED one I was gonna get, but I was like, it's kind of maybe too much lighting. Looks nice too, I guess. Come on, come on. I don't know. Literally, the polls are always rigged in my shit. That's so cute. Nice message. I don't know. A poll to either put this one that I showed you guys or the other one, the glowing LED one. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll look like crap when I put it up in the back. There was a really nice blue one too that I saw that I thought might even look better, but I think I like this kind of metallic multicolored. I like you. Do you like me? This one. Oh, the big screen. That one looks kind of dope too. That poll was on Instagram. I didn't do it on YouTube. Geraldine Walker, thank you, Mel. Thank you so much for the super chat. Guyana, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you guys so much for the love, man. I appreciate that. Very kind. Let me check out Inside Edition real quick. Inside Edition. Those got something funky on there. You know what I'm saying? Inside Edition. No. Oh, ooh, so we talked about this story the other day, okay? Somebody was telling me, I snapped a little bit because they were telling me, Mel, let's not be judgmental. The story with this lady, the grandma, you guys might remember this shit. So there's this couple, I don't know, husband and wife, and I don't remember everything verbatim, but like they had 2 kids. I think they have a 3rd kid now. The first kid, they left the first kid with grandma. This kid wanders off, I think, while grandma's taking a nap and dies in a pond, drowns in a pond. A year later, the second kid grandma is in charge of taking care of the second kid. Grandma leaves the baby in the car and walks inside and shit. Baby dies from heat. Okay? And when the mom gets the call, she's speeding over to the house. She's freaking out. I think she got into a car accident. She was pregnant. All this crazy shit. She gets there anyway. Baby's dead. Now, this whole thing is a fiasco because, like, the mother, they did an interview, the mother and the husband. I don't know why, like, when we talk about this, like, if I, God forbid, like, if I had left my child with somebody, grandma, and we have multiple kids, the first child dies, you are never being left alone. Just my personal thing. I'm not blaming the parents, but I'm just saying if it was me, there's no effing way. You can hang out while I'm there supervised, but never again after the first kid died and you're caring about letting you have the second child, a baby. Anyway, so the parents were there really pissed, understandably so. And the mother was like, we want her charged. She needs to be charged. And apparently in Florida, I didn't even know this shit. They have a get out of jail free card if you kill a baby by accident. The first kid. There's some, I'm not even, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's what it is. If a child dies accidentally in your care or whatever, you don't get charged. You get like let me see if I can find it. Florida accidental death. I didn't even know that. No charges. I found that out when I was watching that story. I would have liked to find an actual like documentation. They're all talking about this the same story we're just covering now. I'll have to play that video again then because I can't find it. Let me see, because I sent it to myself. I can skip to that point. Before we do the update for this one, I sent it to myself the other day. I couldn't believe when I heard this shit. You get a free out of jail card, whatever they call that shit. And so when I was kind of like, yo, this is weird. This is kind of, and who knows? Maybe she has dementia, whatever the fuck. Whatever she has, bro, after 2 kids, you got to look into that shit. That's sus. It's not being judgmental. I mean, how dare you be whatever. Let me see.
Florida absolved
Check this shit out.
in cases involving the accidental drowning
It's drowning. Okay.
toddler. Florida appellate courts have stated that a one-time lapse of judgment would not establish culpable negligence of.
So you get a get out of jail free card for drowning. Now I know horrible things happen. These kind of things happen all the time, but I didn't know you could do that. Like you could get a pass and shit. I guess they don't even look into it or whatever. Negligent doesn't matter what you did. And I wonder how far that goes. Could you have been high on drugs and the kid goes out and you got this law and it's negligence and so you just whatever. I don't know.
The caretaker.
His story.
It was crazy.
Has gotten lost in hers.
After the death of
Ezra.
your son,
Mhm.
did you trust your mom?
No.
No, we didn't trust her at all. Like I said, that's why we never let Asher go over there.
Asher.
It's a sad story, but it's also odd as shit. I'm just kind of what? Trying to wrap my head around it. If this goes to trial and stuff, I'd be curious to maybe follow it. There's a couple of interesting cases coming up, I
Their
guess.
now 4-year-old firstborn.
We were anxious, but I loved my mother, and I am a daughter that wanted her mom. I thought that if I could believe in second chances, and so when I was told that Ezra's death was an accident, some sliver child part of me thought, okay, good, I get to keep this mom, this grandmother, this person.
3 months after Ezra's death, Kayla gave birth to their baby girl.
There wasn't a moment to get a grip of the death of my son before there was the life of my daughter. And how beautiful is that? Her name is Uriel, and it means, it's a Hebrew name, and it means God is my light. He's so cute.
Kayla and Drew were protective.
The very, very minor amount of time that she saw my daughter was almost always supervised.
On her daughter's
She
last
said it was almost always supervised.
day, Kayla says she knew her mom's plans.
Yuri was at a restaurant with other people that I knew and trusted.
Within hours, someone from the sheriff's office showed up at her home.
And
That's
said
crazy,
that
dude.
your baby is dead. And I said, I'm sorry, what? I know Ezra's dead. Why are you here? Why are you, like, what is this? No, Kayla, your baby is dead.
2 children now who are no longer here. You know what I mean?
They're
Somebody
buried.
has to answer for that.
But Tracy's attorney, William Fletcher, says it depends.
But because somebody dies doesn't necessarily mean that somebody has to pay. And this obviously was an accident. And the question.
So he believes it's an accident. He equated this to lightning striking somebody twice, which has happened, but it's like extremely rare. And so he's saying, oh, it's just, it's an accident. Lightning struck twice.
These parents have lived through a double tragedy.
It was the very worst moment, I think, until the next worst moment.
First, their 18-month-old son Ezra drowned in a pond at his grandmother's house. Then, to compound their loss, less than a year later,
Amy, when I'm saying that tongue in cheek, but I just played the audio clip with the law thing that if a toddler drowns and it's accidental, they don't charge you,
their 8-month-old daughter lost her life after being left in a hot car for hours. And they're blaming both deaths on this woman, the grandmother. Parents Kayla and Drew felt good about leaving their son with Kayla's mom. After all, she was a well-respected retired school principal.
The children absolutely loved it there.
But 2 days before Christmas 2021, Grandmom Tracy Nix fell asleep on her couch. Somehow, 18-month-old Ezra got out of her house. He was found face down in the pond on their property.
911, where is your emergency?
That's a little baby. The grandmother's out giving him CP. Is he breathing? No.
Here's Ann Mercogliano.
The grieving parents did forgive the grandmom, believing the drowning of their son was a tragic accident. You trusted her. She's your mother.
Absolutely.
In their grief, a time of joy. 3 months after Ezra drowned, Kayla gave birth to their daughter Yuri.
Anne-Marie.
They even let Grandmom babysit again.
And here's where the story takes a heartbreaking turn when the unthinkable happens.
Tracy Nix went to lunch with her girlfriends. She took baby Yuri with her. When she returned home, she went inside to practice the piano, forgetting that she had left Yuri in the car seat. Several hours passed. Then she realized her horrifying mistake. She ran to her car, but it was too late. She found the baby dead in the scorching vehicle.
And I'm having deja vu right when I'm pulling up because I'm seeing the exact same scene that I seen when I pulled up with Ezra. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And I never in a million years would have thought again.
They told me that my baby was dead.
Did you just go into complete shock? I mean, the pain must have been unbearable.
Absolutely. I absolutely remember
I called Kayla
fully putting my phone down and screaming.
Now, grandmother Tracy Nix has been arrested, charged with aggravated manslaughter in the death of baby Yuri. Kayla has not spoken to her mom since the day her second baby died.
To know that ultimately the person that brought me into the world is the person that destroyed his world, my son. That's just unbearable.
That is crazy. I just can't imagine the turmoil, man. I don't know. And then as the grandma, how do you have to have 2 deaths on your hand, accidental or whatever? You know what I'm saying?
Attorneys for Tracy Nix say she is devastated by the loss of her grandchildren.
You always hear people getting struck by lightning twice, people that win the lottery even twice. I mean, here you have the lottery of tragedy, and, it's hit.
The lottery of tragedy. Okay.
Twice. I mean, it's one of the most unfortunate things I've ever heard of, and our heart absolutely, goes out to that family.
On social media, the tragedy is sparking lots of questions. Why on earth would parents leave another child in her care?
Of course we're aware of the comments being said. Of course I have read really difficult things. And we're human. We feel that.
The grieving parents say they want justice, even if it means sending grandmom to jail.
What do you think should happen to your mom?
I do think that she should be criminally charged. I think that she should be criminally punished.
Damn. That's a nasty, dirty case, man. That's crazy. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting. I came across it the other day. Some people have some different feelings. I don't know. But however you feel, bro, two's already like, come on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, enough already. I mean, Jesus Christ. Okay. No, I'm not sure. Things happen. Mistakes happen. We're all human, I guess. Okay. I guess that's it, man. Thank you guys so much again. I'm going to head out. I love you guys. Hope you have a good night. Hope you have a great weekend. Take care of yourselves. I'm going to move you over to the Monday stream. So hit like over here, subscribe to the channel, and hit like over there, hit notify. And maybe I'll see you guys this weekend for some short videos. But I'm going to, take some time, recoup, take care of myself, and we'll talk. All right. Love you guys. Bye. Bloop, bloop. Adios.